He kissed my throat, right under my chin. Please put me down. No. I'm afraid you'll run off again. I want to take you to the cottage and feed you, then relax with you, and I don't want to argue about it. I won't argue. I'll come with you. Te lo prometo. The use of my language pleased me, and I believed her. So I set her on her feet and took her hand. We walked in silence, the dying winter light, stripes of blue and purple and pink around us. There were no sounds, no horns, no birds, just the two of us. If I were a romantic man, I would have said the night was perfect. We turned the corner and the cottage came into view. When she saw the deck, she just shook her head and exhaled loudly. You are a real pain in the ass, D'Agostino. A large jacuzzi tub had been installed today on the deck, surrounded by a new privacy fence. The jacuzzi was the top of the line and cost almost 30 grand. You said you wanted to soak your pussy. Her mouth fell open and she looked over sharply. You bought this because I was sore? I thought this was one of your upgrades. I didn't say anything. You know, she said, you make it really fucking hard to be mad at you sometimes. We climbed the steps to the deck and I dropped her hand so I could open the door. Mad at me? I should spank your ass for worrying everyone, for scaring me half to death today. And you told me to fuck off. She went inside the cottage and I followed, closing us in. She pointed to a new piece of furniture. Oh my God, a new couch too? I hung up my jacket, then took hers and did the same. She wandered over to the kitchen island. Vito, I don't want a guard. But if you're making me have one, at least have the decency and respect for me to tell me why. You believe I don't respect you? Ma dai, Maggie. What does that phrase mean? That I'm right? I gave her a hard stare as I took a bottle of water out of the fridge and set it down in front of her. No, I uncapped my own bottle of water. I'm not telling you why, because I want to protect you. Also, I'm giving you a guard to protect you. Everything I'm doing to improve security around here, to protect you. That's a bullshit answer and you know it. I rubbed my jaw and thought about how to proceed. I really didn't want to fight with her. She drank her water, her gaze never leaving my face. A bang sounded on the door. We looked over and Maz was outside, white chef coat on, his tattooed arms loaded with covered plates. I let him in and took 2 of the covered dishes from him. Grazie, fratello, he said, and moved toward the island. I was always a shit waiter. After he deposited the rest of the plates, he went over to Maggie. Ciao, mia cara cognata. He kissed both her cheeks, and I sent up a prayer that she didn't ask. What does that word mean? She asked. Roommate? Sister-in-law, my brother said, waggling his eyebrows. She laughed, waving it off. Yeah, right. He's counting the days until he's out of here. And check out his face. He looks like he sucked on a lemon. To me, she spoke like she was addressing a toddler. Don't worry, Vito. No one is getting ideas about commitment. I felt my irritation rise with both of them. Get out, Massimo. He chuckled and winked at Maggie. If you get tired of him, the bong is still in the kitchen. Feel free to help yourself. Then he gave me an evil grin, which quickly disappeared. Your sweater is stained. Que cazzo, you sure you're okay? I glanced down. Sure enough, there were tiny blood droplets on my gray sweater. Fuck. How had that happened? I'd taken it off before I started working on that biker. I'll be back, I muttered, then took the stairs 2 at a time. In a flash, I tore off the sweater and changed my t-shirt as well. All of it needed to be burned later. When I returned downstairs, Maz and Maggie were uncovering the food, chatting amiably. Easy-going and kind, Massimo was a better match for her. I wasn't the fun D'Agostino brother by any stretch, and everyone liked him more than they liked me. Rationally, I knew these. But I wasn't feeling rational when it came to Maggie. She was mine, and I didn't care for Maz's flirting with her all the time. Who likes meatball subs? My brother asked me. This is a tragedy on a plate. Maggie shoved his shoulder. Hey, don't insult meatball subs. They slap, and I'm very grateful you thought to make them for us. You have Vito to thank. It was his idea, not mine. She blinked several times at me, like the words didn't make sense to her. This was your idea? I didn't want to answer any questions, especially in front of my brother. I was ready to be alone with her. Out, fratello, I gestured toward the door. I'll take care of her from here.
Maggie. Maz's food was delicious. First up was the best meatball sub I'd ever put in my mouth, with plenty of cheese and a homemade roll, followed by the most amazing tiramisu for dessert. I stuffed myself, ignoring Vito's complaints about the sandwich, which he declared disgusting. He only ate half, so I stole the rest of his sub and ate that as well. Afterwards, I felt so much better. Partly because of the cry and nap routine, but also because of the food. I'd been starving. We didn't talk much during the meal. Vito was quiet, and I didn't try very hard. It was for the best, because I didn't want to explain why I disappeared today. And Vito never wanted to explain anything. So, there you have it. When we were done, he cleaned up our plates, rinsed them, and put them in the dishwasher. I watched the muscles in his back shift as he moved, the width of his shoulders, and I grew warm all over. There was something so domestic about it, so normal, and I longed for more moments like this. Like how he'd fixed me a cappuccino this morning. My lonely heart soaked in his thoughtfulness and consideration like a dry root in a spring rain. No one had looked after me like that in a very long time. But this wasn't forever, and he wouldn't let me forget that.
"I'll warm the jacuzzi,"
he said, moving to the door.
"Then we'll shower."
After he came back in, he motioned with his hands.
"Andiamo. Upstairs."
It was a quick shower, almost businesslike. He did kiss me against the tile, his tongue deep in my mouth, his cock hard on my belly, but he didn't take it further. We washed and rinsed, then stepped out. He wrapped a towel around his waist, then held up a big towel for me. I stepped closer, and he brought the soft fabric around my body, securing it over my breasts. Then he took my hand and led me downstairs and through the kitchen. "Do we need suits?" I asked.
"No."
He opened the door, and the cold air felt like tiny needles on my bare skin as I hurried toward the jacuzzi. In a flash, I dropped my towel and slipped into the heated water. There were soft lights on the edges, jets bubbling to cradle me in the delicious warmth as I settled into the molded seat. I resisted the urge to close my eyes, and I was glad I hadn't when Vito dropped his towel and climbed into the jacuzzi. Holy shit, this man. Muscles popped and tendons stretched over lean bone. His body was strong and fit. I'd wanted him from the first moment I spotted him in that casino bar, so handsome and distracted as he worked, and nothing had changed since. I still wanted him, despite everything I knew and everything he'd done. Maybe that made me stupid, or a slut, or a bad person. I didn't know. But I decided in the cave today that I had to stop overthinking it and beating myself up for sleeping with him. This wouldn't lead to anything. He was my boss, not to mention a boss, and he lived in another country. Like every other guy I'd been with before, I just needed to enjoy it for what it was. Temporary, great sex. "You're so fucking hot," I told him as I sank down to my chin.
"Yeah."
He lowered himself into the water and then came toward me, a smirk on his face. I felt his big hands slide up my legs.
"Come here."
He traded places with me, his back against the spa with me cradled in his lap. Sighing, he held me tight to his chest and rested his head back.
"Va bene. I've been thinking about this all day."
"You have?"
"Why do you sound so surprised?"
"I thought you'd be mad at me. Because I told you to fuck off.
I was very mad, but I also understand why you did. I don't like it, and I can't change the reason for it, but I understand.
You do? His palm swept along my spine, the soothing touch and swirling water causing me to sag into him.
I have an older brother who snaps and snarls when he doesn't understand something. It's a coping mechanism. His anxiety and uncertainty cause him to lash out at others. You are much the same way.
A knot pulled in my chest, a ball of hurt I hadn't expected. Wow, you make me sound so appealing. I tried to shift away, but his grip held me in place.
Bella, we all have ways we process information, how we handle stress. Do you think your attitude and snarls bother me?
I don't know. Do they?
No, they get my dick fucking hard. Now tell me why you ran off today.
No way was I confessing my deepest, darkest insecurities to this man. I needed to go on offense. How do you process information and handle stress?
I think I get quiet and go into my own head.
Now his attitude after Maz left made more sense. Is that why you were quiet during dinner? What did your brother say that bothered you?
I don't like him flirting with you. I was jealous.
I hadn't expected a straight answer. I'd expected a deflection or a question, like usual. My mouth fell open slightly. That's ridiculous. I would never... A strangled noise left my throat. You think I'd just hop from one brother to another?
No, of course not. But I can't explain it.
He clamped his lips shut and stared off into the distance. I'm what? Just when I thought he wasn't going to answer, he shifted me to straddle him, positioning my legs on either side of his hips. Bubbles brushed over my bare skin like a caress, especially between my legs. Big hands cupped my ass as he settled me on his stomach. He brought our foreheads together.
You're mine,
he said quietly, this steel in his voice unmistakable.
I want to tie you to my bed, keep you naked and waiting for me.
The declaration sent blood rushing to my clit. I didn't know why, but his possessiveness caused my arousal to spike every time. My orgasm earlier today in the kitchen, when he told me to say I belonged to him, off the fucking charts. This isn't real. I couldn't forget it. I dragged my nails through his scalp, and his eyelids fluttered closed. I liked seeing how much I affected him. Did you smell me all day today? The edge of his mouth kicked up, though his eyes remained shut.
For a long time. It reminded me of how sweet you were this morning.
I nibbled his jaw, enjoying the rough feel of his late-day whiskers against every brush of my lips. You're very good at giving head.
I can't get enough of your pussy. You drive me crazy, diavoletta mia.
Back at you, Bello. I rubbed my cold nose against his, our lips almost touching. Steam from the water and the soft lights enveloped us, his hot breath warming my cheek. It felt like our own tiny slice of heaven, and everything about him, about the moment, turned me on. Anticipation began humming like an electric charge under my skin, every cell straining, buzzing to get closer to him. Maybe I wasn't too exhausted and sore after all. His hands cradled the back of my head, and he angled my face to kiss me. He was gentle, unhurried, giving me light, soothing swipes of his mouth. It went on, and I grew increasingly impatient. Was he trying to frustrate me? I pressed in, trying to slip my tongue in his mouth, but he eased back every time. Heat built between my thighs, and I rocked my hips, sliding my center over his skin, desperate for friction. I tried to reach behind me and grab his cock to move things along, but he held my arm to prevent me.
What are you doing?
he murmured against my mouth. Trying to see if you're hard so we can have sex?
You're naked on my lap. Of course I'm hard. But I won't fuck you.
Why not?
Because you're sore.
I'm feeling much better. Not a lie. The warm water felt amazing, loosening all my muscles and easing all the tension I'd carried around today. I moved again, grinding my clit into his hard body. Let me feel you.
Is that how you ask me?
Please, Vito, let me feel you. He released my arm and propped his elbows on the edge of the jacuzzi.
Stroke my cock. See what you do to me.
I reached back in the water and found him, thick and hot. I gave a few rough tugs, loving the feel of him. It wasn't enough, though. I needed him deep inside. His hand dipped between us, and his thumb instantly found my clit, rubbing it expertly. Gasping, I squeezed his shaft as my eyes closed. Oh, God. I felt his mouth close around one of my nipples, followed by glorious suction. He let me go with a wet pop.
Tell me why you were upset today.
Another lick sent a tremble through me, his thumb circling the hard bud of my sex. My heart pounded inside my chest, desire gnawing in my lower half, thanks to his perfect rhythm. Just when I thought he'd forgotten, he asked,
Why did you go off alone?
Let's go inside, I panted.
If you want me to fuck you, Angelo mio, tell me why.
His voice was low and coaxing, his thumb continuing its steady, maddening pace.
I want to know why you were crying today.
I went for a distraction instead. Giving him a strong tug, I whispered, Wouldn't you like to slide your big cock inside me? Show me that I belong to you. A shudder went through his body, and a surge of triumph filled me. It was short-lived, though, because he rubbed me faster. My clit throbbed, all the sensation focused right in that tiny bundle of nerves. I released his shaft to grip both of his shoulders. Oh, God. His mouth met the shell of my ear.
Who do you think can last longer, me or you?
I whimpered. We were outside, under the stars, his hard muscles under me, and the orgasm was quickly building in my belly. The water, his thumb, the steam. Fuck, I gritted out. His chuckle was dark as he slowed his thumb to a torturous, feather-light crawl.
You will not win this battle, and as soon as you tell me why, I'll let you come.
Maybe I had a shitty day. I tried to chase his hand with my hips. It doesn't matter.
It matters to me.
He gentled his tone.
You crumbled today, and it can't be about Pepe. I want to know what happened.
Vito, my voice was a pathetic whine. The fever clawed and scratched, a need so forceful that I was having trouble stringing two words together. He grabbed my jaw in one of his palms, his gaze taking in my face.
You think I don't care? You think I wasn't worried sick when you disappeared? Bella, I will tear this goddamn town apart with my bare hands if someone looks at you the wrong way. You get hurt, I will burn it all to the ground without a second thought.
I shook my head, my thoughts jumbled. He wasn't helping. I just wanted an orgasm while he whispered filthy Italian words in my ear. Touch me, please. I need you so badly. His lips pressed softly to my cheekbones, over my nose, up to my forehead.
So sweet. Keep going. Tell me what went on in your head earlier.
His thumb stroked harder, tight little circles that curled my toes.
Let me make it better.
Right there. Don't stop. He indulged me for a few seconds, then withdrew.
Tell me.
I sank my nails into his shoulders, the will to battle with him receding. What did it matter if I told him? He couldn't change any of it, and I was dying for his dick to show me a good time. I floated away from him and he let me go. I bobbed in the swirling water and tried to think how to put it. It's all too much. Losing the winery, feeling like I disappointed my father, my brother who definitely has a gambling problem. Everything sucks. And then there's you.
What about me?
He asked when I paused. Well, in one breath you're telling me this is a short-term thing, but in the next you're ordering me to say I belong to you. And now I have a guard, but you won't tell me why, even though it's clear there's trouble. Then Maz is telling me all about the orgies with models the two of you used to have. Sighing, I shook my head. Look, we both know this is just sex, and that's fine. So don't try to make it more, okay? It's messing with my head. He brought a hand up to rub his jaw. I'd come to learn this was Vito speak for, I need a minute. Letting the jets work their magic, I waited and enjoyed the water.
Maggie, I do need to return to Toronto. When I say I'm here for only a short time, this isn't a lie.
I know, I said. I get it. Really.
No, you don't.
He scowled at the water, then looked at me again.
I can't stop myself from giving you orders and bending you to my will when we're in bed. I won't even try. It's too addicting. But there's more happening, and I can't explain it. The jealousy I feel, the possessiveness, the need to protect you, the need to fuck you every minute of the day. I'm also losing my mind, capisce?
He reached for me under the water and found my ankle, then tugged me toward him. I went willingly and ended up on his lap again. Using his thumb, he smoothed my damp eyebrows one at a time.
What I said in the alley is true. You are turning me inside out.
I wasn't sure this made me feel any better. So we were both fucked? No, I wouldn't accept that. I couldn't allow this man to break my heart. This is just sex, Vito. I expected him to agree. After all, a man who wore a fake wedding band to avoid commitment should have been thrilled at what I was offering. A temporary affair while he was in town. No strings. No messy emotions. Wasn't that what he wanted? Except Vito didn't look thrilled. The lines in his forehead deepened, and his mouth had turned into a serious frown. Sitting me on the seat beside him, he said,
"Wait here. I'll get a towel for you."
He got out of the hot tub, and I sat there, confused, wondering what the fuck was going on between us.
Chapter 15. Vito. Something tugged me from sleep, a thread of warmth and contentment that rolled through me. As I surfaced from the sluggish darkness, I realized what was happening. A wet, hot mouth was wrapped around my hard cock, giving it sweet pulls of delicious suction. Fuck, that was nice. I spread my thighs, making more room for her, and stretched my arms over my head. Last night, after I ate her out and made good on my promise of an orgasm, Maggie fell asleep in my bed. Except I was too keyed up about our earlier conversation, the Red Raiders and everything else to wind down and find sleep. I eventually gave up and came downstairs to work. It was the middle of the night when I returned to the bed and joined her. As she sucked and licked, I kept my eyes closed and enjoyed the attention. Maggie hadn't blown me since the casino, and I've been eager to feel her greedy lips pulling the cum from me once again. She was so fucking good at this. Little flicks of her tongue, no teeth, steady pressure. And she never forgot about my balls, holding them in her mouth and swirling her tongue over my sack. Now I was wide awake. I threw off the cover so I could watch her. Naked and eyes closed, she was kneeling between my legs, my cock in her mouth. My skin was wet with her saliva, her plump lips stretched tight around my girth. Blood rushed to my groin. "That's it, Angela," I whispered, stroking her hair and moving it out of the way so I could better see. "Take me deep. Let me feel your throat. She widened her jaw and sank her head as far down as she could go. It wasn't enough. I held her head and pressed my hips up. More. Gag on it. She didn't fight me, and I felt her body jerk. I let her pull back to breathe. Again. Eyes on me this time, Bella. Her watery gaze met mine, and the sight sent lust punching through my veins. I didn't let her move as I thrust up, watching as she struggled to take me. Finally, I pushed into her throat. I held there, and she gripped my thighs to steady herself, tears wetting her skin. I couldn't look away, mesmerized. I'd never seen anything so beautiful. When I eased out of her throat, she inhaled deeply and saliva dribbled down her chin. But she didn't release me. My chest constricted. Tu sei perfecto, I whispered, not even realizing she wouldn't understand. You are perfect, I repeated. Is sucking on my cock getting you wet? She nodded, her eyes never leaving me. Cazzo, this girl. I liked the idea of coming down her throat, but I'd much rather fuck her right now. I craved the tight grip of her cunt, the little cries she gave when I was deep inside her. Get on your back. She released me with a pop, and my erection slapped against my stomach. Reaching to the drawer by the bed, I took out the lube I'd stored there. When I looked, Maggie's long limbs were stretched out across the mattress, hooded lids framing eyes gone dark with desire. I shifted between her legs and slicked up my cock. Let me know if this is too much. It won't be. I'm fine. I let my fingers trail through her slit and found her soaked. Oh, baby. You need this very badly, no? Hurry, Vito. Pushing one of her thighs higher, I said, Hold your legs apart. Show me that tight hole. She grabbed behind both knees and held herself open to display her pussy, and I sucked in a breath as I took it in. The wet folds, her swollen clit. Easing forward, I lined up at her entrance and watched her face as I pushed inside. The squeeze around the head of my cock sent tiny shock waves through my limbs, but I didn't move, giving us both a second to adjust. I was pleased to see she didn't wince. Instead, her head angled back, her breath coming out in a long sigh. More, she said. Don't drop your legs. Adjusting my hips, I invaded millimeter by millimeter, gazing down at her slick flesh as she swallowed my cock. I needed to be buried inside her, deep, deep in her pussy. When our hips finally met, I hung my head and inhaled, my nostrils flaring. Fucking tight, scalding hot. I wanted to crawl inside her and never leave. You feel so good, she licked her lips. God! No pain. Nope. Relieved, I stirred my pelvis into her clit. I was so turned on that I was almost afraid to thrust, lest I embarrass myself. How hard do you want it? How hard can you give it to me? I leaned over and propped a hand on either side of her head, nearly covering her. Ask me nicely, Diovoletta. Fuck me hard, please, she rushed out. Her legs began to tremble from the effort of holding them up. Hurry! I pulled out and sat on my knees. When she started to drop her hands, I grabbed her legs to prevent it. Stay there and show me that empty pussy. I want to hear you beg me to fill you up. I used 2 fingers to circle her clit, and her eyes nearly rolled back in her head. Yet she was still silent. Beg me. God, you're such an asshole. The muscles in her lower body clenched as she tried to chase my fingers. Please, Vito. Please, Vito, what? She let out a noise of frustration, then sweetened her voice until it dripped with honey. Please, baby, fill me up. Fuck me hard, I want to feel you all day. At her words, my brain short-circuited, like a lightning bolt went through me. I shoved my cock inside her, all the way to the hilt, the clasp of her walls like a vice. Spots danced around the edge of my vision as my hips slammed into her over and over, causing her to jolt atop the bed, her lips parted in apparent bliss, teats bouncing. I clenched my teeth, trying to stave off my orgasm as I pumped. With each thrust, the wooden bed frame hit the wall with a thud. Her hands cupped her breasts and fingers tugged on her nipples. Oh God, shit, that is so good. The way she gripped me, as if her pussy didn't want to let me go, scrambled my thoughts. I could only think more and harder as I used all my strength to wring an orgasm out of her. Knowing how much she likes hearing me talk, I started confessing in my language all the things I wanted to do to her, every depraved act, every twisted idea I had about this woman and her body. Everything she was making me feel inside, how I wasn't sure I could give her up when the time came. Then she was clenching around me, little ripples going through her, down her legs. She breathed out a long string of curses, and when she finished spasming, I pulled out and stroked myself a few times until thick ribbons of cum landed on her slick flesh. I painted her pussy with it, marked her as mine. Stripes of white fluid marred her pretty pink labia and clit, and the amount of satisfaction I felt could not be described. Mine. Rub it in, I said, trying to catch my breath. Rub my cum into your skin and push it up inside you. There was no fight in her, not at the moment. She was floating in a sea of ecstasy that ensured she would do almost anything I asked, like her fingers sliding between her legs to smear my mess all over herself. That's it, I crooned. Keep going. You need to wear my cum on your skin at all times. She sighed happily, her eyes closed. I never tired of looking at her. Inside your pussy, mio dolce angeletto. Use your fingers and push every drop deep inside. 2 fingers glided through her folds, gathered the cum at her entrance, then slipped into her pussy, pushing me inside. Without being prompted, she did this a second time, and I almost declared my love right there. Madre di Dio, this woman. She was perfect. Sono fottuto. I grabbed her fingers coated in the both of us and brought them to my mouth. I licked once, then held them to her. Now you. With a devilish smile, she slipped her fingers past her lips and sucked on them. Every drop of moisture left my mouth, and I stared, wondering how quickly I could fuck her again. I'm never letting you leave. She chuckled and reached for me. There are laws against that kind of thing in this country. Fuck the laws, I murmured as I stretched out on top of her. No one would blame me if they watched us together. Kissing my chin, she nuzzled her nose against my jaw. Then she patted my shoulder. That was fun. Fun. It had been earth-shattering. This is just sex, Vito. Except I knew what just sex felt like. This wasn't it. I hadn't ever been this obsessed, this crazed over a woman before. What? She asked, staring at my expression. Nothing. I kissed her briefly, but it was hard and deep. Let's shower. Okay. She sounded hesitant, confused. I crawled off her and stood by the bed, then reached my hand out to help her stand. As we walked into the bathroom, she whistled behind me. God, your ass. It is, she made a kissing sound, a masterpiece. I glanced over my shoulder. Yeah? You even have those divots right here. She touched my lower back. Do you work out? I have a gym at home. I reached into the shower and started the water. I bet you never skip leg day. I went to take a piss, not commenting. There was too much swirling around in my head, and I wasn't thinking clearly. She started brushing her teeth with the toothbrush I'd unwrapped for her yesterday, and silence fell. After I flushed, I went into the shower and let the hot water pound on my shoulders. As always, I shoved aside the personal and focused on work. There was a lot to do. I needed to contact a security company about working on the winery. Then there were the emails I'd avoided the past few days. And I had to ring Benetti and fill him in. Soft hands slid up my back after the shower door opened. She pressed against me and kissed the nape of my neck. "Has anyone ever told you that you can be moody sometimes?" I could still hear my father's snide comments about me. "Stop overthinking everything. The Gastinos are not weak. Get out of your own head and shoot him, Vito." Enzo had protected me, though, telling our father to fuck off and leave me alone. "Yes," I said simply. When I didn't expound on it, Maggie pursed her lips and moved under the spray. From under the curtain of water, she said, "I have so much to do today. I need to catch up on 1,000 things." She reached for the shampoo. "What about you?" "Yes." I lathered up some body wash in my palms and started washing myself. "But I'll see you tonight. Come here for dinner." "Maybe." She lathered up her hair. "I'll see how the day goes." Wrong answer. I rinsed, then angled her against the tile. Bending, I sucked on the skin of her neck, biting and licking her wet, soft flesh until she started moaning. Her arms held me close, her head angled to give me the access I needed. "That feels so good," she said with a sigh. I didn't stop. I scraped my teeth on her collarbone. I bit her earlobe. I used my lips and tongue to leave marks on her skin. When I shoved my thigh between her legs to press against her pussy, I could feel her slick flesh on mine. She was already getting turned on again. My cock began responding, thickening as blood pooled in my groin. I squeezed the tips of her breasts, rolling her nipple between my thumb and middle finger. When she was panting, clinging to me, soft sounds escaping her throat, I held her jaw and stared down at her. "You will be here tonight, no later than 6 o'clock. I'll have dinner waiting." "Fido," irritation laced her voice, "I have a lot to do." 6 o'clock, diavoletta mia. And if I have to come looking for you, there will be hell to pay. Releasing her, I stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around my waist, not even caring that I was dripping water everywhere as I left.
Maggie. Relaxed and re-energized, I set out for the vineyards. Such was the power of orgasms, I supposed, as I took a sip from the travel mug in my hand. Vito made me a double cappuccino to go when I said I didn't have time for coffee today. Why was he so considerate? It was annoying. I'd assumed we were back on the same "it's just sex" page, but now I wasn't so sure. Sleeping over every night? That was too coupley. The dirty talk was one thing. Spending so much time together was another. I needed distance, not sharing our thoughts and feelings each evening. My cell buzzed. It was Carlo, texting me to meet him at 7 by the Merlot vines. That left me 10 minutes to change at home. I sent him a thumbs up. Then I noticed I had a text from Bello, waiting.
6 o'clock, diavoletta.
A tiny burst of giddiness warmed my chest, but I pushed it aside. Stop being silly, I told myself. Instead of agreeing, I sent Vito a devil face emoji. The house was quiet, so I figured Massimo was asleep upstairs. I needed to check in with my brother and Celeste, see how everything was going. We had a team meeting at noon, when we usually ate lunch together. As I changed clothes, I pulled up our group thread to confirm if the meeting was happening or not. Mikey said that it was, and Massimo would make us pizzas. I nearly rubbed my hands together. Authentic Italian pizza? Hallelujah. Carlo was waiting for me when I arrived. There were 2 shovels and a stack of white buckets that looked brand new. He was holding 2 pairs of gloves and a pack of sample bags.
Buongiorno,
he said, kissing my cheeks when I walked up.
I hope I didn't get you out of bed, but I assume you rise early, like me.
You assume correctly. I'm usually outside by 6:30 at the latest.
Va bene. I've arranged for a lab at Cornell to analyze the soil samples quickly. Then we will know what we are working with and how we might fertilize and improve. Okay?
Sounds good. I grabbed a shovel off the ground and accepted the gloves from him. Where do you want to start?
I have a bucket for each grape variety. We will start in the Merlot and move southward. I will get the subsoil, you get the topsoil.
We began working together, shoveling dirt into buckets, then mixing with our hands to create one sample mixture. Then we filled the sample bag and moved on. Carlo was funny and personable, and he kept me entertained with stories of famous wineries and the people he'd met. How did Vito convince you to come here? I asked as we worked in the Cabernet Franc section. Carlo looked at me curiously.
You know his last name, no?
Of course, but
there is no but, signorina.
He dumped dirt in our bucket.
These men, they are rich, but they are also dangerous. You should remember that.
He strode away to another section and began digging. We're not together, I called after him. When he returned and emptied his shovel, he leaned against it and stared down at me.
In my country, a father prays that his daughter doesn't end up with a man like this, and I sense that he is interested in you.
I didn't want Carlo to think I was pinning my hopes and dreams on marrying Vito. We aren't in Italy, and there isn't any future for the two of us. We're just having fun. Temporary fun.
Va bene. A relief, because these men have a very narrow view of women and their role, and there is no way out, no matter how bad the situation might be. Capisce?
Are you saying that I wouldn't be allowed to dress like a farmer and run a winery as a mob wife? Carlo shook his head.
This would reflect badly on him. He needs a trophy, a model, someone to make all the other men jealous.
Grimacing, he seemingly realized what he'd said.
Not that you aren't beautiful. You would be a prize for any man.
I held up my hand. I get it. I'm not offended. My friend Valentina runs a restaurant, though, and she's married to Luca Benetti. Maybe
I've heard of him. And is she running this restaurant now?
Well, no. I brushed dirt off my gloves. They're honeymooning in Catanzaro. Carlo held out his hand as if to say, there you go. She's coming back, I said, though it sounded weak. They're splitting the year between there and here.
If you say so,
he said, then walked away to get more samples. Minutes later, I couldn't get this conversation out of my head. Another reason to remember this was just sex with Vito. I wasn't giving up my independence to become a mob wife. No thank you. But this made me think about Val. Was she coming back? I didn't have many friends, and it would sting to lose one, especially my best friend. Whipping off one glove, I used my thumb to unlock my phone and pull up my text thread with Val. Hey, how's it going? You still alive over there? Almost instantly, a photo of her well-manicured toes filled my screen, a pool in the background. The sun was shining as if to say, fuck you, to the gray sky looming over my head. I felt a little sick. Who in their right mind would leave that paradise to come back here? Looks nice. Have a good time. You really need to visit. We'd have so much fun here. Luca's pool is the bomb. I feel like a queen. I sent a thumbs up. I couldn't think of what else to say. As the wife of a Mafia king, she was a queen. Why would she ever give that up to come back to this shithole town and work for a living? She hadn't loved the restaurant. She took it over when her mom got sick. It was more of a duty for her, a responsibility, not a calling, not like me with the vineyard. I could never give this up. These vines were rooted deep in my heart, the dirt a very part of me. Putting my phone away, I went back to my task. I didn't need anyone else's voice in my head today. I had enough to worry about. If Val never came back, so be it. We'd end up as texting buddies and then slowly leave each other on red, taking days to respond until that turned into weeks. Then it would be the, "Oh my God, we haven't talked in so long, can we catch up one of these days?" type messages. I went back to my text threads. My friend Sam and I liked to share videos, usually of the hot shirtless men variety. I typed, "Hey, I know you're busy at the cafe, but let's hang out soon." 3 dots appeared right away, telling me she was responding. Surprising that she was on her phone and not making iced coffees and lattes. Mornings were her busiest time. "Yes, please. Tonight, I need a night out." I smiled. Sam lived with her grandmother and ran the Leaning Tower of Pastries in town. "Yes, I'm ready." "Okay, I can be to you by 5:30. "Perfect. Meet me in the tasting room. We'll pick out wine." She sent an octopus heart-eyed emoji. God, Sam was weird, but I loved her. I started to put my phone away, then realized I had an Italian mob boss expecting me over at 6. Pulling up our chat, I texted, "Hanging out with my friend tonight. Can't come over." When there was no immediate response, I slid my cell back in my jacket pocket. Carlo came over and dumped dirt in our bucket, then pointed to the vines.
When was the last time you tested the petioles?
Tissue testing was expensive, more costly than soil sampling. My dad did it 5 years ago. He nodded as if this was what he expected.
I'd like to see those reports.
Of course. Does something look off?
It is a feeling. I won't know for sure until I can get some samples during the bloom.
My ears started buzzing. That was months away. But what do you suspect?
I don't like to speculate, Signorina. I'm a scientist and I work with facts.
But? He put his hands on his hips and stared at the Cabernet Franc vines.
I'm concerned you have red blotch.
My mouth fell open. Red blotch was a fairly new virus and it could wipe out vineyards. No, that can't be right. It's only been found in California and Oregon.
And New York,
Carlo said.
2 cases last year.
Unfortunately, I hadn't kept up with local winery news. I was too busy and... shit. I regarded my little babies, the dormant vines that I'd poured my blood, sweat, and tears into. Show me.
It takes time to develop. I could be wrong.
Carlo, the world's premier enologist, wrong? I doubted it. That meant we would need to rip out these vines. We'd lose entire sections of the vineyard. And why hadn't I noticed it? Because you're terrible at this. Dad would have caught it. Granddad would have caught it. Carlo, please, show me before I start freaking out. He put his hands on my shoulders.
Maggie, breathe. Red blotch is hard to spot. Many vines don't show symptoms at all.
Yet you spotted it right away.
I didn't spot it because there are no leaves to confirm it. As I said, it's just a feeling, based on what I've tasted and what I'm seeing here.
He dropped his hands.
But we shouldn't panic.
Too late. What can we do?
I'll take cortical scrapings of a few random shoots and get them analyzed today with the rest.
Do you want me to drive up to Cornell? The university was about 3 hours away, and I didn't want to force Carlo to make such a long journey. He shook his head and reached for his shovel.
I don't mind. I am anxious to meet their staff and see their facilities. Let's finish these soil samples, then we'll get the scrapings ready to go.
He walked to his section, while I stared at the vines and wondered what I had missed. Wouldn't I have noticed red marks on the leaves at some point in the fall? Wouldn't the staff have noticed as we were harvesting the grapes? How had this slipped through the cracks? That was the thing about nature. No matter how competent you think you are, it always finds a way to humble you.
Signorina,
Carlo called. He was towing some dirt around and beckoned me over.
Come look.
I went to see what he'd found. We both bent down, and he picked up a few of the leaves left over from the harvest that had been unearthed under the mulch. A tiny dark spot dotted the edge of one. It appeared brown at the moment, but it could have been red at one time. God damn it, I snapped.
It might not be red blotch,
Carlo said calmly.
This leaf is old, so we can't tell for sure until the tissue samples come back. But it's definitely something.
We'll have to rip this entire section out. He straightened and folded his arms.
That would be the best-case scenario, no?
Oh, God. I could lose all the plants. Head swirling, I bent over and took a few deep breaths. This was too much. On top of everything else, this was too fucking much. Why did the universe hate me so badly?
Que cosa?
A deep voice called down the row.
Are you sick?
I lifted my head and caught Vito walking toward me, his long limbs clad in a suit and his black overcoat. Strange, but I didn't find his presence annoying. Instead, a giant wave of relief went through me. I suddenly had an impulse to run up and throw myself in his strong arms. As a card-carrying feminist, that impulse was concerning. But the vineyard wasn't just my problem anymore. It was our problem. And that idea was not terrible. We might have red blotch, I blurted, and you should fire me. He barely reacted, just a twitch of his nostrils as he came over. His tone remained even and calm in the face of my panic.
I'm not firing you. What is red blotch?
Carlo gave the boss a quick rundown while I tried not to think about all the years of hard work that were now ruined. I couldn't remember the last time entire rows of vines had to be ripped out. My dad was still alive, so maybe 12 years ago. First, Mikey had lost the vineyard, and now I'd actually lost the vineyard. I massaged my temples with my fingertips and tried not to freak out. When Carlo finished, Vito rubbed his jaw thoughtfully, his gaze on the horizon.
So the cause is unknown, correct? Correct,
Carlo answered.
We will know when the tissue samples come back. But you think it is a virus of some kind? Yes, I do.
I swallowed the lump in my throat. I should have caught it. This is on me. I'm in charge of the vineyard. I squared my shoulders. We'll lose all the affected vines. You should fire me. Vito's cool mask was firmly in place when he jerked his head toward the side.
Walk with me.
I promised Carlo I would return shortly, then fell in step next to Vito. He didn't walk quickly. Instead, he slowed and matched my stride to his, and we didn't speak as he led us deeper into the vineyard. I wasn't one for hysterics, but I could feel myself spiraling. This was a catastrophe of epic proportions. All the money that would be lost. What if the entire vineyard was affected? What if we had to rip out every root? Vito,
take a deep breath,
he murmured, clasping his hands behind his back.
This is a problem to solve, and I will help you and Carlo solve it. Capisce?
It's more than a problem to solve. It's a goddamn disaster. We could lose everything.
Carlo said it should only affect a section, maybe two. Regardless, we will not let this place fail. Things happen, but this isn't the end of the world.
Just the end of the vineyard?
Viruses happen in vineyards.
He spoke patiently, as if dealing with a hysterical child.
You know that as well as I do. And if we must buy new plants, then we will buy new plants. We come up with a plan and follow it through.
He made it sound so easy, but I knew how much work went into replanting and nurturing new vines. It would take time, and a lot of money. This didn't come cheaply. Worse, though, it was a blow to my pride. I hadn't noticed, and I should have. It's my job. I didn't do it. Everything we harvested in the fall could be affected. God, I had to tell Bruce. He would need to dump the recent Cabernet Franc at the very least. I dragged in a ragged breath. All that effort and cost. Vito stopped and put both hands on my shoulders. His midnight-colored eyes radiated calmness in the gray morning light.
What could you possibly have done differently, if you'd noticed it. Bella, you aren't perfect. And it is bad, yes, but no one died. This can be rebuilt.
I nibbled my bottom lip. Why didn't he understand? Maybe for a mob boss, whether someone died or not was an important barometer of failure. But for me, a vigneron, whether the grapes lived or died was a basic job requirement. I'm freaking out, I admitted, and I can't understand how you're so calm. His gaze was warm and soft, and it sucked me in, soothing me.
This is only money, which I happen to have a lot of, and I already plan to make improvements. So now we combine the improvements with replanting. Let Carlo advise you, and then we'll do whatever you want.
The words washed over me like a cool rain. My panic receded, and I took a deep breath. Feeling like I should do something, I straightened his perfectly straight tie and admired the fine gray-patterned silk. You just want an excuse to touch him. You'll let me decide?
Si, certo. I told you this many times. I want to work with you, not strip this all away from you.
He was saying all the right things, and my heart slowed with each second that passed. You're good in a crisis. You know that?
I've been told this, yes. Now, aren't you curious about the reason I came out here to find you in the first place?
Oh, right. I was so distracted that I hadn't even noticed. Was it to tell me how amazing and awesome I am in bed?
No, although this is certainly true.
He cupped my jaw in his hands and rubbed his thumb along my cheekbones.
I have to run an errand today. I don't know if I will be back by 6.
Didn't you get my text? I'm hanging out with a friend tonight.
And you will bring this friend to the cottage. Use the jacuzzi if you like. Have my brother send out dinner. But I want you waiting there when I get back. Are we clear?
Like a habit, I opened my mouth to argue. Except I couldn't get the words out. I didn't want to refuse. There was something reassuring about this man, and this had been a really shitty day already. Seeing him tonight would make me feel better. Okay, Vito. My compliance earned a tiny hint of a smile from him.
Va bene, angioletto mio.
He kissed my forehead, then pressed a quick kiss to my lips. He left me there, lips tingling as I watched him walk away, his long overcoat shifting with each step. I could see the little white puffs of his breath, the strong slope of his neck leading into broad, capable shoulders. A giddy, fizzing sensation erupted in my chest, like I was filled with sparkling wine. No, stop. I'm just happy, that's all. I was not falling in love with Vito D'Agostino. Quickly, I started off for the Cabernet Franc vines. It was then that I realized I hadn't even asked about his errand today.
Chapter 16. Vito. On a drive to the airport, I studied up on red blotch. It was bad, but not the end of the world. An added benefit was that tearing out the vines would allow us to improve irrigation on that section of the vineyard before replanting. You're good in a crisis, you know that? The compliment pleased me. As the second son, I knew how to keep the peace, to bring sanity when tempers and emotions flared. This was why Enzo had relied on me for so long, to counterbalance his fierce temper. And I could make Maggie's life easier in 100 different ways, if only she would stop fighting me. We were making progress, though, as evidenced by her agreeing to be at the cottage tonight. I pulled out a burner and dialed. Binetti answered on the 4th ring. Pronto. It's D'Agostino. You do realize I'm on my honeymoon, no? It's a courtesy call, Binetti. One I don't have to make if you find them tedious. The man on the other end of the line sighed. Let's hear it. The 3 red raiders who killed my man have been dealt with. Dumb fucks, Binetti said. What else? I called Baron, their president, to let them know. He was, as to be expected, not happy. Did he make threats? Yes, but I'm not worried about him. I dealt with the Red Raiders up in Toronto. They're both stupid and lazy. Any other good news? He asked dryly. I need a recommendation for a security company. He was quiet for a few seconds. Why, when you are supposed to be leaving town? It's for the winery. The two Fiorentinos don't prioritize their safety, but I do. Fuck me. I scowled at the passing scenery. What does that mean? The girl, Maggie. You're fucking her, Jesus Christ. No wonder you're hanging around. You don't know what you're talking about. The winery is mine, and I want to protect it. The sooner you give me a recommendation on a security company, the sooner I go back to Toronto. Cazzata. You're dragging your feet there, causing trouble in my territory just so you can get some pussy. What happens if the Red Raiders come after my woman's restaurant in retribution? Or after my men? Hearing Maggie referred to as some pussy set my teeth on edge. I snarled into the speaker. If you had dealt with these assholes earlier, I wouldn't be in this situation. One of my men wouldn't be dead. Instead, you let them hang around, mistreat girls at that club, and sell drugs on the winery grounds. I didn't let them do shit, D'Agostino. And you are only remaining there by my good graces. I suggest you treat me with more respect. I'm done making courtesy calls, Benetti. I'll handle things my way from now on. I disconnected. I wasn't having this conversation any longer. He needed to watch his mouth around me, especially when it came to Maggie. Benetti is still pissed? Tommaso asked from behind the wheel. Grunting, I looked through my email for the next few minutes. There was plenty of business awaiting my attention, decisions that needed to be made on several construction projects. Suddenly a text came in from my older brother, demanding I ring him ASAP. I found the number and tapped the glass. Pronto? His annoyed growl barked into the phone. Ciao, fratello, come stai? You bring Massimo and Paloma there, and you don't tell me? Should I be worried? No. There's some bullshit, but nothing I can't handle. Oh? Does it have anything to do with why I'm getting texts from Luca Benetti? My free hand curled into a fist. That fucking stronzo. He went and tattled to my brother? He's pissed because I'm taking care of a problem here that he should have already dealt with himself. Vito, Enzo sighed heavily. There are rules for a reason, and you know how things are done. You have to ask for permission in someone else's territory. This coming from a man who hates rules. This is true. But you are in a different country with no allies. And you've just pissed off the only one you might have had. Some bikers murdered one of my men, and now I've settled the matter. I understand, but it's Benetti's territory. He said you didn't ask, and you hung up on him. I warned him, which is enough in my book. And you wouldn't have done any differently. Vito, I want you to succeed there, and you need allies to do it. None of us can do this alone. Tell me, what would you have advised me to do if I were in your shoes? Shit. We both knew I would have advised him to get Benetti's blessing first. Territory mattered in our hierarchy. Yet here I ignored my own advice. I dragged a hand down my face. I didn't like admitting when I was wrong. I'll make it right. You'd better, because he is spitting mad right now. He paused. This isn't like you. You make contingency plans for brushing your teeth in the morning. What the fuck is happening over there? Why are you in Benetti's territory to begin with? I gave my older brother a quick rundown of what had happened, leaving out the parts that related to Maggie. I'm just staying to get the winery straightened out. What does this have to do with Maz and Paloma? Maz is taking over the kitchen until they can replace the chef. Paloma is coming for a visit. Vito, he said with a long sigh. Why is she really coming? I should have known he'd force me to admit it. I'm asking her to serve as consigliere. He was silent for a long time. I wished I could see his face because Enzo rarely hid his thoughts. Was he angry? Did he approve? Finally, he said, "She's a good choice. Smart thinking, fratello." Praise from Enzo? I felt my chest expand. Now that I have you, I need a favor. I want to overhaul the security at the winery, and I'm hoping you can help. Let me make a few calls. We work with a company in the city. They should be able to help you. By the way, how's Mancini? Roberto Mancini, Enzo's father-in-law, was the former Don of the Toronto clan I'd taken over, and he'd been sick with cancer the past few years. The illness was why his territory and men had been turned over to me. Bedridden. I'm told it won't be long. Fuck, Enzo said. Okay. I'll tell her after Fashion Week is over. She may already know. I'm assuming Frankie and Emma are aware and have updated her, I said, referring to Gia's sisters. Arrangements have been made. Cristo, I'm not looking forward to that funeral. I'll have to see Ravanzani, and not kill him. My brother and Fausto Ravanzani were brothers-in-law and hated each other. I switched topics. How is my replacement? Our cousin Furio had taken over as Enzo's consigliere. A pain in my ass. I miss you, fratello. It isn't the same. We'd been to hell and back together, so I understood. Ti voglio bene, fratellone. I know. I wasn't offended by his response. Enzo wasn't one for mushy emotions, except with Gia. Switching topics, he asked, "What do I need to know about Maz?" He's been amazing in the winery's kitchen. Seems happy. I hear he has a girlfriend. Of course Enzo knew these. He said she has no connection to the life. She's another chef. I will still run a check on her. That is exactly what he doesn't want. He made me promise I wouldn't tell you for that very reason. Too fucking bad, Enzo snarled. He is my brother and I'm the head of this family, whether he considers himself in it or not. I grimaced. He doesn't want us to interfere. You have to respect his wishes. Good thing you won't tell him then. Capisce? I pressed my lips together. Over the years, my brothers put me squarely in the middle more times than I could count. Sometimes being the reasonable one sucked. I won't say anything. Va bene. I have to go, make things right with Benetti. I will. Ciao. We disconnected, and I stared out the window thinking. Benetti would have to wait. Or better yet, Paloma could deal with him, after she agreed to serve as my consigliere.
Maggie. I'd already started on a glass of rosé when Sam arrived at the tasting room. Oh my God. A bundled-up goth chick came running up and threw her arms around me. You have no idea how much I needed this. I squeezed her back. It's been too long. Really, it has. I love Roberto and I'm glad my grandmother is dating him, but it's kind of sad that her social life is more active than mine. Sam studied the bottles of wine on the table. Are we staying here or going to your place? We're going out. Choose your poison. I waved my hand toward the bottles. I think I'm sticking with rosé tonight. Sam's eyebrows climbed dramatically. That's tame of you. Normally you go for bold reds. Now what should I do? Such choices. She picked up the Merlot. Okay, I'm ready. I took a second bottle of rosé just in case, then tugged on my knit hat. Let's start walking. I have so much to tell you. One of our winter promotions was taking place tonight in the dining room, so there was a good-sized crowd. I felt bad not sticking around to help, but Mikey and Celeste seemed to have everything under control last I checked. Glancing over at Adam behind the bar, I asked, "Would you mind putting these away, pretty please?" Adam gave me a thumbs up. "No problem." "And will you tell the chef we're ready for dinner?" "Aye, aye, boss." "Thank you, Adam." Sam and I went outside, where the early evening cold whipped straight through our coats. "Eep," she said. "Hurry." We power-walked with our wine in the direction of the cottage. "Wait, why are we going this way?" she asked. "Aren't you on the other side?" We're going to the cottage. Oh, fun. I haven't been out there since you were building it. Is this why you told me to bring my bathing suit? Yep. There's a jacuzzi on the deck. We can relax in there after dinner. Sounds fab. So catch me up. How are you doing? How's the wine biz? I don't really know where to start. What does that mean? I think I need a glass of wine in my hand when I tell you, because it is a lot. The wind picked up, fiercely blowing across the frozen ground, and my teeth began to chatter. Sam and I picked up our pace, nearly jogging to the cottage. Was there a storm coming? I hadn't checked the weather earlier, thanks to the red blotch drama. When we got inside, she put the bottle on the island. Holy shit, it's cold out. She unzipped her jacket and tossed it onto the new couch. Wow, this place looks great. Very minimalist. Elegant. Good job, Mags. It wasn't so much my design as it was Vito's, but I didn't say that. Instead, I opened the wine bottles to let them breathe. Then I found glasses in the cabinet. Vito's cappuccino cup was still in the sink. I stared at it for a beat, thinking about his strong hands cradling the ceramic, his mouth hugging the edge of the rim. His gorgeous, capable mouth. Sam made a noise. Mags, I think one of your renters left behind a pair of shoes. I looked over and found her examining Vito's running shoes that I had returned. No, those belong to the current tenant. She blinked at me, her lips parting. There's a renter here? Her eyes swung to the staircase. Like, right now? No. Let's sit in the jacuzzi and I'll explain. While she went to change, I darted outside and turned on the jacuzzi. Then I came back in and used the upstairs bathroom to change into my suit. Little touches of Vito were everywhere, like his hair gel, contacts case and solution, a razor. The room even smelled like his fancy Italian body wash. I bit my lip, my ears growing warm. Was I blushing? I stared in the mirror and tried to cool my overheated skin. Sam would definitely notice. By the time I returned, she was drinking her wine and staring at the espresso machine. This looks new. It wouldn't have anything to do with that Italian man who came into the cafe and asked where to buy one, would it? When was that? Oh, a few days ago. He was very handsome, mid-30s. Graham gave him John's information when he asked about a contractor. She pinned me with a knowing stare. You wouldn't happen to know him, would you? He's staying here. Realization dawned, and she nodded. He's the renter. More like a guest, owner, boss. What? No more questions until we're in the jacuzzi. We took our wine and hurried into the warm water. When our teeth stopped chattering from the short dash in the freezing cold, she flicked water in my direction. Let's hear it. What is going on out here? So I told her. I started with my one-night stand, then Vito's arrival after he won the winery from my brother, his move to the cottage, bringing Carlo here, his brother, the alley, last night. Finally, I ended with the red blotch. I think you broke my brain, Sam said, blinking rapidly. An Italian mob boss who lives in Toronto owns the majority of your winery. Yes. And you slept with him both before and after he took over. Yes. I wasn't proud of it, but it was the truth. But you never repeat. It's one of your rules. I shifted in the warm water and took a long swallow of rosé. It's not a rule. I don't have rules. Yeah, you do. No more locals, no repeats. You declared it last year at book club. Even wrote it on a napkin. I was also pretty drunk at the time. You're focusing on the wrong thing. I'm telling you that I've lost almost everything and you're worried about my drunken declarations. Is he kicking you off the property? Is he hiring new staff? No. I cupped some bubbles in my hand and watched them bounce in the water. He says he wants to be an absentee investor, but he wants to rename the winery after his family. Oh, Max. Sam's voice was kind. That has to sting.
Yep, it sure does.
Do you like him? I opened my mouth to say, of course not, but I couldn't get the words out. I remembered how calm he'd been this morning when I was freaking out over the diseased vines. How he'd found me in the cave and carried me out here to take care of me. How much I liked being with him, in bed and out of it. What was it he'd said? Sono fottuto? I'm fucked. Yes, sono fottuto indeed. I think I might. I whispered the confession into the bowl of my wineglass. Then I took a long drink, like I could wash the words away. My gaze remained locked on Sam. She shook her head slightly, her eyes big and wide. I don't know what to say.
You can say it. I'm an idiot.
Stop, you're not an idiot. You're attracted to him, obviously. You hit on him at the casino, after all. And listen, it's no secret you've been busting your ass the past few years trying to keep this place going. So maybe a rich investor is just what you need. I'm worried you're going to get hurt, though.
Me too.
I can't have feelings for him. He has to go back to Toronto in a few weeks. And it wasn't like Vito wanted to date me. He kept reminding me this was nothing serious. And he's in the Mafia, Sam reminded me. Let's not forget that part.
Yeah, I know.
I wonder... She stared off into the distance.
You wonder what?
It's making me think back to something that happened in the cafe this morning. You remember Jimmy Tate from school? When I nodded, she continued. His mother comes in every morning to get a large iced chai latte, 2 shots with oat milk. Today, she was nearly in tears. Apparently, he didn't come home yesterday or last night. Thanks to the cafe, Sam always knew every piece of gossip in town.
Yeah, but didn't Jimmy join a motorcycle gang? That shit is dangerous.
I guess, but I saw Brittany Campbell the day before last. Remember how she started dancing at Sparkles when her dad skipped out on her mom? Anyway, she said there was a hot Italian guy at the club the other day asking about the motorcycle guys that had been hanging around there. Jimmy Tate was one of them. Sparkles. Italian guy. Shit. Vito went to a strip club the other afternoon. Brittany didn't give me his name, but he told her he was married to a woman named Maggie. I nearly slipped off the spa bench.
What the fuck?
Sam looked entirely too pleased with herself at my reaction.
You're making that up, I said.
Nope. Feel free to text her and ask her yourself.
I would do no such thing.
If it was true, I didn't want to know. That would only mess with my head even more. Steadying myself, I got back to the point of the story. Why would Vito go after Jimmy Tate? It doesn't make any sense. Sam sipped her wine and stared up at the sky. Stranger things have happened. Like a woman breaking her no-repeats rule for a guy who won her winery in a poker game. I told you, it isn't a rule. Sure. Listen, are you safe around this guy? Because if he is responsible for something happening to Jimmy, you could be at risk.
Vito would never hurt me.
Are you sure about that? I didn't even need to think about it. Yes, I am. Besides, you've seen Luca with Val. These guys might be violent around other men, but they don't hurt women. Luca and Val are married. Her lips twisted playfully. Though it sounds like Vito already considers the two of you married. I splashed her face with water. Before either of us could say anything else, a deep, Italian-accented voice cut through the sound of the bubbling jets.
Cazzo, this weather!
A miserable-looking Massimo appeared out of the darkness. He wore only his white chef coat, which was rolled up on his tattooed forearms, and carried a rectangular chafing dish. "Hey, Maz," I called. "You can put that inside. We'll get out now." He hurried across the deck and darted into the cottage. I glanced over at Sam. "Ready? Grab a towel quickly. It's going to be really cold." She put a hand on my arm. "Wait, is that the brother?" "Yep, that's Vito's brother, Massimo. Currently our chef." Sam bit her lip and looked longingly at the door where Muzz had just disappeared. Wowza. Slow down, girl. He has a girlfriend back in Italy. Okay, let's go. I'm starving. We braced for the bitter freeze and grabbed our wine. I didn't even stop to wrap the towel around me, just darted into the cottage. Sam did the same. We dried off and Sam put her hoodie on over her suit. As Muzz set out plates filled with food, I asked, "Why didn't you wear a coat?" He rubbed his arms and his lips were light blue.
I had no idea it was this fucking cold, or else I would have.
Borrow Vito's jacket. I pointed to a puffy down coat hanging by the door. He never wears that one. Hi, I'm Sam. Sam got very close to Massimo and held out her hand. Muzz angled toward her and gave her a devastating smile dripping with charm as they shook hands.
Ciao, signorina. I am Massimo D'Agostino.
Sam's skin turned red as she stared up at him. Thank you for dinner. It looks delicious. She hadn't even glanced at the food, the little liar. I clapped my hands once. Okay, thanks, Muzz. You're amazing, but we wouldn't want to keep you. I'm sure you have dinner service to oversee.
I do need to get back.
He bent to kiss Sam's cheeks.
Ciao, Bella.
Then he walked over to me, probably to do the same, but I held up my hand. Save it, Romeo. Get out of here. He chuckled, not offended in the least.
Your loss. Buonasera, signorine. Enjoy.
Sam sighed when Massimo left. I rolled my eyes and lowered myself onto one of the bar stools. You are so transparent. Are you going to drool over his food like you drooled over him? Maybe. She sat next to me and put the cloth napkin on her lap. Oh my God, chocolate cake and cannoli? And that pasta dish smells amazing. There was also broiled fish and vegetables. I think I need to move out here if this is how you're eating every night. Sure, it's because of the food. I picked up the cannoli. Let's start with dessert. Sam's cell buzzed and she answered it. Hey, Gram, what's up? Her eyes grew bigger as her grandmother spoke. Oh, boy. Okay, I'll head back in 10 or 15. A pause. No, I only had one glass. Graham said something back. Don't worry, I'll switch to water. You and Roberto don't need to worry about me. What is it? I asked when Sam disconnected. She said a big storm is on the way. We're supposed to get 8 inches of snow tonight. Did you hear anything about it? I didn't check, to be honest. Today has been nuts. Same, we were so busy that I had to skip lunch. Well, let's eat. Then we'll get you on the road so you can make it home safely. We both glanced outside. 2 flakes appeared in the wind, then 3 more. I frowned. Storms could blow in quickly out here, and the roads were narrow back to town. Maybe you should take your food to go. Sam got off her stool and grabbed her clothes. That's probably a good idea. Chapter 17. Maggie. The snow started falling hard around 8:30. Dots of thick white flakes obscured the windows as I stared out into the darkness. Sam left about 45 minutes ago. Shortly after, she texted to say she was safe at home, snuggled under a blanket and watching Bridgerton reruns with her grandmother and Roberto. So where was Vito? Was he out driving in this? Nibbling on my thumbnail, I stared at my phone. He hadn't texted to check in. Should I text him? Or was that too coupley? I already touched base with Mikey and Massimo. They shut down the dining room when the snow started and sent everyone home, and Carlo was safe at the B&B after driving the samples to Cornell. Other than Vito, no one else was out in this storm. But he wasn't my responsibility. He was a grown-ass man. If he was stupid enough to get caught in this storm, then that was on him. Right? So why was I staring out the window and worrying about him like some 1950s housewife? It felt a little too pathetic for my liking. I went to the kitchen and found my glass of wine. I had nothing to worry about here. We still had power and a backup generator standing by. Plenty of food, thanks to Vito's stocked fridge and Massimo's dinner delivery. and I had water and wine. What else did I need to wait out a storm? Taking my drink over to the new sofa, I sat and turned on the big screen TV. I pulled up a streaming service and navigated to my favorite anime show, then dragged the fluffy throw blanket over me. Was this blanket new? I didn't remember it, but it seemed crazy that Vito would bother to accessorize. The episodes blurred one after the other. I paused a few times for breaks, like for more wine and to use the bathroom. I found bags of microwave popcorn and made one. The snow was accumulating outside in drifts, along the door and around the window panes. I checked my messages. Still nothing. Cool. I wasn't worried about him, and he clearly wasn't worried about me. Returning to the couch, I munched on popcorn and turned the show back on. It took place in Imperial China, and there was an apothecary who used her skills to solve mysteries. I was obsessed. 2 episodes later, I looked at my phone again. No texts. It wouldn't hurt to see if there were any major traffic accidents in the area, would it? I pulled up the news and scrolled, searching for any information I could find. Nope, nothing. Maybe Maz had heard from his brother. I could keep the conversation casual and hopefully not come across like a psycho stalker. Everything okay over there? Dots immediately appeared as he typed his response.
Tell my brother to calm down. I'm fine.
So Maz thought Vito was with me. I didn't want to worry him, so I sent back a thumbs up. The flakes fell faster now, a white blur going past the windows. There would be little to no visibility on the roads, and I couldn't take it anymore. This was ridiculous and inconsiderate. Vito orders me to be here, then he can't be bothered to check in, even during a terrible storm? What a fucking prick. I pulled up our earlier text exchange. I'm okay, in case you were wondering. Hope you aren't dead in a ditch somewhere. No response. I tossed my phone on the coffee table and stretched out on the couch, then restarted my show. I tried not to look outside. A little while later, without warning, the door to the deck flew open. A large figure in a long overcoat stumbled in, snow clinging to every surface. Holy shit, it was Vito. The knot in my stomach eased as I sat up, watching as he closed the door behind him. He was moving awkwardly, stiffly as he unbuttoned his overcoat. Was he frozen solid? Did you get my texts? I asked. When he turned, I saw a tear in his sweater, right along his ribs. The edges were stained red. What the fuck? Was that blood? I was off the couch in a flash and moving closer to get a better look. Are you hurt? What happened to you? He held up his hand.
I'm fine. A scratch.
That looks like more than a scratch. He started to take his overcoat off, but then winced. I jumped into action, pulling the sides of the coat off his shoulders and down his arms. He hissed when the wool dragged along his wound. Sorry, I apologized as I hung up his coat to dry. Then he was there, in my space, with one hand coming up to hold my jaw. There was pain reflected in his eyes, but also something else, something I hadn't seen before. Without saying anything, he lowered his head and pressed his cold lips to mine, and we kissed for a long minute. No tongue, just the simple brush of our lips over and over again. This kiss wasn't filled with passion or excitement. It was filled with relief, gratitude, comfort. Finally, he pulled back and whispered,
You have no fucking idea how happy I am to find you here, Angioletto mio.
I swallowed heavily, my chest fluttering. Baby, you're wet and bloody. Let's get you into a shower to warm up.
Only if you come with me.
I nodded and reached out to help him. He shook his head.
I'm fine. It stings, but I'm okay.
I wasn't so sure about that. I wanted to take a look at his wound and see what kind of care he needed. I went up the stairs, Vito right behind me. Once in the bathroom, I started the shower as he tried to toe off his dress shoes. He winced with every movement. Taking pity on him, I bent down and unknotted the frozen laces. We really need to get you a pair of boots. When his shoes were off, I peeled off his wet socks, then unbuckled his trousers. He rested against the counter, silent, and let me undress him. I could feel his gaze watching me carefully as I slid his trousers off his hips and down his legs. I didn't stop to admire him because his olive skin had turned so pale. Cold? Pain? Both? Steam filled the room as I rose to deal with his sweater. He'd already taken off his watch, so I worked the fabric off his good side, leaving the injured side for last. I lifted the bloody fabric off his ribs, but he didn't so much as twitch. I got the sweater over his head and off his other arm. A large gash on his ribs oozed blood. What happened?
Let's get in the hot water.
An evasion, a Vito special. I shoved his briefs off, letting them fall to his feet, and he stepped out of them. I put him into the shower, then quickly undressed myself. When I closed the glass door behind me, I found him under the spray, leaning against the tile, eyes closed. The color had returned to his skin, which I found encouraging, but blood was tinting the water as it ran across the tile. Not so encouraging. You may need stitches, I told him, peering at the wound. It looked jagged and angry, but as the blood washed away to reveal the skin underneath, maybe it wasn't as bad as I first thought.
It's nothing,
he repeated. Vito, it's not life-threatening, but it's not nothing, either. He cracked one eye.
It's a scrape. The car slid off the road and into a snowdrift. I was helping to push it out and injured myself on a fence.
You shouldn't have been driving in this. What's wrong with you? Do you have a death wish?
No. I wanted to get back here. To you.
I gaped at him. I didn't know what to say. One large hand reached out to cup the back of my neck and tug me closer.
We were already halfway here when the snow started falling in earnest. I told them to keep going. I didn't want you alone here in the storm.
My insides melted into a pile of jelly. This man was so infuriating, but also so sweet. Vito. I whispered his name like a long, soft sigh as I kissed his chin. Mio dolce bello, I tried, piecing together words I knew. His fingertips pressed harder into my skin, and he gave me a sexy half-grin.
Il mio dolce bell'uomo,
he corrected. Il mio dolce bell'uomo, I repeated clumsily. My terrible pronunciation didn't seem to bother him. He twisted us so my back was up against the tile and his shoulders blocked the hot water. Then he captured my mouth. I forgot about his injury as I kissed him back, clinging, my head spinning in the warm mist, and an ache settled deep in my belly. His tongue trailed the seam of my lips, then pushed inside, flicking, stroking mine, his body looming over me. It was crazy how easily this man turned me on. He braced his hands on the wall above me, his lips trailing down my jaw, along my neck.
Were you worried about me?
He rasped before sinking his teeth into my skin. No, I lied, then reached down to caress his semi-hard cock.
Cazzata.
He licked the sensitive spot behind my ear.
Keep tugging my cock. You're making me feel better.
Oh, right, his wound. I glanced down to make sure he was okay. Blood slid down his body and gathered with the droplets of water around his groin. He was fully hard now, his erection coated red, as was my hand. Vito, shit.
Are you scared of a little blood, Bella?
No, of course not. I'd seen more injuries than I could count over the years at the winery.
Then don't stop.
He put his hand on top of mine, and we stroked together.
It feels so good.
Red-tinted water ran over his dick and our hands as he slid through my grip. My clit pulsed. I didn't think I'd ever seen anything so wrong, so deviant, so hot, in my life. He was bleeding all over both of us. Where did you go today?
To pick up my sister from JFK.
I paused, this news settling like spoiled wine. Why hadn't I known this? You have a sister? And she's here?
Yes and yes.
He rocked his hips once impatiently.
Finish me with hard, short strokes.
Maybe I'm not ready to finish you yet. I reached with my other hand to cup his balls, pulling gently. He grunted in response, eyelashes fluttering as a tremor went through him.
Diavolina,
he growled.
Do as I say.
I nuzzled his jaw with my nose. Why is your sister here?
Because I asked her to come. No more questions, Bella.
He began thrusting, his hips snapping, and I watched his cock glide through my grip, every push causing his abs to flex. Lean and strong, this man's body was a goddamn crime. More blood trickled from his wound as he moved, but I didn't want to stop. I liked driving him wild, seeing him so frenetic and desperate for my touch.
Fuck yes. Squeeze me.
I tightened my fist and worked the sensitive head. He liked to talk right before I climaxed, pushing me over the edge, so I decided to return the favor. I told him exactly what I was thinking. You're so sexy, baby. The sexiest man I've ever seen. I think about your cock all the time, how it's so thick and stretches my pussy until I feel like I might pass out, how I want to be on my knees for you. Fuck, he called out, his palms slapping the tile. Then his shaft swelled and pulsed in my hand, jets of cum shooting between us, coating my hand and mixing with the blood, and I stared at his handsome face, now slack with pleasure. Emotions rioted through me, giddiness and exhilaration, longing and obsession. Too many to name, but they combined somewhere near my heart, cracking it open and flooding the organ I'd spent so long trying to protect. This sure didn't feel like just sex, and I wasn't sure I'd ever recover from this man. Sono fottuto. Whatever I was feeling, I couldn't ever let him know. I'd keep these unwanted feelings to myself. I wouldn't cling, I wouldn't beg. He'd return to Toronto and I would get on with my life. It would be hard, but it wasn't like I hadn't experienced loss before. Losing Vito was nothing compared to losing both your parents in one tragic afternoon. Eventually, I would be fine. When his spasms eased, he began kissing me softly.
I would have driven through a goddamn hurricane for this,
he whispered.
All I was thinking about was coming back to you.
Oh, God, why did he have to say things like that? Tongue thick and my throat tight with emotion, I whispered, Let's get out and I'll bandage up your side.
Vito. The cottage had a decent first aid kit, and a few butterfly closures took care of the worst of it. I sat on the bathroom counter while Maggie finished cleaning and bandaging the wound on my ribs. Paloma, as well as my men, argued over driving back tonight. They tried to keep me in Queens, saying it was too dangerous and we didn't have enough experience driving in snow. I wouldn't hear of it. Nothing was going to prevent my return. The thought of Maggie waiting in the cottage during the storm alone and worried was intolerable. So I took the wheel and the responsibility. The roads had been shit, the visibility practically nothing. But the SUV had four-wheel drive, so we went slowly, all of us silently concentrating on staying alive. Only once did we slide off the road into an embankment. It took all four of us, but we finally got the SUV back on the main road. My scrape, the only injury. Maggie's warm exhales coated my skin as she gently worked on me. I rested my hand on her back, just needing to touch her. The wound was nothing. I'd certainly had worse over the years, but I enjoyed her attention. First the hand job in the shower, now this. I was a glutton for anything she'd give me. "When was your last tetanus shot?" she asked. "Within the last few years. Don't worry." "That's a relief. At least you won't come down with lockjaw, which would be a real shame for such a talented mouth. Smiling, I tucked a piece of wet hair behind her ear. What did you do all night? My friend Sam and I hung out until the snow started. We used your jacuzzi and Ma's brought us dinner. There's some left if you're hungry. I was starving, actually. I hadn't eaten since this morning. Then what did you do? Watched this show I'm currently obsessed with? She squinted up at me. Do you watch much TV? Movies, yes. TV? No. Her eyebrows shot up. Not at all? Not really. The last full series I watched was when I was on the yacht with my brothers. What was the show? She reached for another butterfly bandage. Gomorrah, a Mafia crime drama set in Napoli. It made my brothers and I laugh all the time. Laugh because it wasn't realistic? It was realistic, but the characters were so stupid. No real mafioso would be so careless or reckless. How do you keep from getting arrested? My palm stroked her back as she leaned over. Do you really want to know? Yes, why else would I ask? Her tone was sharp, but I liked it. Her rough edges didn't bother me. Most of what we do is legal. It's easier to hide the bad stuff that way. If you know how to work the laws, you can do almost anything and get away with it. So you're saying everyone is corrupt? People who play by the rules get taken advantage of. You'll never get ahead by being nice or fair. D'Agostino's were taught this lesson from the cradle. That's pretty harsh. She placed a bigger hydrocolloid bandage over the butterflies, then smoothed it with her fingertips. Did you have something to do with a biker that's missing? Despite my shock, I forced myself to stay loose, relaxed. What are you talking about? She straightened, confusion etched into the lines of her face. Something Sam said tonight. One of the dancers at Sparkles told her there was a hot Italian man there asking about some bikers, and now one of those bikers has gone missing. Fucking small towns. I hadn't expected the gossip to start this soon, or for it to reach Maggie so quickly, but I couldn't tell her the truth. I couldn't admit that I'd killed Jimmy because he'd murdered Gaetano. I leaned closer to her ear and lowered my voice. I like that you think this hot Italian man is me. Vito, I'm serious. She pulled back to search my face. I know what you do is dangerous, but I know Jimmy. He wasn't a bad guy. She was definitely wrong about that, but I had no choice except to lie. I never looked away, kept my voice even. I went in to ask about the bikers, yes. After what happened to your former chef and that biker hanging around here, I wanted to make sure you were safe. Which was true, even if I didn't tell her the whole story. Oh. She relaxed and closed her eyes briefly. That's a relief. This is why I want to improve your security here. There are bad men in these gangs. I don't want you at risk. I'm not at risk. No one would hurt me here. There's no reason to. You don't know that for certain. The world is harsh, Angeletto mio. Maybe your world, but not mine. Nothing bad ever happens in Paisano. I smoothed her hair back, rubbing my thumb on her temple. Your world is my world, at least for as long as I'm here. She nibbled on her lip and seemed to think this over. Then she began putting the medical supplies away. How did you end up in Toronto? My brother is married to the daughter of a boss there. That boss grew too sick, and I was given the territory. Ah, so you're a Nepo baby. Her mouth twisted, like she'd amused herself. I dug my fingers into her ribs, tickling her, and was rewarded when she squirmed and tried to escape. I held her fast, though. I know what this means, I growled, continuing to torture her. And you will pay for it. She slipped out of my grip, a big grin on her beautiful face. Too bad you're weak and injured. I will show you weak. I jumped off the counter and started for her, but she ducked out of the bathroom. In the bedroom, she dragged on one of my hoodies. The gray fabric fell to her knees, and I was momentarily distracted by how good she looked in it. Fuck, she was adorable. I'll heat up some food while you get dressed, she said as she walked out. She wore no panties. I ran a hand down my face as blood rushed to my cock. I was going to play with her pussy the first chance I got. Collecting my damp clothes, I decided to do laundry. Maggie's lack of underwear probably had more to do with not having clean clothes here than any attempt to seduce me. Not like she had to work hard on that front. The woman only needed to look in my direction and I was ready to fuck her through the floor. I took her clothes and mine along with our wet towels to the washing machine on the bottom level and started it. When I came into the kitchen, she was pulling a plate out of the microwave. "Did you just start laundry?" I came up behind her and let my hands slide up her bare thighs. "I thought you might like some clean clothes, though I have decided you don't need to wear panties." I smoothed over her ass, then reached around to cup her pussy. She let her head fall back on my shoulder. "A man who does laundry is super hot." "Yeah? Watching you fold it might give me an orgasm." The words were ridiculous, but they made me grin. She did that a lot. "Is that all it takes? Housework?" "Yes. I'm a goner for a man who helps around the house." Was this from experience? She wasn't a virgin when we first met at the casino, and I was suddenly jealous of all the other men she'd fucked over the years. I let her go and went to the refrigerator. "Would you like sparkling water?" "Yes, please." As she heated the food, I retrieved silverware and drinks, setting everything out on the bar. The snow was still coming down at a decent clip, with at least 12 centimeters already on the ground. "This cottage needs a fireplace," I told her. "We thought about it, but it was too much money." She set one plate on the island, then put another in the microwave. "We built the second deck off the master bedroom instead." "Does your house have a fireplace?" "No, but your brother will be warm if that's what you're worried about. The heat won't go out." I took a swig from my water. "I'm not worried about Maz. He can take care of himself." "Where's your sister staying?" "With Maz, at your house." Her lips parted on a swift intake of breath as she whipped around to face me. "Excuse me? Is this a problem?" "Well, it would have been nice if you'd asked me, considering it's my house and everything." My brain tripped over her words. I wasn't used to asking anyone's permission, but this woman deserved my respect. Blood rushed in my ears, embarrassment coursing through me. "You are right, of course. Perdonami, Bella. I hope you don't mind." She shook her head, clearly exasperated. "Start eating. You don't need to wait on me." I had manners, so I didn't touch my silverware. When she finished reheating the other plate, she sat next to me and kissed my cheek. "Eat, baby." I placed one hand on her thigh and started eating with the other. Maz had cooked one of my favorite dishes, a monkfish piccata in a lemony butter sauce. There was also crab carbonara spaghetti. I was in heaven. Even reheated, both were delicious. "I didn't think I'd like crab pasta, but your brother knows what he's doing," Maggie said. "I'll be sad when he leaves." I would also hate to see Maz go. Though we hadn't spent much time together here, it was nice having him around. But I knew he wanted to return to his ragazza, so I wouldn't push him to stay. Has Michael started looking for a new chef? She chewed and swallowed. "I'm not sure. I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't asked. Do you know when Massimo intends to leave?" "No, but I can ask him tomorrow." "It would be great if he could stay at least through Valentine's Day. That's one of our busiest nights of the year." "I'm sure he would be amenable, if you're willing to put him up a little longer at your house." "Oh, right. This place is booked." She twirled pasta on her fork. "Are you—" When she didn't finish her thought, I squeezed her leg. "Am I what?" "Are you going back to Toronto before then?" "Yes." "Cool. Cool." The way she said it implied anything but cool. "Would you like for me to stay longer?" I couldn't, but it would be nice to know what she was thinking. "That's up to you." She hedged. Not meeting my eyes, she brought a bite of monkfish to her mouth. I'm asking what you want. Well, I want $1 billion in world peace, but we don't always get what we want. I didn't push. The conversation was pointless because I couldn't stay. My life was there. Unless she was interested in moving, there wasn't anything I could do. Wait, did I want her to move? The fork fell from my hand, clattering against the porcelain. Perdonami, I said, and used my napkin to clean up the sauce that splattered onto the marble. You okay? Is it your wound? No, I'm fine. We ate in silence for a few minutes. Then she reached for her sparkling water. Why is your sister here? Just for a visit? I asked her to move to Toronto for a little bit. Oh. She attacked her monkfish with renewed vigor. Tell me about Toronto. What do you like about it? Have you been? She shook her head as she chewed. I haven't gone anywhere except for a school trip once to New York City. There hasn't been time or the money for travel after my parents died. Allora, let's say you had the time and the money. Where would you go? I don't know. She lifted her shoulders. I haven't given it much thought. Cazzata. When she looked at me curiously, I said in English, bullshit. It's not cazzata. When you know you can't have something, it's pointless to dream about it. If that were true, then no one would have aspirations or goals. No one would set their sights on something and achieve it. She considered these, her brow furrowed. Well, I don't think that way. My dreams are about making the winery a success, putting Fiorentino wines on the map. Maybe I'd take a trip to Napa Valley or to Washington State to see how they do things out there, a research trip. Then why do you wear t-shirts for bands you've never seen and act envious when my brother tells you he's been to one of their concerts? She blinked a few times, like she was surprised I knew this. Yes, he told me about that. She concentrated on her plate. Just because I like a band doesn't mean I'm dying to see them live. But you'd like to. I mean, sure, most of them, I guess. But it's like saying you wear a wedding ring because you are secretly jealous of married people or dreaming of getting married. And we both know that isn't true. Sometimes we wear things and don't ascribe any meaning to them. Again, bullshit. That might be true for some people, but I sensed it wasn't the case with Maggie. I let it go. Toronto is great. It's a city that is walkable and filled with shops and culture, bars, nightlife, restaurants, and it's clean. Other than the winters, it's perfect. Where do you live? In a tall skyscraper overlooking the city, I bet. I did have a penthouse in the city that I sometimes used, but mostly I lived on the Mancini compound. The previous Don gifted me his estate. It's secure and in a prime location. He's been moved to a facility where he can get round-the-clock care. She pushed the pasta around her plate. You've probably traveled all over. While you guys were having your yacht orgies, I mean. I wiped my mouth with a napkin. Do not think those 4 years spent on a yacht were glamorous. The so-called orgies Maz told you about were rare. A way to stay sane when the isolation out on the ocean grew to be too much. Where did you sail to? I thought about it. Greece, Turkey, France, Spain, Portugal, Morocco, Croatia, Monaco. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. Wow. Which is your favorite? None of them. When she appeared ready to argue, I held up my hand. My favorite place on earth is Napoli. Nothing else compares to my home. She poked my thigh. You don't fool me, Vito D'Agostino. You're soft and squishy inside. That was enough insight into my life. I set my napkin on the counter, then bent to throw her over my shoulder on my good side. I smacked her bare ass, causing her to squeal, and started walking toward the stairs. There is nothing soft about me, diavoletta mia.
Chapter 18. Maggie. The bed was cold when I woke up. Slivers of light rimmed the edges of the blackout shades Vito had installed, so it was obviously daytime. Reaching, I grabbed my phone to check the time. Shit, it was almost 9. Why'd he let me sleep this late? I didn't like to deviate from my routine if I could help it. Rolling out of bed, I found my laundry, clean and folded, on the nightstand. Damn, I'd missed watching Vito fold it. I stretched the aches out of my muscles in the bathroom. That man had worn me out last night. After dinner, he gave me superlative oral, then another orgasm as he fucked me in all the various positions. He should have been exhausted, considering his drive and injury and hand job, but his dick had been unstoppable. After I brushed my teeth and got dressed, I grabbed my phone and started for the stairs. Was he drinking cappuccino and working? I hoped he was wearing his glasses. I might have to give him a blowjob, if that were the case. Multiple voices reached my ears when my foot hit the top step. Oh, was someone here with him? I couldn't tell what was being said. Then I heard a woman laugh, loudly. Who was that? Celeste? No, that wasn't what Celeste's laugh sounded like. I kept going, determined to find out what was happening. As I descended the stairs, their words became clearer, and I realized they were speaking Italian. When I finally reached the bottom, I froze, my mind taking in the scene. A gorgeous, dark-haired woman stood in the kitchen with Vito and Massimo, a cappuccino cup in her hand. She was tall, late 20s maybe, with flawless olive skin and eyebrows sculpted to perfection. Her hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail, which accented the hollows of her cheekbones, and her lips had to be cosmetically enhanced. No way they were naturally so full and lush. Paloma, the sister. I'd totally forgotten about her. "Hi," I said as they all glanced over. "I'm Maggie. You must be Paloma." "Ciao, Maggie," the would-be model said as she put out her hand. "It is nice to meet you. Maz has told me so many nice things about you." Maz, not Vito. I licked my boring, plain lips as I shook her hand. "Hello, it's nice to meet you as well." Vito's palm settled on my back, and he rubbed me gently.
Would you like a cappuccino, Bella?
Sure. He moved to the fancy machine, and I stood there, not sure what to do or say. This wasn't awkward. Nope, not at all. Vito and Muz had a sister, a beautiful, glamorous sister, who was now inside the cottage at my winery. I was surrounded by D'Agostinos. And Paloma was everything Carlos said Mafia women were like. Trophies, gorgeous enough to show off and make other men jealous. My jeans, hoodie, and baseball hat weren't exactly on par with her sleek designer trousers and sweater. And she was wearing heels. In the snow. This was the type of woman Vito would end up with. I tried not to feel deflated. No one spoke as Vito made the cappuccino.
How was the food last night?
Massimo finally asked. I latched onto the topic eagerly. So good. Thank you for bringing it out to us.
Prego. I'm glad you were safe here with my brother during the storm.
Vito handed me a cappuccino, and I accepted it gratefully. Thank you. When he started to turn, I grabbed his arm. How is your wound this morning?
Wound?
Massimo barked.
Che cazzo? You are hurt?
Vito snapped something in Italian to his brother, and this caused both of his siblings to frown. Paloma put her cup down on the marble. She gestured to his shirt, clearly giving him orders of some kind. Vito argued, expression darkening, and I felt even more foolish. He clearly hadn't wished for anyone to know about his wound, and I'd inadvertently spilled the beans. The arguments in their language continued, and my awkwardness compounded. All three of them forgot about me as their family drama played out. I listened, but it became increasingly clear that these people didn't want or need me here. I had to give Paloma credit. She didn't seem like the type to give up or back down. As if to prove my point, she smacked Vito's hands out of the way, then lifted up his t-shirt. She hissed through her teeth. "Idiota," I heard her say. I glanced out the window, the white landscape filling my vision. There were times when I was surrounded by people, but felt incredibly lonely. This was one of those moments. My therapist once said it was because I kept myself emotionally disconnected from others. I didn't know if that was true or not, but it sucked to feel like an outsider looking in. Was I jealous of their family dynamic? Maybe a tiny bit. But really, why was I here? I wasn't Vito's girlfriend or wife. I wasn't part of this family. As nice as everything was last night, I couldn't forget the truth, even as something inside me broke at the thought. Paloma and Massimo were still examining Vito's bandage, while he grumbled at them. I was dying to see for myself, but he was in good hands. I'm not needed. He doesn't need me. I couldn't even understand what they were saying. Setting down my cup, I went looking for my boots.
"Maggie, che cosa?"
Vito said loudly.
"What are you doing?"
I should get going. I drew on my boots as quickly as I could manage, not even bothering to tie them. Lots to do, you know?
"No, I don't know."
He came toward me, his mouth tight and unhappy.
"I heard from Michael, and he said everything is fine in the main buildings. There's nothing pressing at the moment."
Well, I'd like to see for myself. Besides, you should catch up with your family.
"I'd like for you to stay. Drink your cappuccino. Don't pressure her, fratello."
This was from Paloma. If she needs to leave, let her leave. I looked over at Vito's sister, whose expression was not friendly in the least. Her brown gaze was hard and challenging, like she saw right through me. It was clear she wanted me gone, and the deep chasm between Vito's life and mine had never felt wider. I reached for my jacket and felt Vito's hand on my hip.
"Angelo, per favore,"
he whispered.
"Tell me what's wrong."
Nothing. Everything's fine. There's just a lot to do after a big storm like this, and you should enjoy being with your siblings.
"You think I can't do that with you here?"
That hit a little too close to what I was feeling, so I patted his chest. That's not it at all. Listen, we'll catch up later, okay? His hand pressed into my hip as he stared down at me through his sexy glasses. With his rumpled hair and unshaven jaw, he was seriously fucking hot. If we were alone, I would definitely be treating his body like an amusement park ride. But right now, I just wanted to leave. "See you later," I said quietly, then broke free of his hold. "Nice to meet you," I called. "Bye, Maz." I slipped out of the door and went into the cold. Snow crunched beneath my boots as I tugged on my jacket, and I made sure to step in the footprints that Maz and Paloma made earlier. There had to be at least 8 inches of snow on the ground. My chest felt hollow, which was silly. So what if Paloma didn't like me? So what if Vito was going back to Toronto soon, taking his sister with him? So what if I would miss him? So what if I'd fallen for him and he didn't love me back? That was the way the world worked. It wasn't fair, and often it hurt. One minute you had 2 loving parents, and the next they were ripped out of your life, killed in a stupid accident. After that, I never expected candy hearts and balloons. And this morning had been the reminder I needed.
Vito. Chest tight, I watched Maggie trudge away in the snow. Something was off. Something sent her running away from me. This time, though, I had a good idea what or who was responsible. Turning, I glared at my sister. Was that necessary? Paloma lifted one dark eyebrow. You were trying to force her to stay when she clearly wanted to leave. I was on her side. You were rude to her. Paloma didn't deny it. Instead, she looked at Maz. Molto innamorato, deeply in love. Stai zitto, I snapped and carried Maggie's cup over to the sink. I told you, was my brother's reply. Vito, Paloma said. She must be strong to be a D'Agostino. If she can't withstand a little challenge now and again, then she is not the right woman for you. I folded my arms and leaned against the counter. When the time comes, I will decide who is the right woman for me, Sorellina. Not you, not Mas, and certainly not Enzo, capisce? She held up her hands, but there was a secret smile playing at the edges of her lips. Understood. And you will apologize to her. My sister inclined her head and walked over to sit on the stool next to Massimo. If that is what you want, then yes, I will apologize. Massimo covered his mouth with his hand and muttered something under his breath. Paloma nodded in understanding. What did you say? I asked my brother. Cheerfully, he said. I told her that you were going to marry Maggie, so we should be nice to her. I rubbed my jaw, wondering why I was cursed with the world's most annoying siblings. I wasn't going to marry Maggie, but arguing this seemed pointless. Maz and Paloma would believe whatever they wanted. They always did. Meeting my sister's stare, I asked, Are you ready to hear why I asked you to come? She smirked. I thought it was to meet your fiancé, no? I didn't take the bait. Instead, I pulled open a kitchen drawer where I'd stashed some cigarettes. I quickly lit one and inhaled, my nostrils flaring as I drew the chemicals into my lungs. Exhaling, I felt myself relax ever so slightly. Before I could speak, my sister was pointing at the cigarette. Put that out. You're going to stink up this place. Reaching behind me, I flicked open the kitchen window to let in cold air. Happy? I don't like you smoking. My sister held her cappuccino cup in front of her mouth so I couldn't see it, then said something to my brother. With a wry grin, he said, Si, certo. Cazzo madre di Dio, I snarled. I will throw you both out if you don't stop talking about me. Paloma's smile was all teeth. I asked Massimo if you'd started smoking more often because of your ragazza. I put the cigarette out and threw away the stub. They were doing their best to get under my skin, and I had to remain calm, focused. Paloma, I would like for you to serve as my consigliere. Her mouth fell open, and she slowly lowered the cup in her hands to set it on the marble. Maz shifted in his chair, his gaze on the island, but I would address my sister first. She blinked a few times. Vito, I don't know what to say. Shouldn't you be asking Maz? I glanced at my brother, who still hadn't looked up. He's welcome to the position at any time. But it's my understanding that he doesn't want it. I don't, Massimo confirmed, heaving a sigh. But it's weird hearing you offer it to someone else. Maz, Paloma said, tugging on his shirt sleeve. You should do it. The position is rightfully yours. No. I asked to get out, and now I'm out. Massimo blew out a breath toward the ceiling. Give me one of those cigarettes, fratello. I didn't know whether he was serious or not, so I took the pack out of the drawer and tossed it to him. He dug out a stick and lit it. You two are gross, Paloma said, waving the smoke away from her. And I'm telling Enzo that you're both trying to get cancer. I rolled my eyes. Not if you're my consigliere, sorellina. Everything stays between us, no matter what. That means you can't even tell Maz, let alone Enzo. She tapped her manicured nails on the marble. That makes having brothers a lot less fun. I love gossiping about the three of you to each other. It's a never-ending game of who I can piss off the most. You should say yes, Maz said to our sister. Vito needs one of us to help him, and it should be you. You're the smartest. Allora, this is true. She snatched the cigarette out of Maz's hand and took a long drag off it. When she gave the cigarette back, she asked, Why now? Why me? Because I need someone I can trust. Someone who gives good advice. I walked over to the island and took the cigarette out of my brother's fingers. I continued to smoke, not caring whether anyone liked it or not. I've been distracted, and I need someone to help me keep my head on straight. Her lips pressed together like she was trying not to laugh. I see. But won't that distraction clear up when you leave it here and return to Toronto? We all knew she was talking about Maggie, but I let it go. I'm expanding there into a number of different projects. It's a lot to manage, and I need someone at my side that I can trust implicitly. Tommaso would be my next logical choice. I shrugged. But he isn't a sibling. So I'm the last sibling standing, is that it? Don't be that way, Lo, Maz said, using her nickname. It should be you. And if you were a man, this wouldn't even be a question. You'd already be doing it. She rubbed her hands together like an evil mastermind. I do like the idea of stepping on all the misogynistic toes. I assume a lot of your people will be pissed, V. I don't give a fuck, your family. My family. I don't give a fuck either, she echoed. I've been dealing with men telling me I'm not as good as them my entire life. And women in the 'Ndrangheta aren't so rare anymore, Maz pointed out. They're taking over when the husbands go to prison. Paloma stared down at her cup, turning it back and forth on the marble with her hand. I need to think about it. I've worked hard to build a life for myself that has nothing to do with our family. It's different from Maz because I was never truly in the Ndrina. But it's nice to have my own bank account, earn my own money. I can sleep with whoever I want and stay out all night. She played with her bracelets, a nervous habit of hers. Papa kept such a tight leash on me. I can't go back to that. I held up my palms. I would never ask it or expect it of you. I will give you a salary, if you wish, into an account of your own that I cannot access. You'll need to leave at the compound with me, though. I can't promise you can have Min visit there, but I own a penthouse in the city you can use. My brother's apartment? She wrinkled her nose. No thanks. I'll buy my own place. I know how often you wash your sheets. That's Maz who never washes his sheets, I said, gesturing to our brother. Not me. Maz rose and stretched his arms over his head. Dai, fratello, don't pick on me, I'm on your side. He kissed the top of Paloma's head. I'm going home to sleep. If you want to smoke some and relax low, come join me. Otherwise, go apologize to Maggie and I'll see you around dinner time. Ciao, she said. Get some sleep. A presto, Maz called and then went to the door, leaving me alone with my sister. Paloma sipped her cappuccino, then said, Maggie seemed disconcerted by my presence. Does she think this is just sex? Or are there feelings involved? She insists it's just sex. Do you believe her? Because that girl, she pointed at the door where Maggie had disappeared, didn't act like this is just sex. She didn't. Paloma pressed her palms together and shook them to the ceiling. Madonna, save me from idiotic men. Have you seen the way she bandaged that meaningless scratch on your side? She took such care and precision with it, like you are precious to her, like you mean something to her. I put a hand on the bandage over my injury. Was this true? She has repeatedly said that I don't. Vito, have you told her how you feel? Confessed that you're in love with her? I'm not, please. She put out her hand to stop me. I've known you my whole life. I've seen you with women, and I can tell that you feel differently about this one. So can Maz. And you braved a fucking blizzard to get back here last night because of her. Now, if you want me as your consigliere, you have to listen to what I say, and believe me, and accept my advice. Not argue with me. So this is some kind of a test? Maybe? I braced my hands on the marble and leaned over, elbows straight. She lives here. I'm in Toronto. Nothing about that will change, even if I wanted it to. It might. If you asked her. If you told her how you feel. I wasn't a coward. I'd faced down any number of enemies, done unspeakable things in the name of the Brotherhood. Had tortured, maimed, killed, took over a goddamn city. But the idea of opening my heart to Maggie, it terrified me. My instinct told me she would reject me, that she didn't feel the same about me as I felt about her. I cleared my throat. She loves this place. It's her family's legacy, and she will never leave it. It's not her family's legacy any longer. It's yours. Priorities change, Vito. Maybe you could be her priority, if you gave it a chance. You don't understand how she feels about the vineyard. I'd witnessed her panic over the red blotch. She wouldn't even allow me to smoke around the vines, for fuck's sake. Paloma pursed her lips. Have you taken her on a proper date? Or just shagged her in this shabby little cottage? I winced, and a noise of disgust emerged from my sister's throat. Vito, mamma mia, Italians are romantic. We flirt like it's our job. We are lusty and passionate. Use your charm to get her to fall in love with you. There hasn't been time. I've been dealing with a number of headaches, which is why I need you here to help me. If you do 3 things for me, I will agree. Why did I sense I wouldn't like this? What are they? Uno, my own bank account that only I have access to. You will deposit $50,000 a month in it for me as a salary. Done. What else? Due, you buy me an apartment in your building in the city. The deed goes in my name. I waved my hand, rolling it as if to hurry her. Done. 3. You take your woman on a proper date. She held up a finger. And you tell her how you feel. The idea of it sat in my stomach like spoiled milk. I hadn't wrapped my head around how I felt yet, so how could I communicate it to Maggie? I needed to think about it and decide what I would say. Fuck. You're killing me, Lo. It's good for you. I know you probably had a plan for how this was going to go, and I'm ruining that plan, but sometimes you need to invite a little chaos into your life to shake things up. Turn it all upside down every now and again. I don't like chaos. We're all aware. But how can you find the best acorns if you don't rattle the tree every now and again? I did that once. It backfired on me. At 17, I went against my better judgment. Impulsively, I'd asked Simona to marry me without anyone's approval. I loved her and thought she loved me in return. I told that Troia I was disowning you, my father sneered, calling Simona a whore. I told her you would be a nobody, with no money, no ties to our family if the 2 of you married. The other option was to take a check and disappear. Can you guess which she chose? The humiliation had broken something inside me. Simona hadn't loved me. The whole time she was after the prestige, the money that came with being my wife. None of it had been real. Simona was a long time ago, Vito. You both were so young and Papa was a prick. This winery woman could be very good for you. I didn't say anything and she let out a heavy sigh. Okay, fratello. I can tell you need to think this over. In the meantime, I want to hear about the trouble you're mixed up with here. Ma said something about bikers. Seizing the chance to set the issue of Maggie aside, I eagerly launched into my past and present issues with the Red Raiders.
Chapter 19. Maggie. Mikey went back to bed once we decided to close, and no one else was around. After I ate breakfast alone, I decided to shovel the front walk. There was no reason to do it, considering we were closed, but I liked being outside, and doing something mindless would take my thoughts off Vito and his family. By the time I finished, it was almost 11 o'clock. Damp with perspiration and thirsty, I went back inside for a drink. I found Mikey at the bar with his laptop. He didn't stop typing as I drew closer.
Thanks for shoveling.
No worries. I was awake, so I decided to tackle it.
Wild fucking storm last night. You were okay out in the cottage?
Yep. You?
Yeah, Massimo helped to shut everything down so we could send everyone home before the worst of it started. The guy's really great.
Yes, he was. Did we lose power?
No, not that I know of. I didn't hear the generators kick on.
Good. I'll go and take some readings on the tanks just to be sure. I told Bruce to stay home. I poured a glass of juice and drank it all in one go. When I refilled my glass, I noticed my brother staring at me strangely.
You okay?
He asked.
Is something wrong?
I'm fine. Just a busy morning.
You're doing that thing you do when you're upset, like a turtle in his shell.
He curled his arms up into his chest.
What happened? Did you fight with—
Nope, nothing happened. Everything's fine. I poured a glass of juice for Mikey. And don't call me a turtle.
Oh boy.
He reached for his glass.
You're really pissed off today.
He was wrong. I wasn't pissed off. I didn't know. Hurt, sad, annoyed. There were a whole host of emotions going through me at the moment. A blast of cold air rushed in as one of the back patio doors opened. Hello? An accented female voice called just before a Mediterranean woman not at all dressed for the weather appeared. Fuck my life. Mikey swiveled on his stool and rose.
Hi, we aren't open today, ma'am.
Paloma D'Agostino crossed the floor in high-heeled boots that were more fashion than function. I saw her gaze assess my brother, then her mouth curved into a flirtatious smile aimed squarely at him. Gross. Ciao, bello. She put out her hand, which Mikey accepted. But then she leaned in and kissed both his cheeks. My brother turned red.
Hi,
he said awkwardly. Mikey, this is Vito and Maz's sister, Paloma, I said quickly, lest he get any ideas. And this is your brother, Paloma declared, still holding Mikey's hand. How adorable you both are. She was looking directly at him when she said it, so I knew she wasn't talking about me.
I didn't realize—
Mikey started, then thought better of whatever he was going to say.
Where are you staying, Miss D'Agostino? At the B&B in town?
Call me Paloma, please. Though she let him go, she remained close to his side and leaned elegantly against the bar. I'm staying at your sister's lovely home, with my brother Massimo. Mikey nodded rapidly.
Oh, good. If there's anything you need, anything at all, please let me know. I oversee this place.
He waved his hand to indicate the winery. Grazie. She put her fingers on his forearm and squeezed. I will definitely do that. God, was she hitting on him? I scowled at her, fighting the urge to rip her hand off my brother. Paloma, was there a reason you stopped in? The edges of her mouth tightened at my tone, but I didn't care. I wish to have a word with you, if you can spare a few minutes. I didn't feel like chatting right now. I was sweaty and hungry, and I needed to go take readings on the tanks. And to be honest, I needed a break from D'Agostino's. Not meeting her gaze, I put my juice glass in the sink. I'm busy at the moment. Maybe later. This won't take long, Paloma said. I promise.
I can check the tank readings if you want,
Mikey offered. I knew he was trying to help because he didn't understand. And now I looked like a bitch if I said no. I pressed my hands into the bar and clutched the wood like a lifeline. Maybe it was best to get this over with. Okay, sure, if it's quick.
I'll give you privacy,
my brother said, standing. After he closed his laptop, he moved closer to Paloma. A little too close, actually, and dropped his voice.
If you'd like a tour of the property later, I'm free all day.
I would like that very much, she returned in the same tone. I tried to keep my juice down. Mikey and I would be having a very serious conversation soon. Thanks, bro, I snapped. We wouldn't want to hold you up. My brother disappeared toward his office, and I gave Paloma a hard stare. Do not sleep with my brother. Unbothered, she slid gracefully onto a bar stool. Why not? You are fucking mine. That's different, and none of your business. Wrong. Vito is very much my business. She folded her hands on the wood, and I tried not to stare at her perfect nails. I have been ordered to apologize to you. She had? By who? Vito? I didn't know how to feel about that. Clearly Paloma didn't like me, but he shouldn't interfere. I didn't need anyone to fight my battles for me. Seconds ticked by, and her dark eyes continued to stare into mine, her expression cool and indecipherable. I refused to let this woman intimidate me. She had no reason to dislike me, other than I was Vito's fling at the moment. Soon that would be over, and everything would go back to the way it was. I waited for the apology. It never came. I knocked my knuckles twice on the bar. Good talk. See you around. Wait. What is it? Are you after his money? What the fuck? The room spun as all the blood in my body rushed to my head. Are you fucking serious right now? I never joke about money. She tilted her head. So tell me, are you hoping for a payout? Everything in me went still. My bones, my skin, each cell frozen to the core. Was this how the world saw me? As some gold digger? Was this what Vito thought? I hadn't asked for anything from him, not even things for the winery, let alone me. I didn't care about his money. A rush of anger went through me, like someone took a blowtorch to my insides. I burned with hatred for this woman. If we were still in high school, I would have wrestled her to the floor already. Leaning on the bar with both hands, I sneered at her. Fuck you. She appeared calm in the face of my anger, unbothered. You can see why I would be concerned, no? You are much younger than him, and you clearly are struggling. She gestured to me, insulting me further. I'm very protective of my brothers. So do you care for him, or are you using him to improve your vineyards? Listen up, bitch. I pointed right in her face. I don't know what your fucking problem is, but stay away from me. We're not friends, we're not co-workers, okay? I don't want your brother's money. I only want his dick, which he's giving me on the regular right now until he goes back to Toronto. Got it? So put your manicured gel tips away and stop trying to start shit with me. Because I promise, if you keep this up, I will take you down, mobbed up brothers or not. I snatched my gloves off the bar and stomped out of the tasting room. I went into the bottling room and flicked on the overhead lights. Then I locked the door behind me, lest anyone want to follow me and lob any more accusations my way. God damn it. I couldn't remember the last time I was this mad, this rattled. Maybe when Mikey lost the winery to Vito? But even then, it hadn't felt like a personal insult to me. Paloma had insulted me to my face, repeatedly. I hated mean girls, women, whatever. Did Vito know what a bitch his sister was? Probably not, based on what I saw of their family dynamic this morning. Well, I wouldn't be the one to tattle. I could handle Paloma for as long as she was staying. It couldn't be more than a few days. Maybe a week? In the meantime, I'd stay with Mikey upstairs in the winery. There wasn't a second bedroom, but there was a storage room big enough for an air mattress. No way in hell was I sleeping at the cottage or at my house while that woman was on the property. She might strangle me when my eyes were closed. Or I might strangle her. And I didn't want to explain any of this to Vito. I needed time to process this and calm down. Whipping out my phone, I pulled up my text thread with Bello. Started my period. Feel like shit. Going to bed early. See you tomorrow. It was a lie, but the best I could manage at the moment. And men never questioned Aunt Flo. I turned off my phone and got to work. Later that night, I was hanging out in the storage room, scrolling on my phone, when my brother arrived. He was carrying a paper bag. "What's that?" I asked. "I thought you were finding the air mattress." "Your future brother-in-law sent this for you." He handed me the bag. "He's not my future anything, asshole." I peeked inside. I instantly recognized the contents. Oh my God, a meatball sub and dark chocolate cake. I love that man. "Do I get some?" Mikey asked. "No, this is mine." My brother lowered himself onto some boxes. "Why is he sending you food?" I told Vito I had period cramps when I decided I didn't want to see him tonight. I took out the wrapped sub. Vito must have told Maz.
That's very sweet, but why are you avoiding Vito?
I shoved a huge bite of sub in my mouth and moaned. So good. Hot and cheesy, and Maz's tomato sauce was perfection. When I swallowed, I said, "Because his sister pissed me off today, and I don't want to answer questions about it." "Ah, she's a total bitch." I pointed at him. "Do not sleep with her." Guilt crawled all over his expression.
Too late.
"What the fuck, Mikey?" I sat up straight. "She's been here like a hot minute."
What was I supposed to do? She found me in my office this afternoon, and one thing led to another.
I rubbed my eyes. "I'm so disgusted with you right now."
"I don't know why. She's fucking hot, Mags. And what's the big deal? You're sleeping with her brother."
"Which is why this is too weird. God, Mike, she's awful."
"Oh, I wouldn't say that."
His smug, satisfied expression made the amazing meatball sub roil in my stomach. "Don't ruin my dinner, please. Jesus, men are the worst."
"Tell me why you hate her."
I swallowed another bite of sub. "She accused me of being a gold digger. To my face."
"She's probably just protective of Vito. They seem suspicious of outsiders. A Mafia side effect."
"I don't care. She should trust him instead of coming after me with her claws out." He shrugged.
"Maybe she's worried because he approved the list of improvements I asked for and transferred the money."
I doubted it, but now I was curious. What had I missed? How much money?
A lot of fucking money.
Like, how much?
$945,000.
I nearly dropped my sub. You asked Vito for almost $1 million?
Yep, and he paid it like that.
He snapped his fingers.
Dude's fucking loaded.
No wonder she's worried I'm a gold digger. What was on your list?
Everything Bruce, Celeste, and I have ever wanted. And Vito knows your list is coming when Carlo finishes his assessment.
This was all making my head spin. I don't care. Paloma had no right to attack me the way she did. And if she tries again, I don't care if she's sleeping with you or not. I will take her down. Mikey put up his palms, but he was laughing.
Fair enough. Feel like celebrating with me?
Celebrating what? Your windfall or the fact that you got laid today?
Both?
I made a face, and Mikey continued.
Come on, Mags. Normally I would open the betting app to reward myself, but they said to start making new routines. Let's go do something.
Are the roads even clear?
Yes, the plows came through hours ago.
What are you thinking? Nothing's open.
I was going to drive to a meeting. And yes, they are having it. I already called to double check.
How could I turn down going if it meant getting him to a meeting? Fine. Holding my food, I pushed to my feet. But I will be eating all of this in your car. My brother's enthusiasm dimmed considerably, and he tried to take the bag from my hands.
No way. Come on. You know how I feel about my leather upholstery.
Edging away, I stepped into my boots and found my coat. Too bad. I have my period, remember?
You don't get a period. You have an IUD. Doesn't Vito know that?
He knows about the IUD, but not that I don't get a period. And don't you dare tell him, either.
Why not?
Because I need to have some secrets left. You never know when you might need to use one.
Vito. I was nervous. It was a rare, unsettling condition, and it caused me to second-guess myself. But as I went to find Maggie, I decided a date didn't hurt anything. She deserved to be pampered and spoiled, and I was in a position to do it. No one needed to make more of it than that. I hadn't seen her in 2 days. Beppe kept trailing her, though, so I knew what she was doing as the snow slowly melted. But she wasn't responding to my texts with anything more than 1- or 2-word answers. To distract myself, I kept busy. I brought Paloma up to speed on my business dealings. I met with the security company about upgrading the security of the entire winery property, including Maggie's home. I caught up with projects in Toronto, and I organized everything for the date. Today was the day. It was time. I found the door to the second floor unlocked, so I began climbing the stairs. Michael's bedroom was there, bed unmade, clothes strewn about the floor. The bathroom hadn't seen a good scrub in months, obviously. I held my breath as I continued past. "Hey!" Maggie's voice called from down the hall. "What did you want to do about dinner tonight?" I followed the sound. She was lounging on an air mattress in a room no bigger than a closet, her attention on her phone. Something deep in my chest relaxed, like I was relieved at the very sight of her. I leaned against the door jamb and folded my arms. "Here you are." Jolting, she lowered her mobile and stared at me. "What are you doing up here?" "Coming to find you. Andiamo, let's go." I motioned with my hands. "I'm relaxing, Vito." She went back to playing with her phone. "I don't have time for you right now." "I don't care. You're coming with me." A noise like a snort escaped her mouth. "Not really in the mood, bro. Period, remember? Let's put a pin in that idea for a few more days." I inhaled, my nostrils flaring, and struggled for patience. This woman would cause the Pope to lose his temper. "I'm taking you on a date, and we need to get moving. Allora, up and grab your coat." She blinked at me several times. "A date?" I nodded, but the confusion remained in her gaze. "Why?" "Because I want to. And you will like it, te lo prometto." I checked my watch. "But we will miss it if you keep arguing with me." "I don't understand." Slowly she sat up, her dark hair in glorious disarray. "We have a situationship, Vito. It works for both of us just fine. There's no need for you to wine and dine me." A situationship? I would have to look that up later. For now I wanted her to follow directions. "I would like to do something nice for you. For us." "Okay. Noted. I appreciate it. See you tomorrow." This was ridiculous. She was determined to fight me and question me on every little thing. "Maggie," I said, putting a healthy deal of menace into my voice. "I don't like to be late. Therefore, you have 3 minutes to get ready to leave with me, or I am putting you in the car myself. Capisce?" It should be obvious to her by now that I always meant what I said. I would absolutely throw her over my shoulder and load her into the SUV outside. She rose and gestured to her jeans and Frank Zappa t-shirt. Hello, I've been working all day. I'm clearly not dressed for a night out." "Then you better hurry. You have 2.5 minutes. "Vito, 2 minutes and 28 seconds. At least tell me where we're going, and I hope it's not fancy because all of my clothes are back at my place." 2 minutes and 20 seconds. "God damn it!" She grabbed her tiny overnight bag and pushed past me. I heard the bathroom door slam. Water started running. I smiled to myself as I updated Cesare, who would drive us to the jet. I also updated the pilot. Everything would be easier for Maggie if she didn't fight me, though I did like her claws. It made fucking her into oblivion that much sweeter. I also texted Paloma and Maz, just in case they needed to know my whereabouts. 6 guards were coming with me for protection, but it never hurt to be cautious. Plan, and then have a backup plan. Maggie emerged 5 minutes later, a predictable defiance of my time limit, in a long-sleeved yeah-yeah-yeahs t-shirt and a sexy pair of jeans, her hair pulled up in a slick ponytail. "This is all I have to wear," she said, "so it'll have to do." "You look beautiful. Come." I already had her coat, which I helped her put on. Then I held out my hand. She took it, and I led her down the hall and toward the stairs. Outside, I opened the car door for her. As Maggie climbed in, she said under her breath, "Okay, you're really freaking me out." "Good." I shut the door behind her and walked around to the other side. Adelmo and Cesare were with me, and a second SUV with more guards would follow behind us. I clasped her hand as we rode to the airport, content to have her near me, to breathe her same air and hear the rustle of her clothes as she shifted position. Something had been missing the past 2 days, a sense of rightness. But sitting here beside her, I felt calm and clear-headed, like all the worries and stresses of my life had evaporated. "Are we—" Her face pressed to the glass as we neared the tiny airport. "Are we flying somewhere?" "Yes, but I don't have my ID." The men in the front seat snickered, and I cleared my throat, loudly. They instantly shut up. Calmly, I told her, "You don't need it. We're taking my plane."
"Oh, right," she grimaced. "Of course, that was a dumb thing for me to say."
I picked up her hand, brought it to my mouth, and nipped her fingers with my teeth. "Nothing you say is ever dumb, Angelo mio." Her bottom lip disappeared between her teeth, head ducking slightly.
"Where are we going?"
"That is a surprise." In return, I received one of her rare, soft half-smiles, and I suddenly felt 50 meters tall. This woman didn't need someone to take care of her, but her genuine gratitude whenever I did was like a drug to my system. A rush of euphoria, and I wanted more. I squeezed her hand and rested it on my thigh as we continued. When we arrived at the hangar, I helped her out of the car. I didn't let go of her hand until we were climbing up the steps of my jet. The crew greeted her politely, and all of my men settled in the back. I brought Maggie with me to the front, giving her the window seat.
"Wow, this is nice,"
she murmured as she squirmed in the calf leather seat.
"I can't believe you travel like this all the time."
"There are a few perks to my job. This is one of them." 10 minutes later, we were in the air. Maggie gripped my hand tightly during takeoff, her gaze glued at the tiny window. Every bump and dip caused her breath to stutter, but she didn't seem frightened, more surprised from what I could tell. I expected a string of questions, but she didn't start talking until we leveled off.
"This is my first flight,"
she said, as if I didn't already know. "What do you think?"
"Weird, but it's so beautiful, peaceful, like you're a world away from everything else."
She flicked me a glance out of the corner of her eye.
"You know I don't care about your money, right?"
I felt my eyebrows deep. "Why would you say this to me?"
"I just want to make sure you know. I like you for you, not because of this."
She waved her hand to indicate the private plane. Then she faced the window again. "I like you for you." Maybe Paloma was right. Maybe Simona was a lifetime ago, and I should let those old wounds go. Maggie didn't deserve to be measured by the same stick. I was still processing all this when the attendant appeared with champagne.
"Here you are, Mr. D'Agostino, Miss Fiorentino."
She handed each of us a glass.
"May I bring you anything else?"
"Thank you, Maria," I said. "This is all for now." Once we were alone again, Maggie leaned over and touched her flute to mine.
"Have you had sex on this plane?"
"Why? Are you offering?"
"Be serious, Vito, I want to know."
"I use this plane for work, Bella."
"Yes, but I imagine you've had women on here before."
"I haven't." Her eyes studied my face as if looking for a crack in my story.
"I'm the first?"
"You're the first." Setting down her drink, she grabbed my sweater and moved in close for a long kiss. Her nails scraped along my scalp and a shiver rolled down my spine. I had a lot planned tonight, and waiting to fuck her was going to be torture. Maybe visiting the lavatory together wasn't such a bad idea. I unbuckled her seatbelt and scooped her onto my lap. She didn't protest, just kept kissing me with those luscious lips and slick tongue. I let her lead for once, basking in her attention and affection, the way she curled into my body, her fingers clutching my hair. The feel of her ass shifting restlessly on my semi-hard cock. I loved arguing with her, seeing her fire and spirit, but these moments where she was sweet and submissive were what I jacked off to. Her soft sighs, the whispered sound of my name. I wanted her to need me, to crave me like I craved her, to be willing to crawl and beg for me, to do anything I asked of her. Cazzo, now I was fully hard.
God, Vito, she said quietly. I wish we were alone right now.
Why, Angelo? What would you do for me?
I would get on my knees and unzip you.
She bit my earlobe and heat rushed to my groin like a lightning bolt.
I would suck you so good.
My mouth went dry. I wanted it so badly. Licking my lips, I murmured, "Keep that up and I'm taking you to the lavatory."
Don't threaten me with a good time,
she said before nuzzling my jaw. I forced myself to put her back in her seat. I needed to calm down before I embarrassed myself in front of my men. "Behave, Diaboletta mia." She buckled her seatbelt, but not before smirking at my lap.
You sure? Because it kinda seems like you're interested in a visit to the Mile High Club.
I leaned over and put my mouth near her ear. "When I finally fuck you tonight, I won't be rushed. I'm going to take my time, edge you until you cry, suck on your pretty little clit until you beg me to stop. You'll be so sticky and wet for me, Bella, you won't remember your own name by the time I'm through with you." Another bite of her lip, but she didn't say anything. I could see her hard nipples through her thin t-shirt, and it was a struggle to keep my hands to myself. My eyes wandered to the lavatory door. No, not yet. I wanted tonight to be special. Distracting myself, I asked, "Why did you say that about my money earlier?" She didn't turn, but I could see her reflection in the window.
No reason.
I didn't believe her. "Tell me. Something brought this on."
Someone might have hinted that your money mattered to me, when it really doesn't.
Who was this someone?
Vito, forget it.
No, that wasn't how this worked. She wasn't going to dangle these bits of information and not tell me the rest. I was tired of being kept at arm's length with her. "Look at me." I waited until she finally angled toward me. "Who has put this into your head?"
"I'd rather not tell you."
Meaning it was someone I knew, someone I was close to, and Maggie was trying to protect them. Instantly I knew. "My sister." Maggie squirmed a little in her seat.
"I'm not mad about it anymore. The only reason I brought it up was to make sure you know that I'm not after the winery or your money or whatever. I just want your dick."
I couldn't fucking believe it. Paloma argued with Maggie, and this was after I ordered my sister to apologize. Clenching my molars, I snatched up my mobile and unlocked it. Maggie's hand blocked the glass.
"Vito, don't. You can't say anything to her."
"Why not?"
"Because I can handle myself. I'm serious. I've been around mean girls all my life, don't worry. And it doesn't help when they think you've tattled on them. Let it go."
"I won't have her stirring up trouble or making you feel bad."
"I'm fine, really."
"What else did she say?"
"It's not worth getting into. Bottom line is that she's protective of you, which I guess is good."
"Why didn't you tell me? Instead you disappeared again." Looking down, she sighed and picked at her fingernails.
"I really didn't want to tell you. The whole thing was so stupid."
"I will speak to her. It won't happen again." Maggie grabbed my arm.
"Promise me you won't do that. I can fight my own battles."
I said nothing, only stared at her, and she squeezed me harder.
"Promise me. She's your family and you should stick together. Besides, you and I will be through in a couple of weeks or whenever you go back home, so just leave it. I'm not worth starting a beef with your family over."
"Beef?" She released me and sat back.
"An argument, a wedge. Just let it go."
I made no such promises as I picked up my glass of champagne and drained it. I would not be letting this go. No one was rude to this woman without answering to me for it. Even my own family.
Chapter 20. Maggie. Not going to lie, the landing scared the shit out of me. I held onto Vito's hand like the world was ending, which seemed entirely possible as the wheels bounced along the runway. Then we jerked to a halt, and I let out the breath I'd been holding the whole time. Vito was his usual calm and steady self, rock solid and confident. Once again, his presence leveled me out when I thought I might spiral. It was a disturbing habit, but I wasn't about to question it now. He looked so fucking good tonight. With his black trousers and black sweater, along with a fancy belt and expensive shoes, he dripped with sophisticated elegance. The tight fabric of his sweater clung to his shoulders like moss on a tree, and I was very much anticipating peeling it off him. I could smell the Italian body wash on him, a scent I now associated with his naked body. Sitting next to him for almost 45 minutes was pure torture. "What city is this?" I asked him as we unbuckled our seatbelts. I knew it was a city. The skyscrapers had been a dead giveaway as the plane approached the airport.
Toronto.
Oh, nice. He brought me to his home. Because he'd wanted to show it off? Or because he had work to do here? I shook off those thoughts. Who cared why we were here? I was on a date with a handsome man in another country. Who knew when this would ever happen again?
I think you'll like it.
He offered his hand and helped me to stand. Phew, all this chivalry. It was seriously addicting. And hot. "Thanks, baby," I whispered as he let me slide past him into the aisle. One of his arms suddenly snaked around my front, and he pulled me into his chest. I heard him growl softly before he inhaled in the vicinity of my neck.
I can't wait to get you naked tonight,
he rasped in a low, seductive tone. My body, weak and single-minded, softened against him. "I thought you wanted to show me your city."
I do. Get moving.
Guards surrounded 3 SUVs waiting on the tarmac. There were so many of them, and I thought back to what Vito had said about the motorcycle gang. Was he worried there might be trouble? Quickly, he loaded me into one of the SUVs, and we drove away from the airport. "Is this normally how many men you travel with here? Because it seems like a lot more than what you had in Paisano. Should I be worried?"
You are safe with me, Bella,
he murmured.
I won't let anything happen to you.
A non-answer. "Does this have anything to do with the motorcycle club you were—"
Maggie.
He squeezed my hand.
Relax. There's no threat. But I am taking no chances with your safety. Capisce?
Oh, that was sweet. I shifted as close as the seatbelt allowed, resting my legs against his. "So where are we going?" I watched the scenery and wished I could see it in the daylight, although I had to admit there was something nice about all the lights twinkling around us.
To dinner. I thought you might like to try one of my favorite spots.
Vito, I'm not dressed for a fancy restaurant. He didn't reply, just held my hand in his, and I decided to let it go. If we were denied our dinner reservation, then it was on him, not me. As we drove, he explained Toronto, the different areas and sites we were passing. I liked seeing it through his eyes. I could tell he was fond of the city. Vito chatted with the guards in Italian, but I didn't pay attention to them. I wanted to see everything and commit it to memory. Someday, I'd be able to tell my grandkids about the time a mobster flew me to Toronto for a date. We drove from the more industrial part into downtown. The streets bustled with cars and people, surrounded by big lights and tall buildings. Not as busy as New York, which I remembered as chaotic and loud, but a world away from Paisano. Restaurants with every cuisine imaginable joined business, diverse architecture, and plenty of green spaces. It was like commercialism exploded here, but somehow it still felt balanced. The people seemed happy, either chatting with friends as they walked or listening to music through earbuds. and the streets were so clean.
What do you think?
He asked beside me. It's a lot.
Bad?
No, but I'm not sure where to look. It's sensory overload. He didn't respond, just gave my hand another squeeze. I probably sounded lame and unsophisticated, but it was true. And I was lame and unsophisticated. If he expected anything else from me tonight, he'd be disappointed. The car slowed and turned onto a side street, then pulled over to the curb. I peered through the window. Where are we going?
Wait there,
he said, and got out of the car, along with his guards. Vito opened my door and extended his hand. I slid out and stood, and I was secretly pleased when he didn't let go of me, his fingers clasped with mine. A wooden sign hanging above a door read Dark Horse Tavern.
I think you'll like this place,
he murmured as he yanked on the handle.
They have amazing burgers.
I couldn't contain my grin as I went in. He brought me to a burger place. Relief filled me as I went in and discovered booths and tables, a long bar. The walls were covered with hockey photos and beer signs, and the tables and chairs appeared well used. It wasn't fancy or pretentious, and it was perfect. His arm slid around my waist as he chatted with the older woman at the front. She recognized him, so maybe he hadn't been lying about this being one of his usual spots. We were quickly seated at a booth, and she left us menus. I love this place already, I told him.
You haven't tasted the food yet.
Doesn't matter. I can tell it's going to be good. His leg found mine under the table, and he pressed tight to me, not moving away. Then he handed me a menu.
You have to try the poutine.
Those are gravy fries, right?
With cheese curds, yes. It sounds strange, but most people find it delicious.
He shrugged. Oh, they have chicken pot pie.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but what is that?
My menu dropped from my hands with a slap. You've never had chicken pot pie? When he shook his head, I said, it is the cure for all of life's ills. Carrots, onions, and celery in a gravy with chicken, topped with either biscuits or pastry dough. I like biscuits. Vito's expression told me everything I needed to know about what he thought of this dish. Don't make that face, I said. It's delicious.
I will take your word for it.
The server came for our drink order, and Vito bumped my leg with his.
Do you want to try the wine here?
This was easy. I want a beer. The server recommended one of the local IPAs, so I went with that. Vito ordered an Italian beer. It felt nice to be out with him. We both stared at each other, neither of us speaking. A quiet moment of companionable silence. Even still, I could see the amusement dancing in his dark eyes. Are you going to order chicken pot pie? I teased.
Only if I can toss it in the trash bin.
You're a food snob. For a second, I thought I might get a full-fledged grin out of him. He draped his arm across the back of the booth.
Did you like your meatball sub and chocolate cake the other night?
Of course I did. It was very nice of you to have Maz make it for me.
It was when I thought you had your...
He gestured to my stomach.
Troubles.
Happiness bubbled in my chest, drowning me in affection for this man. Can't you even say the word?
What word?
Menstruation, I drawled dramatically like I was on the stage. Vito just shook his head, but I caught his lips twitching. Well, I'm not on my period right now. I lied. He nodded.
I know.
How?
Because it's clear you were hiding from me over what my sister said. And I also have Google. I looked it up after our conversation on the plane. You don't get a period when you have an IUD.
Smart man. You can stop looking so smug. You don't know all my tricks?
Not yet, but I will.
I bit my lip against the rush of giddy energy that circulated through me. The server arrived with our beers.
Here you go.
He set the glasses down on the table.
Are you ready to order?
I handed him my menu. I'd love a cheeseburger with Swiss, medium well, and I'm told I need to try the poutine.
If you've never had it, then you definitely should. The usual, Mr. D'Agostino? Yes, thank you.
When we were alone, I sipped my beer. It was very good. So you come here a lot? Vito nodded.
About once a week.
This place doesn't seem your speed.
And what is my speed, Bella?
A fancy steakhouse with cloth napkins and a glass wine cellar where you can watch the sommelier find your exact bottle?
That is a very precise image.
He took a drink, the muscles of his throat working as he swallowed. I was mesmerized by his Adam's apple, which was a weird thing to admit.
I frequent those restaurants, but I'd rather eat here. Some people enjoy eating foam and tiny bites, but that isn't me.
I see those pretentious places online. I bet half the diners go out for pizza afterward. I twisted my glass on the wooden tabletop. How far do you live from here?
The penthouse is a few blocks away.
Vito stretched his arm out along the back of the booth, drawing attention to his chest and shoulders. And your other place?
The compound is 25 minutes away.
So the penthouse is where you hold your yacht-type model parties. The beer bottle was almost to his lips when I said it, and Vito paused to frown at me.
Maz never should have told you about those.
Yet he did. I sipped my beer, my shoulders lifting as if to say, what are you gonna do?
I own several luxury high-rise developments in the city. In this particular one, I kept the top floor for myself. I often come into the city for business. And yes, I sometimes bring a woman there.
I nudged his leg with mine. And sometimes more than one. Leaning over the table, he lifted my hand and nipped at my knuckles with his teeth.
You will be the only woman I fuck there tonight. That is all you need to know.
The bite of pain and his words sent a spark of heat straight between my legs. After dinner?
Later. We have somewhere else to be first.
He wouldn't tell me, no matter how much I badgered him, and our meals arrived shortly after. The burger definitely ranked in my top 5 of all time, and the poutine was strangely delicious. What is a cheese curd? I asked as I forked up another bite. And why are they so good?
They are formed from the whey when it separates during the cheese-making process,
Vito said, reading from his phone after looking up the answer.
It's super cheese, apparently.
How do you not eat this every day?
If I did, you wouldn't be able to trace my abs with your tongue.
Slowly and deliberately, I slid the poutine plate far out of his reach. It caused Vito to laugh, one of his rare, genuine reactions that radiated out from his entire body, and I grinned at him. This was surprisingly easy. Maybe it was because we were away from the winery? Away from a small town with prying eyes and ears? I didn't know, but I was enjoying every second of this date. We finished eating and said goodbye to the staff. I was so full but happy. When we got outside, I impulsively wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him right there on the sidewalk. That was fun. Thanks for taking me.
Prego, Angelo mio.
He gave me a harder kiss this time, then led me to the SUV.
Now, your next surprise.
Are we going for dessert somewhere? Is it one of those places where they sell giant cookies for $20 each?
It's not food.
He handed me up into the car and shut the door. Cesare and another guard were in the front seat. Hi, guys, I greeted. Quick, tell me where we're going before Vito gets in.
Ciao, Maggie,
Cesare said, while the other guard just grunted. Vito slid into the seat next to me, and I lost my chance for intel. When he took my hand, he said,
You know my men work for me, no?
Of course he'd heard me ask. Doesn't mean I can't try. His free hand came up to the side of my neck, his fingers pressing to hold me in place. His deep voice whispered in my ear,
"Then I look forward to disciplining you later."
I tried not to squirm. Vito's mouth curled seductively, but he didn't say anything else. The ride was short. As we turned the corner and slowed down, a line of people waited on the sidewalk, their bodies shifting to stay warm in the cold. A giant marquee loomed overhead. I blinked and looked again. The car stopped right in front of the entrance. No way. I glanced at Vito. No fucking way. According to the black letters on the bright sign, one of my favorite bands was playing at this music hall tonight. I can't believe this. I glanced out the window, then back at Vito. How did you know I liked Stereolab?
I had Maz go through your collection of t-shirts.
He lifted a shoulder.
Once I had a list of bands, I was lucky enough to find one playing in Toronto this week.
I didn't care about the guys in the front seat. I lunged across the seat and sealed my mouth to Vito's, kissing him deeply, with plenty of tongue, for a long minute. When we broke apart, we were both breathing hard. Thank you, baby. He flicked open his door.
Let's go.
I was still grinning as we rode the elevator in Vito's building later that night. I'd watched concerts on TV over the years, but nothing compared to actually being there in person, feeling the percussion in your chest, seeing the faces of the band, watching them play their instruments, singing along with the crowd. Totally fucking cool, and Vito had made it happen for me. He seemed to tolerate the concert, drinking a beer while standing behind me, his hand permanently attached to my hip. I'd loved dancing and rubbing against him, doing whatever I could so he would growl in my ear and tell me to behave. One thing I noticed, he hadn't looked at his phone all night. I had 100% of his attention, and my heart soaked it in, craving more. I wanted to be the only person he thought about, period. Maybe it was time to stop fighting whatever this was between us. I was falling for this man. And maybe he was falling for me, too. You didn't fly a woman to another country for a single concert without some feelings, right? Shoving that aside for later, I bounced on my toes, ready to get him alone. I'd already thanked him more than once, but I couldn't wait to really thank him. Except there were two of his guards in the elevator with us, so I had to keep my cool for a few more minutes. When the elevator came to a halt, Vito held the doors open for me. I exited and found myself directly in his penthouse. Holy shit, I whispered, stopping in my tracks. This wasn't a tavern or a rock club. This place screamed money, like it came right out of a design catalog for billionaires. Light wood floors stretched throughout the spacious interior, with elegant white and black minimalist furniture strategically placed. Windows wrapped two sides, the entire city winking around us, with a terrace on the outside of the long wall. Soft lights were already turned on out there, and a fire pit glowed. If all that weren't enough, a glass staircase led up to another level. I was almost afraid to ask what was up there. A movie theater or spa? A gym? A throne room? Sometimes I forgot how rich this man was. No wonder he'd immediately renovated the winery's cottage, if this was what he was used to. So what the hell was I doing here? A man who lived like this didn't belong with a girl who worked outside in the dirt all day. He needs a trophy, a model, someone to make all the other men jealous. Carlo's words slammed into my chest like a fist. Paloma would look right at home here. But me? I stuck out like a sore thumb. I took a step back and ran directly into Vito, who was giving orders in Italian to his guards. He wrapped his arm around my waist and held me tight to his side as he finished. When the guards departed down a back hallway that I hadn't even noticed yet, I tried not to panic.
"What's wrong?"
he asked, shifting me to see my face. Nothing. I swallowed the heaviness in my throat. Are we staying the night here?
I thought we might, yes.
His midnight gaze searched mine.
Is that okay?
I don't have anything with me.
I had one of the men grab your overnight bag at the winery.
So much for that argument. I tapped my temple. Smart thinking, always planning ahead.
I try to be prepared for every eventuality.
He let me go and walked toward the bar.
Drink.
I stared at the white rugs and sofa, imagining the stains. I think I'm good.
Let's have some wine and sit outside. There are heaters out by the fire pit.
Of course there were. I resisted the urge to fidget. I think we should have sex and go to bed. He placed an unopened bottle of red wine on the bar, then braced his palms on the stone.
What if I want to enjoy your company? Talk to you a little before I fuck you. We haven't discussed the concert and what you thought.
I told you earlier that I loved it. Really, Vito, thank you so much. Raising a hand to his jaw, he rubbed his whiskers in a deliberate, slow movement, back and forth.
You were fine all night, then we walked in here and you threw up walls with me. Did I say or do something wrong?
I kicked off my boots and left them near the door so as not to dirty the floor. In my socks, I went to where he stood, a deep divot between his eyebrows. I could see his brain working, trying to figure me out. Maybe it was time to trust him, trust whatever was happening between us. Shit, that was scary. Maybe the confession would be easier if I couldn't see his face. I moved in until I was nearly flush with his front, then slid my palms over his ribs, along his pecs. His heart was beating slowly under my hand. Calm, steady Vito. It made me want to wreck him, just to see him completely undone. I wrapped my arms around his neck and leaned into him, pressing my lips to his jaw. Sometimes I forget how rich you are.
This again. I told you I don't think you're after my money.
I know. I brushed my mouth against his skin once more. God, he smelled good. But this kind of lifestyle is so opposite of mine. He didn't move.
What am I supposed to do?
Nothing. This is who you are. Undaunted, I whispered, I want to take care of you tonight. One hand cupped my ass.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to do every little dirty thing you can dream of. He nuzzled my temple with his nose, our breath hot between us.
I love to hear this, Angioletto mio. I like when you are soft and sweet with me.
Yes, but you also like when I fight with you. Don't try and fool me. Humming, he grabbed a fistful of my hair in a tight grip. His lips met my ear.
Do you want to know what I was thinking about in the club when you were grinding your ass on my dick? And earlier, when you were squirming on my lap on the plane?
He couldn't be more obvious. Does it have something to do with my ass?
Good guess, Bella. Very good guess.
I put my hands on his shoulders and tried to make him see reason. Vito, you can't put your dick in there. My jaw nearly unhinges when I blow you. I'm not ready for anal with you.
Where is my sweet girl, eh? Mio dolce angelo, the one who wants to do every dirty little thing I can dream of.
Oh, God. I could see the determination in his eyes, the dark, possessive soul that lurked under the fancy clothes. He wasn't going to drop this. But I needed to know if this was humanly possible, because I'd done anal twice, and neither man was close to Vito's size. Be serious. How many women have taken your dick in their ass? And I don't mean professionals. I mean women like me.
Enough that I'm sure of what I'm doing. I'll follow the steps and won't rush you. It will only feel good. Te lo prometo.
His accent was thick now, which meant he was turned on just thinking about fucking me back there. Was I going to do this? I nibbled on my lip, unsure. What if I get naked and crawl on the floor, then give you an amazing blowjob?
Keep going,
he urged, both hands sliding under my shirt to rub my lace-covered breasts. I'll throw in a back rub. He chuckled and pinched my nipples.
By the time I'm through, you will beg for me to fuck your ass. Trust me, baby.
I sighed as electric pulses raced from my nipples straight to my clit. There is no chance of that happening, Vito. 0.
Do you trust me to stop if you don't like it?
I answered without hesitation. Of course. Vito would never hurt me. Not purposely.
Then there is no more discussing it. You will do as I say and not fight me. I will break you apart, Angelo mio, but I promise to put you back together.
What if I don't want to be broken apart? His thumb traced my bottom lip, his body surrounding me.
You are brave and strong, one of the strongest I know. You never back down, even when I wish you would. Don't run scared now. Trust me to take care of you.
My bones melted like hot wax. Was this really how he saw me? Or was he trying to bend me to his will? Because it was working. I trusted him, and I was growing more and more curious. Could I do it? Would I like it? I wasn't one to run scared. And who knew how many more nights I'd have with this man in my life? Okay, I blurted, making a quick decision. But I need a glass of wine first. Dark satisfaction flashed over his expression before he reached for the bottle of wine.
Va bene, bella. Let's go out to the fire pit.
We carried our glasses outside and settled on the sofa in front of the fire pit. Heaters were placed overhead, buffering us from the Canadian chill. This is nice out here, I said as I tucked my feet beneath me. Your apartment is beautiful. He angled toward me and stretched his arm out along the sofa back.
I'm glad you like it. I don't use this place much.
When was the last time you brought a woman here? He took a long sip from his wine glass.
Why would you ask such a thing?
Because it reminds me we are only temporary. I'm curious about your past. You've never had a wife or a girlfriend. So how do you meet women?
They approach me in restaurants and office buildings. On the street.
He lifted an elegant shoulder.
I'm not on an app, if that's what you're asking.
I ignored the streak of jealousy strangling my lungs. Of course, women were always throwing themselves at this man, just like I had in the casino bar. I swallowed a mouthful of wine, not even caring about the taste. And the last time you brought one here?
Maggie.
He sighed, the divot between his eyebrows returning.
We shouldn't.
It's no big deal. So when?
A few nights before the casino.
He studied me over the rim of his glass as he drank more wine. The lump in my throat doubled, then tripled. I forced a smile. Did you have a good time? The lines around his eyes deepened as he frowned.
You are asking these questions to create a distance between us. Again. But I can't figure out why.
Smart mafioso. And I didn't know why either. I only knew what I was feeling for him was big and scary and possibly temporary. I hadn't trusted anyone like this in a long time. You're right, and I'm sorry. My quick admission seemed to surprise him.
You're forgiven.
I drank more wine and tried to sound casual. But maybe we'd talk about our sexual histories. I'll tell you mine. He set his wine glass down on the table with a snap, then took mine away and did the same. Grabbing my waist, he lifted me like I weighed nothing and arranged me until I was straddling his lap. I could feel his cock, thick and enticing under me, even through my jeans. His fingers circled my throat possessively, and heat rushed through my belly to settle in my clit. The expression he wore was almost frightening in its intensity.
If I have to hear about the men who've had this pussy before me, I won't rest until I've hunted each of them down and slit their throats. So I suggest you keep that information to yourself.
It was fucked up, but the declaration made me a little giddy. Still, we had to keep this in perspective. Neither one of us were virgins. It can't matter to you.
Everything about you matters to me.
God, how was I supposed to resist this man? Each time I tried to throw up barriers to protect myself, he broke down my defenses. His fingertips squeezed around my neck as he dragged me closer, then his mouth sealed with mine. The kiss was full of frustration and determination, like he was trying to mark me as his. Or maybe that was wishful thinking on my part. Either way, I softened and kissed him back, ready to let him lead.
Chapter 21. Vito. I felt the instant she gave in. Maggie relaxed after my hand wrapped around her throat, her submissive side overtaking everything else. She was going to let me do as I pleased, and that idea got me so fucking hot. Because there was one more thing I had planned for tonight, and she was going to love having my cock in her ass. "Grind on me," I whispered against her mouth. "Get that pussy nice and wet." She began rolling her hips in a sensuous rhythm, and I reached down to adjust myself with my free hand, lining my dick up with the seam of her jeans. Fuck. My head fell back as pleasure streaked down my spine. I kept my hand on her throat, enjoying her rapid pulse under my fingertips, how her tendons and muscles shifted beneath my grip. She bit her lip, her skin flushed, and I stared, mesmerized. "You look so beautiful." Her eyes were already glazed with lust.
"Wanna fuck out here?"
My cock twitched at the prospect, but I didn't want it fast and hard outside. "No. Tonight I'm going to fuck your ass slow and deep, and you're going to love it." Instead of arguing, she whimpered.
"Whatever you want, baby."
Sexier words had never been spoken. "Are you mine?"
"Yes, Vito, I'm yours."
"Say it. Say the words." She licked her lips.
"I belong to Vito D'Agostino, and no one else."
That she remembered, each word sent a wildfire racing through my veins. I wasn't sure I'd last, the need to come already simmering under my skin, tightening in my balls. "Prove it. Get on your knees and suck me." When I released her, I expected her to immediately go to her knees on the terrace. Instead, she whipped off her t-shirt to reveal soft skin and black lace bra. I rested my arms on the back of the sofa and waited, wondering what she was going to do next. Then she unhooked her bra and dropped it on the ground. Her nipples were hard, taut little peaks, begging for me to bite them. Before I got the chance, though, she crawled off my lap and unbuttoned her jeans. I hadn't expected her to get naked, but I wasn't complaining. My woman was wild, a bit of an exhibitionist, and I liked it. She worked her jeans past her hips and down her legs.
"Should I keep my panties on?"
she asked. The black lace underwear was pretty, but I wanted her naked. "No, amore mio. Take them off for me. Then choke yourself on my dick." She handed me her panties, and I brought them to my face and inhaled. Cazzo madre di Dio. They were soaked with her juices, the scent of her pussy coating the fabric. I breathed it in as she unbuckled me and worked my cock free. I lifted my hips a bit to help her, and soon I was engulfed by warm and wet. My brain went dark for a few seconds. The feeling was so good. Thankfully, she didn't tease me or lick me. Instead, she took me deep, sliding down until I bumped the back of her throat and caused her to gag. Then she eased off with long pulls and the perfect suction. She repeated this again and again, not stopping until saliva ran down my length and pooled around my balls. Sei perfecto, angeletto mio. Petting her head, I kept talking in my language, even though I knew she wouldn't understand my dirty thoughts and demands. I told her how I felt about her, how I worried she wasn't feeling the same. Then she worked me past her gag reflex into her throat, and I lost the ability to form a thought. It was tight, yes, but it was more the idea I was in her throat, preventing her from breathing, that she would willingly choke herself to please me. I couldn't stop it then. Prickles cascaded under my skin, and I grabbed her head, holding her still as the climax rushed through my groin, and I shot down her throat. Wave after wave carried me higher, and my dick pulsed happily, my cum filling her belly. I sucked in air, my eyes locked on where her lips encircled my shaft. So fucking hot. Drink me down, baby. When I finished, I lifted her up onto my lap and kissed her. She was breathing hard but didn't pull away, her fingers twisting in my hair as she gave me her mouth. I could taste myself on her tongue, and it was time to reward her. I patted her hip and beat her earlobe. Let's go inside. I have a surprise for you. I set her on her feet, then pulled my briefs and trousers up. Standing, I took off my sweater and pulled it over her head. The fabric fell to the middle of her thighs. For the cameras. Her mouth dropped open, horror overtaking her expression. Why didn't you? I placed my hand on her throat, quieting her. They aren't out here, but they are in the main rooms of the apartment. Don't worry, no one will see you naked but me. She snickered as I took her hand and led her into my apartment. Vito, you fucked me up against the glass at the casino. Pretty sure a lot of people saw me. That was before. I didn't want my men seeing how beautiful she was when she came, how puffy her nipples were after I sucked on them, how swollen and wet her pussy got for me. All of those things were for me, and only me. This woman was mine. I walked her up the glass staircase to my suite. 3 walls of glass windows encircled us, with no other surrounding buildings this high. We would have total privacy with only the night sky as a witness. On my bed were 2 boxes with red ribbons I arranged for earlier. I sat on the mattress and nudged the smaller one toward her first. Open it. She stared at it suspiciously. What is it? There is only one way you will find out. Biting her lip, she lifted the box and untied the ribbon. Inside the rectangular box was a velvet box. She swallowed. You got me jewelry? I didn't say anything, merely waited. She put the outer box and ribbon on the mattress, then cracked open the case. Her eyes went wide as her lips parted on a swift intake of breath. Oh my God, Vito! Her gaze found mine. I can't accept this. Don't be ridiculous. Gently, I took the box from her and lifted out the diamond necklace. It wasn't anything gaudy or flashy, but I wondered if she would see the significance right away. I had it made especially for you. Rising, I moved behind her and draped the necklace around her throat. Then I fastened the clasp. There. As I sat back down, she pointed to an open doorway. Is that the bathroom? Yes. She hurried over and disappeared inside. I heard her breathe. Oh my God. When she came back, she was fingering the diamonds reverently. They look like a wing. I know. The diamonds were arranged biggest to smallest in an almost swoop, like the wing of a bird, or an angel's wing. Stepping between my thighs, she wrapped her arms around my bare shoulders. Vito, I don't know what to say. It's overwhelming. Do you like it? I love it. She rested her forehead on mine. Thank you, baby. I'm really touched. Prego, angelo mio. I kissed her. Now, open the other one. I fell back onto the mattress and folded my hands behind my head. Maggie crawled onto the bed, straddled my lap, and picked up the second box. I don't think you can top the first gift, honestly. This one was for both of us. But I didn't say anything as she untied the ribbon and peeled open the heavy cardboard. Oh, boy, she wrinkled her nose as she took the plastic package out of the box. You got me a butt plug. Have you used one before? No. I frowned. Have you let a man fuck your ass before? Yes, twice. And he didn't stretch you out properly first. Madonna, these boys today. I took the sealed container and pulled it apart. The silicone plug fell onto my chest, and Maggie picked it up and tested the weight of it in her palm. You'll stop if I say so? Of course. But you won't. How are you so sure? Because I've fingered your ass enough to know that you like it. I moved my hand between her legs and let my fingers drag through her folds. She was slick, and I hadn't even touched her yet. I pushed a finger inside her pussy and watched her eyelids flutter. Then I added a second, and she sighed happily. Can you reach that drawer? Grab the lube for me. With my fingers still inside her, she angled toward the nightstand and managed to get the bottle of lube. I took it from her hand as well as the plug. Then I motioned her forward. Vieni aquí, sit on my face. She whipped off my sweater and placed her knees on either side of my head. Her pussy filled my vision. Fuck, that was a gorgeous sight. I used my free hand to urge her lower, to put her exactly where I needed, which was with my mouth buried in her sleek flesh. I licked and sucked until she was shaking, her moans building in volume. Then I maneuvered us so she could brace her arms on the headboard, putting her at a slight angle, ass out. Using my hands to guide me, I flipped the cap on the bottle of lube and poured it onto the plug. Liquid splashed onto my stomach, but I didn't care. I got enough on the silicone, then made sure my fingers were coated as well. I sucked on her clit and spread the lube all around her hole. She tensed up. Relax, I broke off to say. I'm going to make you feel so good, Bella. I pushed the tip of my finger inside her ass, then resumed my attention on her clit. I waited until she began rocking, seeking more. Then I pushed all the way to my bottom knuckle. She panted, her pussy growing even wetter, and I had to suppress my grin. She was going to fucking love this. A minute or two later, I wedged a second finger, then held still to give her time to adjust. Fucking a woman in the ass took patience and planning, two things I excelled at, and I never rushed this part. Even though my cock was screaming for relief, begging for friction, I went slowly. The end result was always worth it. She began grinding on me, her thighs trembling, and then her muscles tightened. Her body clenched around me, and I dimly heard her shouts as I continued to lash her clit with my tongue. When her contractions slowed, I eased up, gentling my movements and withdrawing my fingers. Then, while she was relaxed, I rubbed the blunt end of the plug against her ring of muscle, all still nuzzling her clit. She sighed. I pushed the end inside, not going deep. From there, I advanced, retreated, advanced a bit more. Cazzo, I loved the little sounds she made in her throat, like she couldn't help herself. My brave, beautiful angel. After what seemed like forever, it was completely in, the silicone stretching her. I tapped it, vibrating the piece inside her, and she gasped. Fuck, Vito, what are you doing to me? I lapped up more of her juices. Do you like it? It's a weird kind of pressure, but I can't think straight. I think I like it. You think? I fluttered my lips over her clit, and her moan echoed off the ceiling. Oh God, I need to come. To fuck. Something. Not yet. I wanted her to move around and feel the plug brushing her insides. Take off the rest of my clothes. Get me naked. Slowly she crawled off me and edged off the mattress.
Wow, that's...
She rested her hand on my thigh, head hanging down as she panted. Her skin was flushed, her cleat engorged from my mouth.
Wow.
Tell me, Bella. Tell me what you feel.
I can't describe it. I'm dying, burning up. I want to both keep it in and push it out at the same time.
She removed my trousers and briefs, then stripped off each of my socks. Her expression was slack, her eyes hooded, and she moved like she was in a trance. Dio, this woman. I would sell everything, give it all away, if I could see this look on her face every day. Without being prompted, she leaned over and swallowed the head of my cock, engulfing me in tight heat. My back bowed as lust shot through me. "Fuck!" I hissed, and strangled the bedsheets with my fingers. She hummed, sending little vibrations through me, and I could feel my control slipping, my plan unraveling. I longed to hold her down and shove my dick inside her, but she wasn't ready, so I inhaled and tried to remain calm. "That's it, amore," I told her, pushing her hair back so I could watch. "Get me nice and ready to take your ass. I can't wait to be inside it." She stroked the base with her hand and swirled her tongue over my crown. I loved seeing her suck on my dick. Next time, I was getting my phone and recording this. Pausing, she panted around me, her hot breath coating my shaft.
I can't take it. I'm ready, baby. I'm so ready.
My lips curled. I knew she'd eventually want it. Sliding my hands under her shoulders, I lifted her up so I could kiss her. She stretched out on top of me and moved her hips like she was trying to get my cock inside her pussy. I held her still and continued to eat her mouth, thrusting my tongue against hers.
"Please,"
she broke off to whine.
"I'm dying."
"Is that how you ask?" I slid my lips and tongue over her collarbone. "You know what I want to hear."
"I'm yours. Please, fuck me."
"Slowly, amore," I whispered. "Beg me to fuck your ass."
Oh, God.
She ground her pelvis into my cock, but the movement must have caused the plug to shift as well. Whimpering, she did it twice more.
"Please, Vito, fuck my ass, please."
In Italiano. "Per favore, Vito, scopami il culo, per favore." She shook her head, but rushed out the words.
"Per favore, Vito. Scopami il culo, per favore."
Fuck those words. My balls were heavy, my groin tight. I couldn't torture either of us any longer. Rolling over, I got her on her hands and knees, snatched up the bottle of lube. I slicked myself up, then removed the plug. Took a second to drizzle more lube around her ring of muscle and smooth it in, my cock throbbing in time with my heartbeat. Grabbing my shaft, I lined it up and said, "Push out." She did as instructed, and my head slipped in. Scalding heat choked my tip, and I had to clench my jaw to keep from coming. I couldn't drag my eyes away from that tight hole and how it grasped me to pull me in tighter. "Fuck," I ground out. "You feel so fucking good." I added more lube, slid in deeper, withdrew a bit, advanced. She wouldn't let me go slow, though. She began rocking back, driving me past her body's natural resistance. Soon our hips met, and I was all the way inside. I couldn't remember it ever feeling this perfect before. Her compliance, winning her over, this felt like the sweetest victory. "There, amore," I smoothed my palm down her back. "I'm all the way in. You're so good for me. So sweet, Angeletto mio."
"It doesn't hurt."
She dropped onto her forearms and rested her head on him.
"I can't believe it, but all I feel is pressure."
"Rub your clit for me." I'm going to fuck you and make you feel even better. When her hand snaked between her legs, I grabbed her hips and began a steady, deliberate back-and-forth rhythm, letting her feel every millimeter. I closed my eyes briefly as I sank in, the sensations coursing through me indescribably good. Euphoria filled every part of my body, my teeth buzzing with it. I felt invincible, like I was high. I never wanted this to end. I looked down as my dick disappeared inside her hole and my chest swelled with pride and emotion. I was in awe of this woman. Every time with her was better than the last. How was she doing this to me? I supposed it didn't matter. Whatever her secret, I was never giving her up.
Harder, baby. I'm so close.
I thrust harder. She needed to come in the next few seconds because I was not going to last. I grabbed the back of her neck and held her down on the mattress.
Oh, shit,
she whispered.
I love when you do that. Fuck.
Her muscles clenched around me, her limbs trembling as she convulsed, and her orgasm triggered my own. I felt my balls contract just before a white-hot blast caused spots to dance before my eyes. Jets of cum shot out the head of my cock into her ass, and I shoved deeper, trying to get all the way inside. Take all of it. Every last drop, amore mio. It went on until I sagged, spent. I was wrung out, dizzy, and destroyed. And I was very, very in love with this woman. I couldn't stop kissing her in the shower. She was soft and sweet, my favorite, clinging to me as we stood pressed together in the steam. I cleaned us both, then dried her off and settled her in bed.
Wait, where are you going?
She asked as I pulled on pajama bottoms. To get us water and food. I slipped on my glasses to better see her. Any requests?
Just you, in those glasses. God damn, Vito, you look so fine right now.
I meant to eat or drink, I said as I walked out of the room.
So did I,
she called from the bed, and a grin stretched across my face. The kitchen was quiet, so I could think as I prepared a snack for two. I hadn't meant to fall in love with Maggie, but now that I had, my plans needed to be adjusted. There was moving her to Toronto and reorganizing our security, making room for her in my life. She would wish to remain involved in the winery, so how could I assist her in working remotely? Maybe she could fly back a few days every month. She'd need a car, armed guards, and allowance. I'd help her build a life here, near mine, a life with burgers and concerts and nights on the terrace. I could hardly wait. But I couldn't broach the subject yet, not until I had everything ready for her. I had to present a plan, not rattle off some midnight pillow talk. Leaving her life behind was a big ask, and I didn't want to give her a chance to say no. So I needed to create an incentive package too irresistible to refuse. When I returned to the bedroom, a flash went off. I froze and blinked. Maggie was taking photos of me on her phone. Que cosa bella.
For later. Here, put that tray down and let me get one more.
No, I continued to the bed, but she was still taking photos. Stop that.
Let me objectify you, please. Per favore, bello.
The use of my language did it. Sighing, I rested the tray on the bed and looked at the camera. I even gave her the hint of a smile. Wow! She snapped a few more, then finally put her phone down.
You are so photogenic. If this Mafia thing doesn't work out, you should consider modeling.
I'll keep this in mind, I drawled and dragged the tray closer to her. We ate while she told me stories about her childhood at the winery, happy memories of her father and grandfather. I soaked all of it in, every bit of information about her past. Her life had been so different from mine. Both of us were bound by familial legacy, but one created and nurtured, while the other destroyed and killed. Did you ever want to do anything else? I asked when we were finished eating and tucked under the covers. Did you ever imagine another life?
Nope.
She curled closer to me and rubbed her toes on my shins.
I always dreamed of running the winery. Of course, I thought I would have my dad around to help, but...
She lifted her shoulder, but I could see the streak of pain in her eyes. I stroked her bare hip. They died when you were in high school.
Senior year. A freak car accident on wet pavement. They swerved to avoid hitting a motorcyclist and my dad lost control of the car. They hit a tree. My dad was killed instantly. Mom lingered for a few hours in the hospital, so at least I got to say goodbye to her.
I am very sorry, Bella. She drew in a deep breath, then let it out slowly.
It hasn't been easy. Therapy helped, and having Mikey helped. My aunt stayed with us for a few years too, and she was a godsend.
I gave her a kiss, telling her without words how strong, how resilient I thought she was. I'm very proud of you, Angelo mio.
Why?
A laugh emerged from her lips, but it held no mirth.
The winery was failing, we have a virus I didn't catch, and my brother developed a gambling problem that I didn't notice. I'm pretty much a disaster.
No, Maggie. The problems we face, the challenges we encounter do not make us failures. They make us stronger. And you are one of the strongest people I've ever met.
Thanks, baby,
she whispered and kissed me again.
What about you?
She asked when we finally pulled apart.
Did you ever want to do anything else?
It wouldn't have mattered. My father would not have allowed it. In my world, family is everything.
What was he like?
The question was a deep well inside me, filled with so much pain and anger, hurt and loneliness. I found it better not to examine it too closely. A cruel man. No one in our home escaped his wrath.
Was he abusive?
Yes. Mostly to my mother when she was alive. Then Enzo. My older brother protected me and Massimo from the worst of it.
That must have been awful. I'm so sorry.
I lifted a shoulder. My father thought he was preparing us for a dangerous, cruel life. In some ways, he wasn't wrong.
That doesn't excuse it. And what of your poor mother? She didn't deserve that.
No, she hadn't. Enzo fought our father on her behalf. He tried to stop the worst of it when he could, but she ended her life shortly after Paloma was born. I was 8, mostly too young to understand. Maggie wrapped an arm around me and held me closer.
Oh my God, how sad.
It was sad, but that was life. I never blamed my mother. I hoped she'd finally found peace somewhere.
Is this why you don't want to get married?
Maggie eased back to see my face.
Why you wear the wedding band?
I owed her the truth after all this time. No, not entirely. I proposed to a girl when I was 17. Her body went stiff as her gaze searched mine.
You did?
I did. Her name was Simone, and I was in love with her. Her family was poor, not anything like mine, but I didn't care. I was going to marry her.
But you said you've never been married, so what happened?
My father wouldn't hear of it, and he decided to prove that Simona only wanted me for the money, the position.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but how did he do that?
Not very original, but he told her I'd be cut off. Said she could take a check from him and disappear or marry me and live in poverty.
My God, it's like something out of a Jane Austen novel. Let me guess, she chose the check?
She did.
What an asshole,
she spat instantly.
And your dad was definitely a dick for doing that. But it sounds like he saved you from a miserable marriage.
I shrugged. I suppose.
Vito.
Maggie squeezed my face in her hand and shook me gently.
A woman who takes money instead of you? Please. She didn't deserve you.
This is nice of you to say, I murmured before pressing a quick kiss to her mouth.
So the wedding band was a way of what? Protecting yourself from getting involved again?
It sounded silly to hear her say it, but it was true. It was always easier that way. What I do is dangerous, and anyone in my world is at risk. I never wanted anyone to get too close. I flicked her a glance through my lashes. Until you. She bit her lip and we stared at each other. Emotions flickered through the depths of her brownish-green gaze, and no doubt mine reflected the same. Fear and uncertainty, but also hope. Like we were on the edge of something neither one of us understood. My chest expanded with it, and for the first time I could see my future staring back at me. Here was the person who understood me, who complimented me, who was strong enough to withstand whatever was thrown in our direction. The other half of my very soul. "You're going to make me cry," she said, her lip trembling. "And I hate to cry." "Don't cry, amore." I leaned in to nibble at her lips with mine. "I don't like to see you sad." "I'm not sad. I'm the opposite of sad. I'm so happy right now." She removed my glasses and put them on the nightstand. Then she drew closer and draped her leg over my hip. "You make me happy, Vito." The sense of rightness settled over me again, and I kissed her until we both fell asleep, wrapped in each other's arms.
Chapter 22. Maggie. I woke up to an empty bed. Again. Vito had a bad habit of not waking me up in the mornings. By the feel of his cold sheets, he'd been up for some time. I checked my phone on the nightstand. It was 7:30, which was late, but not horrifically late. I rolled over and stretched, my muscles protesting as I moved. Mostly my backside was sore, but everything about last night had been perfect. I was a goner. Everything about you matters to me. I fingered the diamond necklace he gave me and accepted defeat. Somewhere along the line, I fell in love with this dangerous, smart, and steady man. Most people would say it was a bad idea, but right now he felt like the best thing in my entire life. I couldn't ever remember being this happy. I trudged into the bathroom and spent a few minutes getting ready. At some point, Vito had brought in my clean clothes and laid them out for me on the counter. He really thought of everything. Did anything ever catch this man off guard or surprise him? I dug around in my cosmetics bag for a tube of ointment for my lips. While searching, I brushed an old tube of lipstick out of the way. Then I paused, an idea popping into my head. Sometimes it was hard for me to express love or affection for other people. My therapist once said it was because love frightened me, especially after losing both of my parents, and we were often reluctant to do things we feared. But I wasn't afraid anymore. This man understood me. My attitude as a defense mechanism didn't scare him. And after last night, I trusted Vito to take care of my heart. On impulse, I grabbed the tube and uncapped it. Dark red. Perfect. I wrote him a note on the bathroom mirror, one that would make my feelings for him perfectly clear. It was silly, but concise. Smiling, I collected my things and went into the bedroom. There weren't any messages on my phone, and the emails could wait. Still, as much as I'd like to hang out and see more of Toronto, I did need to get back to Paisano. With the red blotch and winter promotions, there was a lot going on at the winery. I took my overnight bag downstairs. Vito was in the kitchen, fully dressed and sitting at the island, his back to me. When I set my bag down, he looked over his shoulder. He hadn't shaved yet and wore his glasses. Then he gave me a rare, lopsided grin that melted my heart.
Buongiorno, amore.
More with the amore. God, he was killing me. I went over and gave him a kiss. Morning, bello. Have you been up long?
About an hour. I wanted to let you sleep.
Hand squeezing my hip, he rose.
Sit. I'll make you a cappuccino.
I would never turn down one of his cappuccinos, so I did as he ordered. What time are we going back this morning?
Would you like to stay and see more of the city?
I hated to be a buzzkill, but I hadn't planned to be away even one night, let alone more. Another time, maybe. I really need to get back. He started the espresso machine brewing, then went to the refrigerator for milk.
I figured you might say as much. We're scheduled to depart in an hour and a half.
My man, always prepared. Were you a Boy Scout?
No. Why?
Nothing. Forget it. Content to watch him, I propped my chin in my hands and stared at his back as he moved. I envisioned a lifetime of mornings like this, quiet, with just the two of us. Cappuccinos and sunshine, warm showers and lingering kisses. I wanted it so badly, craved that steady existence with my whole heart. This man would be at the center of it. And the winery, of course. How those pieces fit together wasn't exactly clear, but no doubt Vito could come up with a plan. He set the cup in front of me, his keen gaze taking in my expression.
What are you thinking about?
I picked up the cappuccino and cradled it in my palms. I wasn't ready to discuss our future, so I said, "Thank you for last night." Placing his elbows on the counter, he leaned over.
You are very welcome, Angelo mio.
Impulsively, I set my cup down and lunged over the bar to kiss him. The awkward position prevented the kiss from deepening, but I didn't care. I just needed my mouth on his for an extended period of time. His big palm cradled my jaw, while his warm breath, coffee and mint, mingled with mine. His lips were plush velvet, soft against my mouth, and I was happy to exist in this little bubble with him forever.
That was nice,
he murmured as we pulled apart.
You are making me rethink our flight schedule.
I gasped in mock horror. And change your plans?
Are you making fun of me, Bella?
He came around the bar, and I could see the humor lurking behind his glasses.
Because I can still punish you and fly back at the same time.
I grabbed his belt and dragged him closer. Promise? Growling, he bent to kiss me again, and I offered up everything I was thinking and feeling, everything I had stored inside me through that kiss. All my hopes, all my dreams, every bit of love I'd buried. I gave it all to him without fear, without resistance. My heart belonged to this man. I wouldn't tell him with words, but I wanted him to know. He gave me a few more kisses, like he was reluctant to stop. Then he sighed and straightened.
Maybe I will help you join the Mile High Club on the way back.
My lower half clenched, perking up at the idea. Won't your men know we're having sex? Letting me go, he returned to his seat and coffee.
Does this bother you?
Not as much as it probably should. I don't know if you've realized this by now, but I'm not exactly shy. His eyebrows climbed dramatically above the top of his glasses.
No, I don't believe you.
I nudged him with my shoulder. Shut up. The phone in his hand began buzzing.
Perdóname,
he murmured.
I must take this, pronto.
He listened to whoever was on the other end. I sipped my cappuccino and unlocked my own phone, pretending to read online gossip as I wondered about the message upstairs on the mirror. Would he see it today before we left, or at some point when we returned? I wanted to plan a long visit here, maybe a 3-day weekend. Vito went stiff beside me, his furious voice cracking like a whip.
Que cazzo?
I winced. I felt sorry for whoever had pissed him off. A long, heated exchange transpired. I recognized some of the curse words, but that was about it. Vito slapped the marble bar with his palm. I started, surprised by the loud noise, and he immediately reached to rub my back soothingly. Deciding to give him privacy, I got up and wandered away to explore the first floor a bit. There was a bar near the long sofas that I hadn't noticed last night, and I was curious what Vito stocked here. Mostly Italian wine, I discovered. That made sense. Then a familiar bottle caught my attention. Was this? Yep, it was one and the same. There was a bottle of the New Orleans bourbon whiskey I bought for Vito in the casino bar. I bit my lip, ridiculously pleased by this small thing, Did he think of me when he sipped it?
Mi dispiace, Angelo.
Vito called before he stalked over to the back hallway and shouted, "Andiamo, ragazzi!" We were leaving, I guess. "What's going on?" I asked. "What happened?" He grabbed our coats off the hooks by the door.
We need to return immediately.
I went over and he helped me into my coat. "Why? Is something wrong?" Cesare and Adelmo came hurrying from the hall, bags in their hands. Vito pointed to my overnight bag and gave them instructions. "I can carry my own bag," I protested when Adelmo came over to get it.
Let the men get it.
Vito motioned for me to hurry through the front door, so I didn't argue. Soon we were all packed into the elevator and no one spoke. I took a peek at Vito and marveled at the change in him. A switch had flipped. This was the Mafia boss, the criminal who got pissed just before heads started to roll. I didn't want our time in Toronto to be ruined. This had been too perfect to let some petty Mafia crap bring down the vibes. Reaching over, I took his hand in mine and held it. He didn't react right away, seemingly lost in his thoughts, but then his grip tightened, his hold firm. I squeezed and he squeezed back. My anxiety eased a bit after that. Everything was fine. He would tell me what was going on as soon as we were alone. During the drive to the airport, he made a few calls. I didn't care. He still held my hand the whole time, like he needed that small connection to me, so I let him work and looked through my phone absently. I was surprised to see a text from Val pop up. "Hey, where are you?" I wrinkled my nose. I didn't want to tell her about Vito, about the trip. It seemed a conversation best had in person, to be honest. Falling in love with a Mafia boss who won your winery in a poker game wasn't really news you dropped via text to your best friend. I turned my phone off. We were about to fly anyway. I'd call Val when Vito and I landed in Paisano. For the rest of the drive, I stared out the window and listened to the deep rumblings of Vito's voice. I would need to learn some Italian, starting with whatever he liked to whisper in my ear when he was inside of me. The jet was ready and waiting when we boarded. The same attendant greeted us, and it wasn't long before we were in the air. During takeoff, Vito huddled in the rear of the jet, talking with his men, while I gripped the armrests of my seat and tried to remain upbeat about our survival rate. Vito returned when the plane leveled off.
"Perdonami,"
he said again, kissing the back of my hand after he peeled it off the armrest.
I shouldn't have left you alone.
"I'm fine," I said, despite the damp circles under my armpits. "Is everything okay?" He paused, his jaw stiff.
The winery. Something has happened there.
Wait, what? The winery? I sat up straight, my heart thundering, slamming in my chest. His face told me this was bad. Very bad. I could sense it coming from every cell in his body. I unbuckled my seatbelt and angled toward him. "What do you mean? What happened?" His voice was calm, quiet.
The cottage caught on fire last night. The fire spread. I don't know the extent of the damage yet.
Fire. Oh my God. The vines. Shit. I turned on my phone, ready to make calls, but Vito put his hand out.
Bella, no calls in the air. We'll find out the answers when we land.
I clutched my phone, strangling it in my grip. Was anyone hurt? My voice cracked on the question.
No, the cottage was empty. The other buildings were not affected.
Well, how much of the vineyard was affected?
I don't know yet.
Fuck! All my fear and panic turned on him. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I could have called Mikey from the penthouse. You purposely kept this from me.
Your brother is dealing with the fire department. My men are also there to help. There's nothing you can do at the moment but distract him from what's happening there. My priority is your safety and making sure we get back quickly.
He was so calm and reasonable, but I didn't like secrets, especially when it came to the winery. Was he withholding more bad news? We will be discussing this later. I'm really fucking pissed at you for not telling me.
That is your right, but I will sometimes make decisions that you do not like, especially if I think it is important for your safety.
That answer was bullshit, but I didn't have the energy to fight with him right now. I was too mad and too worried. My mind was already dreaming up every worst-case scenario that I could imagine. A fire could destroy acres, not to mention that people could have died. I willed the plane to go faster. Though he remained silent beside me, Vito never let go of my hand. The drive seemed to take forever. I turned my phone back on when we landed, but there weren't any texts or calls. My brother didn't answer either. During the ride, Vito was busy texting. When I asked for updates, he said there wasn't any new information and we'd assess the damage for ourselves when we arrived. One question kept bothering me. How did the cottage catch fire? Everything had been done to code and properly inspected. So, was it one of the renovations Vito had ordered? Did he leave the espresso machine on? Not clean out the lint trap in the dryer? It didn't make any sense. I prayed that the majority of the vineyard remained intact. The red blotch was bad enough, and that affected a small section of only the Cabernet Franc vines, according to the test results. I didn't know what I'd do if I lost more. The good news was fire had difficulty spreading in a vineyard because of the open space and moisture. I've heard that California wildfires often come up to the edge of vineyards and just stop. So maybe it wouldn't be bad. Emergency vehicles and cars of every kind clogged the winery parking lot. My heart was racing. As soon as the SUV slowed, I pushed open my door and hopped down to the gravel lot. Then I took off.
Maggie,
I heard Vito call behind me, but I wouldn't be stopped. I ran, my arms and legs pumping, with my mind solely focused on seeing for myself. As I rounded the corner of the winery building, I smelled it. Burnt wood. No, no, no. A tiny section, please. A row, maybe two. Not the whole goddamn... I jerked to a halt. My eyes could barely take it in. Row after row of black, charred nubs. Ash, soot, smoldering smoke. At least half the vineyard was gone. I dropped to my knees in the soggy mud. Air couldn't enter my body. My lungs refused to work because a rage-filled scream was trapped in my chest. How? Why? What was I supposed to do now?
Maggie, amore.
Vito's hands lifted me up, and he was pulling me to his chest. I couldn't feel it, though. It was like it was happening to someone else. I was locked in the horror around me. He tilted my face up, his eyes desperate as he regarded me.
Breathe, baby.
His hand rubbed my back.
Please, Maggie, breathe for me.
I shook my head. I can't.
Yes, you can. Try to breathe.
I began to tremble. My eyes were on Vito, but I kept seeing the charred remains of the vines I'd cared for my whole life. I didn't think I'd ever be able to focus on anything else.
I've got you, Angelo,
he whispered.
I will fix this.
Fix it? I nearly laughed hysterically.
Maggie, you're here.
My brother's voice. I tore away from Vito and saw my sibling there, his haggard expression matching mine. I threw myself into Mikey's arms and held onto him. He understood more than anyone what I was feeling. Another loss, another death, something else ripped from our hands. I began sobbing.
I tried to save them,
he whispered brokenly into my hair.
I'm so sorry, Max.
He let me cry on him, the heaving of his chest telling me he might be doing the same. Murmurs reached my ears, conversation nearby. I wiped my eyes and tried to pull myself together. A few feet away, Vito was talking quietly to Tommaso, their heads bent together. I grabbed Mikey's arm. I want to talk to the fire chief. I want to hear what happened.
It was arson.
My body jolted. that news affecting me like a physical blow. What?
Come on.
Mikey dragged a hand down his face.
Last I saw him, Chief Kincaid was down by the cottage. I'll let him explain it.
The two of us started walking, but we didn't speak. What was there to say? Arson. Someone had lit our property on fire purposely. The universe had dumped so much on us the past few years, more than either of us deserved. Were we cursed? Who in the fuck would have done this?
Maggie, wait.
Vito was right behind me.
Let me talk to the authorities for you.
I need to hear it for myself. I barely recognized my deep and scratchy voice.
Then I'll come with you.
I didn't respond. My mind was stuck, a refrain of "what the fuck" looping over and over in my brain. Arson. Someone did this. Someone burned my vines on purpose. Who? Why? A group of firemen and other men were by the cottage. Some were picking through the half-burned structure, while the others were in discussion. Paloma and Massimo were huddled together with a few men I didn't recognize. Were they Vito's? I couldn't think about that now. I strode toward Chief Kincaid, whose son Brett had been in my graduating class. Chief Kincaid and his wife supplied Mikey and I with plenty of casseroles in the months following our parents' deaths.
Maggie, my dear.
Chief Kincaid broke free of his crowd and came toward me.
How are you holding up?
He gave me a brief hug. I can't believe this. I'm shocked. Vito was there, extending his hand and introducing himself to Chief Kincaid. The fire chief nodded.
You were the one staying in the cottage? Yes, I was.
What happened? I croaked. Mikey said it was arson. Chief Kincaid nodded.
That's what our initial investigation suggests. We believe an accelerant was used to burn the cottage as well as the vineyard. The cottage was ignited first, then the fire spread to what you see here. We won't know for sure until the samples come back from the lab, but I would guess gasoline from the smell.
I don't understand. I met my brother's shell-shocked expression. Why would anyone do this?
We understand there are security cameras.
Chief Kincaid looked at Vito.
We would like to see that footage.
Vito folded his arms, but his expression was open, cooperative.
Of course. The footage is stored off-site. I have a call into the company already.
He did?
Good. Mike and Maggie, I'm assuming you'll want to press criminal charges on whoever is responsible.
Hell yes, we do, I said at the same time Mikey said,
Damn right.
Chief Kincaid passed out his card to all of us, including Vito.
I figured. I'll let Chief Oliphant know.
To Vito, he said,
He's the police chief. We'll be in touch to get that footage. With the motorcycle tracks we've seen around the property, I could hazard a guess as to who's responsible, but I try not to guess. I'd rather have facts, especially if it's who I think it is. You think this is the Red Raiders?
Mikey asked.
They've never bothered us. Why would they?
He abruptly clamped his mouth shut. What were you going to say? I asked, nudging him. Finish that thought.
Nothing.
My brother shook his head.
We'll learn more when the security footage comes in. Thanks, Chief Kincaid. You're welcome, son. You kids have had a rough go of it these past few years. I'll have Marge bring something over to eat later,
he said, referring to his wife.
That way you won't have to worry about tonight.
We thanked him, and he walked away, returning to his group close to the cottage. My brother shifted toward Vito and lowered his voice.
I need a word. Not now.
Vito snapped.
I want to look after your sister. This can wait. No, it fucking can't,
Mikey said.
I want to ask you about you need to wait.
In one step, Vito moved closer, his lips flat and angry as he stared at Mikey.
I said we will talk, but I'm more concerned with your sister at the moment. Then I need to speak with my brother and sister as well as my men, and the security company.
Alarm bells went off in my head. There was something happening here. Mikey was acting strangely, like when he'd gambled the winery away. What's so urgent, Mikey? Is it about the fire? Massimo and Paloma drifted closer, both of them appearing concerned. Maz came and briefly wrapped me up in a hug.
How are you holding up, mia cognata?
I was too distracted to comment on the sister-in-law reference. My brother didn't answer my question. Instead, his gaze locked on the rows of burnt vines. In my bones, I knew what was going on. Mikey was keeping something from me, something important. Again. And this secret also involved Vito. I stepped out of Maz's embrace and looked at both Vito and Mikey. What are you two hiding from me?
I'm not the one hiding anything,
Mikey said quickly, his meaning perfectly clear. So Vito was hiding something, and it might be related to the arson and the Red Raiders. Un-fucking acceptable. I turned toward the man I'd fallen for, the man whose fresh fingerprints were all over my flesh. His expression gave nothing away, though. He was cool, like a marble statue, strong and inscrutable, secrets buried deep, but I pushed. You have something to tell me?
I will find out who did this, amore, and I will make them pay.
Vito speak. That wasn't what I asked. Rubbing my eyes, I drew in a deep breath of smoky air, which triggered a coughing fit in my lungs. Let's get everyone inside, I heard Paloma say. This air isn't healthy.
Good idea,
Maz said as he patted my back, gently steering me toward the winery.
I'll be there in a moment,
Vito said, the only one not moving with our group toward the winery. I regained my breath, so I dug in my heels and twisted away to face Vito. I want to know what's going on.
Later, Bella.
He put a heavy dose of Mafia Don in those two words, trying to both intimidate me and control me. I wasn't having it. I was a fiery ball of rage, a woman on a mission, a woman standing in the ashes of her life, literally, who had no more fucks left to give. Stepping into his face, I practically growled like an animal. Not later. Right fucking now, Vito. He must have read the feral expression on my face correctly, because he nodded once. Over his shoulder, he exchanged words in Italian with a few of his men, then wrapped an arm around my shoulder. Maz, declaring he was going back to bed, broke off from our group, but Mikey and Paloma trailed Vito and me into the winery building. Someone burned my vineyard. Who would do such a thing? What is Vito hiding from me? It was all I could think about as the two of us went into Mikey's office. When Vito closed the door, I edged away from him and wrapped my arms around my waist. The photographs on the walls, the vineyards lush and green during the harvest season, seemed to mock me. How would we ever recover from this? I closed my eyes and took several deep breaths. Let's hear it, I blurted. Why did Mikey get weird when the topic of the Red Raiders came up? Vito leaned against a cabinet, one hand in his pocket and the other rubbing his jaw.
I believe the Red Raiders were trying to kill me last night.
Chapter 23. Maggie. I blinked several times, stomach churning, trying to make sense of this. Why would they want to kill you?
In retaliation.
Retaliation? For what? My mind raced. Then it hit me. The strip club. You went there to find Red Raiders, and it involved Jimmy Tate. He remained silent as I put what I knew together. So you killed Jimmy?
It's better if you don't force me to answer that.
Too bad, I snapped. I want to know. You killed Jimmy. Vito's chin dipped once. Just Jimmy, or were there others?
And others.
Vito had murdered Jimmy Tate. And others. Then lied to me about it. My muscles locked, and my knees actually buckled. Bending slightly, I gripped the edge of the desk. You told me you didn't know anything about Jimmy's disappearance. You lied to my face.
Bella,
he said with a sigh. No, do not start with that bullshit. You lied when I asked you about it.
I told you there are things about my business that you can never know. It's to protect you in case the authorities ever come after me.
Like murder. He didn't say anything, and I wrestled with this new information. It was one thing to know Vito killed people in theory, but here it was staring me in the face. I grew up with Jimmy Tate and saw his mom around town every now and then. How was I ever supposed to look at her again, knowing this? God, I had been so stupid. It had been incredibly foolish to think Vito's world wouldn't bleed into my life. The power and violence of the Mafia was a disease, and it had slowly crept into my life, much like the red blotch crept into the vines. It infected and destroyed, and now an enemy had retaliated against Vito, taking me and the winery down with them.
You look at me as if I am a monster,
he said quietly.
But aren't you curious why?
Why you murdered some bikers, you mean?
You might believe the Red Raiders are innocent, but I assure you they are not. 3 of them saw my cousin in Sparkles, dragged him into the woods, and executed him like a dog.
I scrubbed my face with my hands. What kind of world was this? Murders and executions, retaliation and mayhem. Jimmy and 2 others, you're saying?
Yes.
I wasn't naive enough to ask why they hadn't gone to the police instead. Anyone who'd ever watched a movie or television show knew that wasn't how the Mafia dealt with their problems. And because you killed 3 of their guys, the rest of the Red Raiders just torched my vineyard. A muscle jumped in Vito's jaw.
As I said, I will find who is responsible, and I will rebuild your vineyard.
Tears scalded the backs of my eyes. You can't rebuild this. This, I gestured in the direction of the charred remains outdoors, took decades, Vito. Over 60 years. My grandfather, my father. I choked on a sob, and the tears broke free, sliding down my cheeks. He took a step toward me, but my hand flew up to stop him. No, don't. I don't want you to try to make me feel better. This isn't something you can fix with a cappuccino or a hot tub.
Angelo, please, calm down.
An angry, wounded sound left my lips as I furiously brushed tears away. Do not tell me to calm down, you fucking asshole. You knew the Red Raiders would retaliate. It was why you kept talking about increasing security around here. You knew, yet you didn't tell me the truth. Then you took me off to Toronto and made me feel special while lying to me the whole time.
I considered the matter with the bikers settled.
He tried, but I interrupted him. Bullshit. You brought an army from Toronto. You brought your sister, your brother. You didn't think this was settled. And how did my brother know all of this was going on when I didn't? Vito's chest expanded as he dragged in air.
He was with us when we discovered Gaetano's body in the woods.
Oh my God. I sagged, absolutely flabbergasted. Why? How? Have you inducted my brother or made him one of your men?
No, of course not. I ordered him to stay in the car while we searched the woods, but he didn't listen.
I can't fucking believe this, I muttered, rubbing the ache in my chest as more tears fell. After the red blotch, I actually thought you might be a good thing for the winery. And after Toronto, I thought you might be a good thing for me. God, I was so stupid. The skin of his throat flushed, but his voice never changed.
I know you are angry, and you have that right, but I never thought it would go this far. I never thought they would hurt you or the winery in response.
We've covered this. I blew my nose with a cocktail napkin I found on the desk. Maybe you didn't know, but you suspected. Yet you kept me in the dark the whole time. Even lied to me about it. Slippery, evasive Vito. If not for Mikey, I wouldn't have ever known, would I?
As I said, it's not safe for me to take you into my confidence when it comes to that part of my life.
That isn't how this works. Because if you think you can throw private jets and diamond necklaces and concerts at me to keep me from asking questions, you are dead wrong. Those things don't matter to me. I want someone I can trust, someone who isn't always hiding shit from me.
You are demanding that I risk your life,
he shouted, the sound echoing off the walls. His lips were thin slashes of fury in his handsome face.
You could be tortured for information on me, or put in prison, or killed. I will not do it. I will not drag you into my world and risk harming you, even if you hate me for it.
Vito, newsflash. I've already been harmed. The vineyard is gone because of you and your world. I'm already at risk.
A smaller, manageable amount.
Why he felt the need to clarify this made no sense. But risk, all the same. How did you see this working between us? Were we even going to be a couple?
You say this as if we are not already a couple, as if you haven't already said many times that you belong to me.
Sex games are not real life. And for God's sake, just answer a fucking question for once in your life.
I was going to give you the penthouse in Toronto.
Unblinking, I stared at him, the words like a cold dose of reality thrown over my head. Not, I was going to ask you, or would you please consider moving? Vito had just decided to plop me down in his penthouse, easy peasy, like I would be grateful for the opportunity. And he didn't even live there. His real home was outside the city. But apparently, I didn't rate high enough to live there. I was only important enough for his lavish, hookup-friendly apartment. This man had no interest in a real relationship with me. He wanted me as his plaything, a little bird in a gilded cage until he deigned to visit me. Hadn't he been paying attention at all? Did he honestly think this would fly with me? At this point, I wasn't even angry at him. I was hurt. My chest felt hollow, like my organs had been scooped out and thrown away. The gulf between our lives, what we wanted and needed, was too far to bridge. There was no compromise when the sides started so far apart. Vito, I said shakily, that isn't how a relationship works. You want someone when it's convenient, like taking that wedding band on and off. But you can't keep part of yourself separate. Not from me. I don't want to live in a bubble, even in a penthouse.
I can keep you safe in a penthouse,
he snarled.
And I wasn't taking you away from the winery.
Oh, wow. Thanks, I guess.
You are being sarcastic with me, but I know you will wish to go back and forth. You would have access to the jet whenever you needed.
Here are some fancy crumbs, Angel. Be grateful. God, this man was delusional. And entitled. I don't want your jet or your penthouse. I want you, all in. I want Vito D'Agostino to be honest with me and treat me like a partner, not a one-night stand who's stuck around a few extra nights.
Is this how you think I treat you?
Deflecting, evading. Instead of telling me how he felt, he was turning it back around on me, which told me everything I needed to know. He'd already planned this without my input and had no intention of adapting it, which meant there was no path forward for us, not where I kept my sense of self or my dignity. If I accepted his offer, I'd end up like that wedding band, something pretty and convenient for him, a hassle-free adornment. And I would wither away under such conditions. A sharp pain rippled behind my sternum, almost like the bones were cracking apart under the weight of my anguish. Calmly, I said, "Go back to Toronto, Vito. We're done here." He flinched, his mouth turning into a serious frown.
We're not finished. I'm trying to tell you that I want a future with you.
Your version of a future is repulsive to me. If you knew me, if you respected me at all, you would know that.
You think I don't respect you?
A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat, but I smothered it because nothing about this was funny. Bottom line, I couldn't do this any longer. I couldn't go around and around with him forever. We had some fun together, and now it was time to cut him loose. I gathered every bit of my strength to say, "If you could deal with Mikey from now on, I'd appreciate it. I'll assess the damage and have him send you a list of what we need." I turned and grabbed for the doorknob. Suddenly, Vito was there, pressed to my back, caging me in and breathing softly on my cheek.
Angelo mio, don't do this. Tell me what you want. An allowance, a car. I need you to stay.
he thought this was about money? My argument with Paloma came rushing back. Are you hoping for a payout? Again, this man didn't know me at all, apparently. I slipped away from him and pulled open the door. Without looking back, I said, "Please, do me a favor, Vito. Lose my number." And I was gone.
Vito. The house I'd rented for my men, while large, smelled like cat piss and cigarette smoke. I ordered all the windows opened as soon as I moved in yesterday afternoon, yet it hadn't helped. But I was stuck here until I went back to Toronto, and I couldn't go back until I'd killed every Red Raider in the area. "Send someone to buy more air freshener," I snapped at Tommaso. "And air purifiers, as many as they can find." I took out my cigarettes and lit one. The two of us were sitting at the kitchen table this morning, waiting for intel on where the 4 bikers went after torching Maggie's vineyard. Yesterday, thanks to facial recognition software, we learned their identities and went looking in the usual spots. Except the bikers had gone to ground, every single one hiding from me. Enzo's computer experts were currently hacking traffic and surveillance cameras, looking for footage to discover where they went. I hope to have answers any minute. Paloma strode into the kitchen and frowned at me. "That isn't going to help the smell." "I don't give a fuck. Do we know anything yet?" "No, not yet." She eyed me carefully. "Massimo's clothes look good on you." I blew out a long stream of smoke. "Thank fuck we're about the same size." "I could go out and buy—" "No, lawyer, my consigliere, not my personal shopper. I've ordered some shit to be delivered later." "I haven't officially agreed," she noted, taking sparkling water out from the refrigerator. Tommaso got to his feet. "I'll go check in with the men and send someone out for those things you wanted." "Grazie, Tommaso," I said, rubbing my eyes with my free hand. I was fucking exhausted. I hadn't slept a wink last night. "Then you took me off to Toronto and made me feel special, while lying to me the whole time." I didn't regret it. Maggie didn't realize the danger of being with me. A scorched vineyard was nothing compared to many of the things I've seen and done, and I didn't want that for her. So I offered what I could, while trying to maximize her safety. It was the only way, short of marrying her, that I could protect her. And neither of us were ready for that sort of commitment. At least, I didn't think so. She wanted me all in. But what did that mean? Taking her into my confidence in regards to the business was out of the question. I wouldn't risk her by doing something so foolish. And what of her? Was she ready to go all in? Because she certainly hadn't confessed her feelings for me at any point. My sister lowered herself into the vacant chair. She twisted the gold bangle bracelets on her wrist. "I spoke to Enzo last night. To get the official family blessing." I was aware. I heard an earful from my brother earlier, another part of my shitty morning. "He wasn't thrilled about the idea," Paloma continued. "But he agreed with your reasons for asking. Honestly, I think he's a little irritated that he didn't think of coming to me first." "He doesn't need help. I do." "You know how he is. Enzo wasn't always the best at sharing." An understatement. "What else did he say?" "I asked if there was any kind of ritual I needed to perform or an oath I needed to take. He said my last name was enough. He's always worried about my safety." She waved her hand, rattling the bracelets on her wrist. "He's acting like a protective big brother because I'm a woman." "I won't let anyone hurt you, Lo. Sul mio onore." Swearing on one's honor was the deepest pledge we could make. "I know you won't. I'm not worried. And I'm capable of taking care of myself." "I don't doubt it. I remember the punches you used to throw." "And I took boxing lessons in London. I'm good." I finished my cigarette and stubbed it out. "So, it's decided." "I guess so." "Thank fuck." I motioned for her to stand up, which she did. Then I kissed both of her cheeks. "I can't tell you how grateful I am, Paloma." I know. She squeezed my shoulder, then motioned to the chairs. Sit down, I want to start offering you advice. Oh, about what? Once seated, she folded her arms on the table and studied me. You look like shit. I rubbed my jaw. I didn't sleep much, so I heard. Tommaso said you paced all night long in your room. Checking up on me. Don't be surprised, you are my responsibility. First as my brother, second as my boss. So are you ready to talk about her? I instantly reached for the pack of cigarettes on the table, but Paloma moved them out of my reach. Vito, stop it. You're giving those up starting today. Now, tell me what went wrong yesterday. I know Maggie was pissed about the fire, but you haven't told me what happened after. I don't want to talk about it, as you said last night. But you can't use that excuse any longer. Because I fucking said so. Everyone heard both of you yelling at each other, so fill me in. Knowing my sister was stubborn enough to keep pushing, I recounted my conversation with Maggie. When I finished, Paloma's expression didn't change. You offered to buy her off, to stay with you. Not in the way you are thinking. Exactly in the way I'm thinking. No wonder she lost it. Only because you accused her of being a gold digger. I can't believe she told you. Paloma tapped her dark red fingernails on the table. I thought she was better than that. She didn't tell me. I dragged it out of her on our trip. And she forbade me from interfering between the two of you. She said she's been dealing with mean girls all her life and could handle you. My sister threw her head back and laughed. Oh, that's cute. I like her. She's delusional, of course, but I admire her balls. She grew serious. Fratello, I know women better than you do, and I had to see if she's strong enough to handle this life. I don't want you to go through another Simone. If that meant I pissed Maggie off, then so be it. But I won't let you marry a woman who won't stand up and fight for you. No one said anything about marriage. Vito. She exhaled like I was trying her patience. She can't stay here unprotected, and you love her, so marry her. Don't make this more complicated. She'd never agree to marriage. Not now, of course. You will have to convince her. You make it sound so easy. But you don't know her. She can hold a grudge. Not to mention that she hasn't once told me how she feels about me. Do you want my advice? Part of me wanted to say no, but it was the role I'd given her. Yes, of course. Write the Fiorentino siblings a large check. Let the two of them replant whatever the fuck, while you're back in Toronto attending to real business. I stared through the patio glass doors out toward the river. What Paloma said made sense. But I didn't want to leave. It felt like giving up. How was I to focus on real business when all I wanted was to be near Maggie? If you push her, my sister continued, she will only fight you or disappear. I know women like her. I am a woman like her, and we don't like to be cornered. Your best course of action right now is to give her space. I need to fix this. I have a meeting with Carlo this afternoon to... Vito, that isn't what she wants. She wants to fix this. Without you. How do you know? Paloma slid out of her chair and stood. Because like I said, she and I are similar. And you can't force things right now. In time she will be willing to hear you out. Retreat so you can live to fight another day. I can't. I won't abandon her, even if she doesn't want me here. That is a mistake, and not like you. Where is your legendary patience? I pressed my lips together to keep from snapping at her. Patience? Was she kidding? I could barely breathe, knowing Maggie hated me. The knot in my chest wouldn't ease, and I had to fix this before it was too fucking late. What of the Red Raiders? We let them get away with burning the vineyard? Her lip curled, like she'd ingested sour wine. Of course not. We kill every single one of those motherfuckers today. My mobile buzzed on the table. It was Enzo, my older brother. Thank fuck. He must be calling with news of the bikers. Stay here, I ordered Paloma, then tapped the glass. Enzo, what have you? Roberto Mancini is dead. Everything inside me stilled as that news sank in. I knew it would happen eventually, had prepared for it, but I hadn't expected it today. Toronto was my territory. I would be expected to honor Mancini and play host to all the other families. I dropped my head into my free hand. Cazzo madre di Dio. My brother grunted. Exactly what I said when Gia got the news from Frankie a few minutes ago. If you were at home, I assume you would have heard first. I needed to rearrange everything. The troubles in Paisano, the Red Raiders, Maggie. I had to put all of these on hold and deal with the funeral first. I'll fly to Toronto immediately. You better, Enzo said. Because you're about to have a lot of fucking house guests.
Chapter 24. Maggie. A knock sounded on my bedroom door. Ignoring it, I continued to scroll on my phone, looking at vacation homes in Scotland and Ireland, the south of France, anywhere that wasn't here. Though it was now afternoon, I hadn't been able to get out of bed today. My life imploded yesterday, so I felt justified in telling the entire world to fuck off.
Maggie?
I expected Massimo, who'd stopped by no less than 5 times between last night and today, but it was my brother. Go away, I mumbled, and bookmarked an old crumbling French castle with a small vineyard in the back. The knob turned and the door opened. I glared at Mikey from over my shoulder. Do you mind? I didn't say you could come in. My brother shut the door and shoved his hands into his jeans.
Maz said you haven't eaten all day, and you're supposed to meet with me and Carlo in an hour.
I faced away from him, giving him my back. Yeah, don't really feel like it. Maybe tomorrow. The mattress dipped as he sat on my bed.
Mags, come on. Talk to me.
I couldn't. I needed time away from everyone to process what happened in the last 24 hours. No more vines. No more Fiorentino winery. No more Vito. I wasn't sorry about the last one. He'd lied and then tried to buy me as his kept woman. God, I'd been so stupid. But there were bigger problems than my horrible taste in men. My grandfather's vines, my father's vines, all gone. I fell in love with a monster, and my lack of judgment destroyed everything my family had created over the last 60 years. How could I ever forgive myself? I'm sorry, I croaked, shutting my phone off.
You're sorry?
Mikey's voice practically squeaked in disbelief.
I'm the reason Vito is here. If anyone is to blame, it's me.
Yeah, but I'm the reason he stayed. If I hadn't antagonized him, fought with him, slept with him, then he would have left immediately after signing the contracts. None of this would have happened. A tear escaped one eye and trickled into my hairline. Mikey bumped my foot with his knee.
Maybe we should stop blaming ourselves. I'm not mad at you. Are you mad at me anymore?
No, but I hate myself. Don't get me wrong, I still hate Vito, but I also hate myself.
You shouldn't. What the Red Raiders did isn't our fault. That's squarely on Vito.
I knew this was true, but it didn't make me feel any less shitty. Rolling over to face him, I asked, "Why didn't you tell me, Mike?" My brother winced and stared down at his shoes.
I've never seen a dead body before, not like that. Mom was peaceful. This guy, it was something straight out of a horror movie. I freaked out, almost hyperventilated. Vito kept me calm and ordered me not to tell anyone, not even you.
Did you know what they were planning in retaliation? Against Jimmy and the other bikers?
No, I doubt they talked about it in front of me, but if they did, I was too freaked out to register it. Listen, don't feel bad for Jimmy. That guy fell in with some bad people. He was no angel.
Well, neither is Vito. And I'd fallen in with him, hard.
No, he's not.
He crooked his knee and propped his leg on my bed, settling more comfortably.
All I keep thinking about is what would have happened if you and Vito were in the cottage the other night. Someone tried to kill him, and you might have died because of it.
I swallowed the lump in my throat. This had definitely crossed my mind. But I didn't.
I know, but I can't lose you, Mags. You're all I have left.
Reaching out, I squeezed his arm. You won't. Nothing is going to happen to me. Vito and I are done.
Good.
I peered up at him, surprised. I thought you liked him.
I do, just not for you. Anyone close to him is in danger at all times. I don't want that for you. For us.
The silence stretched. Softly, I said, he broke my heart.
I figured, based on what I overheard when the two of you were fighting. I'm sorry, Mags, but it's for the best. And now he's going back to Toronto so we can focus on things here, like rebuilding the vineyard and the cottage.
He's leaving? Mikey's dark eyebrows rose dramatically.
You didn't know?
No, I didn't. I'd told him to lose my number, though, so why was my stomach sinking? Why was I reeling at the idea of never seeing him again? It was for the best, even if my heart didn't quite believe it yet. That stupid bitch was holding out for a miracle, but my head knew better. Whatever Mikey saw in my face caused him to blurt,
"There was a death in the family, a funeral," he said.
Oh.
He said he'll be back.
I don't care, I said with utter conviction. We have bigger things to worry about. Like, how are we going to fix this?
That's why we need to talk to Carlo. He has experience with vineyard fires.
He does?
Out in California a few years ago.
Finally, a tiny piece of good news. I pushed myself to a sitting position, still clutching my phone. Any updates from the police or the fire inspector?
No, not since last night. They're still investigating. Vito might know more, but I haven't asked him. He did send a bunch of guards over, so we're safe for now.
He studied me carefully.
You ready to get up and help me fix this mess?
A sharp knock sounded on the door a second before Maz's face appeared.
Ciao, amici. I don't want to interrupt, but I heard you talking. Is it okay to come in?
You can come in, I said. Maz walked in and regarded me carefully, cautiously, like he wasn't sure if we were still cool or not.
I made something called a chicken pot pie. I'm told it's your favorite.
My jaw dropped open. It is. How did you... Then I remembered. The pub in Toronto. Vito told him. My heart attempted to flutter in happiness, but I shut it down quickly. Vito would receive 0 credit for anything from now on. Thanks, Maz. I really appreciate it.
I don't understand the biscuits on top, but...
He shrugged.
Dude, those are the best part,
my brother said. Maz didn't leave right away. Instead, he shifted on his feet and shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans.
Maggie, my brother, he means well. He can't help but...
Let me stop you right there, I said. Please don't try to defend Vito. No offense, but I don't want to hear it. We're through, and I hear he's going home. So let's all just leave it at that, okay? What matters is getting this place up and running again. Maz grimaced, but nodded.
I understand. I will also understand if you'd like me to leave.
I exchanged a glance with Mikey, who seemed equally baffled.
Why would we want you to leave?
My brother asked.
The dining room will stay open throughout the renovations. We'll still host events here. No, not that. Because of my last name. I may not be in the business now, but I'm still a D'Agostino.
Maz, no, I said. We don't want you to go. You didn't have anything to do with this, and you came to help us at a moment's notice. We're so thankful to have you here.
Definitely,
my brother added.
You saved our ass, and your food is amazing. The kitchen staff loves you. You can't leave.
Do you have to go to this funeral? I asked. Maz shook his head.
No, it's mostly a business thing. My sister-in-law wasn't close to her father. The only reason I would go is to see my niece and nephew, and I visited them a few months ago. Allora, thank you for letting me stay. I like it here. Good.
Mikey said, getting to his feet and clapping Maz on the shoulder.
Bring your girlfriend for a visit. I'd like to meet her.
Me too. It would be nice to see a healthy relationship for once. Maz cocked his head and studied me.
He loves you. Do not doubt it. He thinks he is protecting you by keeping his life separate. It's all he knows based on how we were raised.
No, I didn't believe it. Vito never once hinted that he loved me. Lusted for me, yes, but other than gifting me a penthouse in Toronto and providing access to his jet, there was no plan for a future together. And what did it matter? He lied to me. He wanted to keep me as a convenience, not a true partner. My parents had trusted each other, talked and argued, and lived side by side ever since they met and married. They died together. I didn't want a man who shoved me aside, lied to me, evaded and dodged. I was tired of Vito speak. And this was why I'd avoided relationships since freshman year of high school. They hurt. Lesson learned. Stick to one-night stands, just as I'd been doing for almost 8 years. I stood up and straightened my hoodie. Maz, let's agree to never raise the subject of your brother again, okay? Because we won't see eye to eye on this. He held up his palms.
I promise to try, though it might be difficult. You can't avoid him,
Mikey told me.
He's our principal owner.
But that's what I have you for, to deal with Vito so that I don't have to. I came over to where they were standing. Now let's go stuff ourselves with chicken pot pie.
I am not eating that,
Maz grumbled and walked out the door. Mikey put his hands on my shoulders, stopping me.
You okay?
No, but I will be. We've dealt with worse, right? When our parents died and both of us were thrust into owning a winery business.
Yes, we have. Listen, I'm going to skip lunch and go to a meeting, but I'll be back in time to sit down with you and Carlo.
Okay. I'm proud of you, bro. He pulled me in for a hug.
And I'm proud of you, sis. We'll get through this together. I promise.
Thanks, Mikey. I don't know what I'd do without you.
You'd have to learn accounting, for starters.
I eased away from him and started for the door. You know I break out in hives when I see a spreadsheet. He followed me into the hallway and down the steps.
Hey, you almost had a boyfriend. I think you can be taught about pivot tables.
Knock it off about the boyfriend, or I won't save you any chicken pot pie. Mikey just laughed as he sauntered out the front door.
Vito. Chaos filled the compound. I was in my office trying to revise some security details for tomorrow's funeral while the house was filled with families of all ages. Loud people named D'Agostino, Ravanzani, and Busqueta were every which way I turned. They'd arrived over the last 2 days from Paris, Siderno, Palermo, Napoli, and everyone was staying here because this was the safest spot in Toronto. I wasn't sleeping or eating, mostly smoking as I reviewed the plans again and again, making sure I hadn't missed something. All I wanted was peace and quiet, but there was none to be found. Roberto Mancini had served a long time in the 'Ndrangheta and was due a tribute, which fell as my responsibility. So there wasn't any part of the upcoming weekend without my fingerprints on it. A lot of eyes would be on me and my city. Everything needed to be perfect. At least concentrating on the funeral distracted me from everything else. Your version of a future is repulsive to me. I rubbed my eyes. 4 days, and those words still stung. It would get better when I could sleep. When the house wasn't full of nieces and nephews, brothers and babies and rival mob bosses. Thirsty, I reached for my glass on the desk, only to find it empty. Pushing back from my desk, I stretched my sore muscles and decided to go to the kitchen for a drink. As I walked through the mansion, I could hear my teenage nephew arguing with the much younger Raffaele Ravanzani over some video game. A small child wailed somewhere on the 2nd floor. In the kitchen, a lot of people were gathered around the massive island, their conversation hushed. Fausto Ravanzani held his sleeping 7-month-old daughter on his shoulder. Fausto's other daughter, Noemi, was lightly touching her baby sister's forehead, a look of wonder on her face. But when she saw me, she moved closer to her mother, Frankie, who was busy at the microwave. At the other end of the kitchen island, Emma Mancini Busquetta cradled her napping daughter in her arms while flipping through what looked like a medical textbook. Nicoletta, my niece, had her arm around Gia Mancini's shoulders, and the two of them were looking at something on a tablet. Frankie glanced over at me.
"Hey, Vito."
"Ciao." I started for the refrigerator when Fausto asked, "How are the arrangements coming?" "Secure. Everything is ready."
"Enzo wants to see you,"
Gia said, looking over at me.
"He said to send you to the library when you resurfaced."
I sighed and took some sparkling water from the fridge. I didn't want to deal with Enzo, but he was still my brother. Was this about security? He'd been up my ass the past 2 days about having enough guards. In the library, Enzo and Giacomo Busquetta were smoking cigars and chuckling over something. "Glad someone is having fun," I muttered, and lowered myself into a chair. Enzo blew out a mouthful of smoke. "Don't worry, fratello. This will all be over soon." The funeral had nothing to do with why I was miserable, but I didn't bother saying it. "Have you seen Paloma? She's not answering my texts." "She went to buy a new dress for the funeral." Enzo put his feet up on my coffee table. "How much are you sleeping?" "Enough. Not from what I hear. Paloma is considering drugging you to let you rest. If she does, she's on the first flight back to London." My brother snorted while Giacomo silently smoked. I reached into my suit pocket and took out my cigarettes and lighter. When I lit one, Enzo frowned at me. "I thought we discussed this." I inhaled and let the smoke fill my lungs. The nicotine worked quickly, easing the knot pulling behind my eyes. I exhaled slowly. "Fuck off, il pazzo," I said, using Gia's nickname for him, Madman. "You will quit after the funeral." Giacomo, Don of the Cosa Nostra in Palmero, and Emma Mancini's husband, cracked a small smile. "This is cute. The squabbling. I always wanted to murder my brother." His grin grew wider as he shrugged. "Then he was murdered, thank fuck." Courtesy of Giulio Ravanzani, Fausto's eldest son. I said, "You should know Giulio and his ragazzo have arrived." Giulio and his boyfriend Alessio Ricci ran criminal operations in Malaga, Spain. Alessio was a famous sniper who'd once shot Fausto Ravanzani, which added to the family drama during this funeral. "Good," Giacomo said. "I have some questions for the sniper." "This fucking weekend," Enzo snarled at the ceiling. "Everyone I hate in one place." "You didn't have to come," I reminded him. "Gia told you not to. Where she goes, I go. And my kids insisted on coming to be with her, so I am here." The door opened and my sister walked in, shopping bags in her hands. "Ciao," she said to the room, then looked directly at me. "Good to see you out of your office, fratellone." "Dai, Paloma," Enzo scowled at her. "I should be your favorite brother. Who paid your bills all those years?" Paloma kissed the top of my head.
"But Vito doesn't bark and snarl at me like you do."
Then she went over and kissed both his cheeks.
"Don't worry, I still love you, Enzo."
Giacomo excused himself to check on Emma and the baby, and Paloma dropped into the vacated chair.
"Che cosa? Are we hanging out here and smoking all day?"
"I would rather not breathe the same air as Ravanzani if I can avoid it," Enzo explained, as if we weren't already aware. "And some of us are working," I said. "Everything is set at the cemetery. I expanded the perimeter with security."
"I told you that wasn't necessary," Paloma said. "And you're going to drop from exhaustion, Vito."
I continued to smoke, not responding. I didn't need anyone worrying after me. Paloma and Enzo exchanged a look, then my sister tapped her manicured nails on the armrest.
"Did you sleep last night?" she asked me.
My voice went hard. "Stop treating me like a child, both of you. I don't want to fucking sleep, and I don't need to quit smoking. Mind your own fucking business for once." Enzo's feet dropped from the coffee table. He sat up straighter. "I haven't punched you in a few years, fratello, but you are dangerously close at the moment." Paloma put her hand on Enzo's arm, but kept her gaze on me.
"This isn't about the funeral. This is about Maggie."
"No, it's fucking not," I said.
"Then cut ties with her and return the winery to them."
My upper lip curled in disbelief. "I'm not keeping the winery as a link to her. I'm keeping it because it's a good business investment." Both Enzo and Paloma laughed. In my face. "Vito," Enzo said through his chuckles, "not even you can believe such a thing. If you want a winery as an investment, there are at least 5 successful properties in Toscana for sale. I will have it rebuilt. The damage will be fixed," Paloma said.
"Even still, that winery is a terrible investment, and it's obvious you're hanging on to it for her. To keep tabs on her, to tie the two of you together."
I lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. They were wrong. This was about building an empire. They will send me a list of what they need to rebuild, and I will wire them the money. My siblings exchanged another look, and everything inside me went hot. "Why the fuck are you two looking at each other like that?" "Because we don't believe you," Enzo said. "You know this place was shit before it was destroyed. Now it's a pile of rocks. In America," he made a face. "Not to mention the family hates you. Cut your losses and move on."
"Unless,"
Paloma let the word drift off. "I'm not keeping the winery as some pathetic excuse to talk to her. She made her position clear the last time I saw her. I'm dealing with only the brother from now on." Paloma sighed and threw up her hands.
"Fine. Live in denial. Torture yourself and her by keeping the winery."
More voices erupted from the hallway, loud even through the heavy wood door. I rubbed my forehead. My temples were now throbbing.
"Vito, why don't you go to the penthouse?"
Paloma suggested.
"We'll keep an eye on everyone here."
"This is a good idea," Enzo said. "Maybe the peace and quiet will let you sleep." I opened my mouth to argue, but their expressions darkened. I knew I couldn't win, not when they were united like this. And truthfully, I needed to get away from my siblings and this crowd for a bit. "Good idea. I'll go now." I stood and pointed to my brother. "Don't kill anyone tonight while I'm gone." He gave me a shark-like smile. "I make no promises, fratello." Quiet greeted me an hour later when I stepped inside the penthouse. The knot behind my shoulder blades eased ever so slightly as I hung up my long coat on the rack. As the guards disappeared into their wing, I headed to the bar. A stiff drink was in order. I reached for a random bottle, then paused as one caught my eye. The bourbon whiskey. The one she bought me in the casino. A knot formed in my throat, heavy and thick. Forcing it away, I reached for a different liquor, one without memories. It tasted like shit. Still, I threw it back and poured another glass. Maybe getting drunk was the cure for my sleeplessness. I dropped onto the sofa and stared through the glass. The terrace mocked me with memories, however. Dio, that night had been so fucking hot.
"Wanna fuck out here?"
And when she'd taken off all her clothes out there, mamma mia. I drew in a shaky breath, the reality of what I'd lost sitting painfully in my chest. Maybe coming to the penthouse was a bad idea. I hadn't been here since Maggie broke things off. I even cancelled the cleaning crew this week because I couldn't bear for the sheets to lose her scent. I dropped my head into my hands. I was an idiot. Fuck it. I put my glass on the table, returned to the bar, and wrapped my fist around the neck of the bourbon whiskey bottle. I'd drink it in the shower, then fall into bed, on sheets that hopefully still smelled of her. Plan made, I took the stairs 2 at a time. My bedroom was exactly as we'd left it. The imprint of her head remained on the pillow, the sheets tangled from her legs. I missed sleeping next to her, feeling her soft skin against mine during the night. Sighing, I carried the bottle into the bathroom, ready to shower and wallow in my misery. I stopped in my tracks, the bottle dangling from my fingertips. Lipstick on the mirror shouted at me, a message left behind from our night here. Maggie loves Vito. There was a little heart drawn beside it. I couldn't breathe. My knees wobbled, so I put the bottle down and braced myself on the counter, my gaze never leaving the dark red capital letters. She loved me. Why hadn't she told me? I would have. I don't know. Told her I felt the same, for starters, but what difference would it have made? I still had to lie about the Red Raiders, and she still would have found me repulsive. There was no changing how opposite our lives were. I want someone I can trust. Someone who isn't always hiding shit from me. She asked the impossible. Mafia men were required to keep their work separate. I would never have a wife who served as a confidant. It was too risky. I had to lie and evade, otherwise I might die. Worse, other people might die. I couldn't risk her life with the truth. Your version of a future is repulsive to me. My plans for our future couldn't be separated from what I did for a living, which meant I was repulsive to Maggie. Not my body, obviously, or my face, but deep down inside. I disgusted her. She hadn't said it outright, but the message couldn't have been more obvious. And who could blame her? I was a murderer and a liar, a danger to anyone who came too close. She was better off with someone normal, a boring man with a boring job. So why was I hanging on to the winery? I stared at the words on the mirror and looked for answers. The idea of giving back the winery and never seeing her again was like a blade through my sternum. I didn't want to do it. I couldn't stand the idea of... Cazzo. My siblings were right. Deep down, I was hoping to win her back. It was why I kept the winery. I was hoping to change her mind. Like a fool. But it was pointless. Her feelings had been made clear on the subject of our future. I loved her. But Maggie didn't want the life I could offer her, and wishing otherwise was pointless. The sound of my breathing echoed in my ears as the truth sunk in. I knew what I had to do, what my pride and common sense demanded I do. I pulled out my mobile and tapped the glass. When my sister answered, I said, "Return it. Give them a sizable amount to repair the damage, and all the rights back." "Finally," Paloma said. "You're reasonable." Reasonable, yes. But it still hurt. "Grazie, sorellina." "Wait, Enzo needs to speak with you." I sighed as she passed her mobile to my brother. Enzo wasted no time, saying, "We found them." I didn't need to ask who he was talking about. His computer guys had been searching for the Red Raiders. "Where?" "I'm not telling you. You're not going before the funeral." Grinding my back teeth together in frustration, I checked my watch. If I leave now, I could get back before calling hours at the funeral home tomorrow morning. "Forget it," Enzo said sternly. "We'll deal with this after the funeral, and I'll go with you. I've been itching to get my hands dirty these past few months." I stared at the words written on the mirror, the lipstick confession she left behind. Maggie might not love me any longer, but I loved her. That would never change. And I would always protect her. Her safety came before anything else, even my happiness. I can't risk waiting 2 days. They might return to the winery. They are hours away, and Bonetti's men are already watching them. Enzo said calmly, as if this were obvious. If the bikers make a move, we'll hear about it. Let's get through the funeral, capisce? Then we'll go and slaughter those stronzi. Rubbing my jaw, I debated this. Tomorrow my city will be flooded with 'Ndrangheta bosses. It was my responsibility. I couldn't be in two places at once. Cazzo. I slapped the marble countertop with my palm. If something happens to her, don't worry, fratello. Everything will work out. He disconnected. Yes, it would. But only because I would oversee it. I would double-check with Benetti, ensuring he had enough men dedicated to the task. I would also inform the security team at the winery. Only when I was assured of her safety would I rest easily. I left the bottle, the shower, the bed. All of that would need to wait. I had more work ahead of me tonight.
Chapter 25. Maggie. So many meetings. I was used to being outside, working with my hands, but since the fire I'd been stuck inside, researching and making lists. Rebuilding the winery wouldn't be easy. Or cheap.
Is there a way to generate more revenue that has nothing to do with wine?
Bruce asked, as we all winced at the cost of the projected renovations.
Like with the cottage, a way to bring in money while the replanted vineyard is maturing over the next 5 years. I have an idea,
Carlo said.
but you might not like it.
I'm open to anything, I said. Let's hear it.
Some wineries distill liquors in addition to wine. Gin, rum, and vodka don't need to age.
I was nodding before he even stopped speaking. That's a great idea. We could bottle it quickly, then invite people in to taste it, like influencers and writers. Maybe create a speakeasy vibe in here. I glanced around the tasting room. Mikey perked up.
Or what if we turned part of the cellar into an actual speakeasy? It's private and intimate. Speakeasies are really popular in London and New York right now.
For the first time in a week, excitement bubbled up inside me, replacing the grief. It was a relief to feel it, actually. That one cavern, the one with the couch, would work. There's even a bar there. Mikey lifted his hand to high-five me, so I slapped his palm.
That's teamwork right there,
my brother said. Okay, what else? I asked the group. Bruce folded his arms.
What if we sold some of the archive bottles as exclusives? Collectors might want them.
I sighed unhappily. Some of those wines had been here since my grandfather first bottled them. I'd hate to sell them. But what choice did we have? Put some feelers out, see if there's interest. I'm not opposed to it.
I know people,
Carlo said.
I can ask around, and I'll see what I can do about getting your new plants cheaply. I have favors I can call in.
Technically, he worked for Vito, but that didn't mean I wasn't grateful. Thank you, Carlo. We appreciate that. A noise near the entry caught my attention. Heels on floorboards. Glancing over my shoulder, I caught Paloma D'Agostino striding into the tasting room like a model attacking the runway. Everything inside me tensed, locked up, like my muscles were walling me off to protect me. Why was Vito's sister here? Then a scary-looking man walked in behind her, a serious frown stretched across his face. They bore a striking similarity to one another, and instantly I knew. This was Enzo, the older brother. Shit. No one moved. We all watched as the two strode confidently toward us. Paloma's slick ponytail bounced, her lip stain firmly in place. She wore a jacket over a corset-ish top and tight black pants, looking like she just stepped out of this sophisticated and bitchy store. Enzo D'Agostino also dressed well, was in good shape. I guessed he was in his early 40s. The frown on his face made him look seriously intimidating. Ciao, ragazzi, Paloma said to the room. The men around the table stood, but I remained seated. Cheeks were kissed, and Enzo was introduced. Finally, Paloma addressed me. Maggie, come stai? Why are you two here? I blurted. Is the boss anxious for a report already? Not sure why he needed to send you in person, though, when email works just fine. Enzo chuckled. To his sister, he said in English,
She is exactly as you described.
To me, he said,
I like you already.
Oh, I'm so glad, I drawled sarcastically. Are you here to see Massimo? He's in the kitchen. Paloma reached into her glossy luxury handbag and tossed a manila envelope onto the table. I didn't move to touch it. What's this? I asked. Read it, per favore, Paloma said. Then we will talk. Carlo and Bruce left to give us privacy, so Paloma and Enzo took the vacant seats. Mikey started to rise, but I pinned him with a dark stare. Don't you dare, I murmured as I reached for the envelope. There were papers inside. I caught a flash of legalese. Swallowing thickly, I asked, Is he suing us? Paloma reached for the water on the table and poured herself a glass. Don't be ridiculous. Read it. I withdrew the papers and began reading. The words formed sentences, but I couldn't believe it. My shocked gaze met my brother's nervous expression.
What?
Mikey asked.
What is it?
I couldn't answer. I handed over the stack instead. Why? I wheezed, studying Paloma.
He's giving us the winery back?
Mikey's voice rose dramatically as he read.
And paying us for damages? Holy shit!
I should be happy at this news. So why did I feel numb? Why? I asked her again.
Michael, bello.
Paloma reached over and touched my brother's arm. Come with me. My brother wishes to chat with your sister. Mikey looked unsure, his head swiveling between the D'Agostinos and me.
Sure. Mags, is that okay?
I couldn't speak. My head was spinning and my heart squeezed like it was trying to collapse in on itself. Vito was done with me. For good. I thought this was what I wanted, but this felt so final, so cold and unemotional. I hadn't expected to be cut loose, to never see or hear from him again. And he hadn't even told me himself. He sent his siblings to break the news. A fresh wave of agony ripped my insides apart. I cleared my throat as I fought tears.
Maggie,
my brother said.
Tell me why you look like someone died.
Because, Paloma answered softly, her gaze studying my face carefully. She has just realized what this means.
It means we're free,
Mikey said, then leaned over to see me better.
Right?
Of course. I shook myself. I could feel sad later. Right. This is very generous of him. Paloma stood and squeezed my brother's shoulder. Michael, come along.
Oh, yeah, I'll, just be in the office, Mags.
I nodded, but my eyes never left Enzo's piercing stare as Mikey left the tasting room with Paloma. I didn't know what to say. I should be jumping for joy. Vito was out of my life for good. We owned the winery again. So why wasn't I celebrating? Enzo folded his hands on the table.
Has he told you about me?
Taking a deep breath, I shrugged. A bit, yes. Massimo said I would hate you. That caused the older man to throw his head back and laugh. I exhaled in relief. Okay, a human emotion. And he didn't look so scary when he was laughing.
Maz would say something like this. I will give him shit in a minute. First, I wish to ask you a very important question.
The silence stretched, and I waited. When he didn't speak, I blurted, which is?
Do you have any idea of what you've thrown away?
My upper lip curled. Let me guess. This is about money again. Well, I don't want his penthouse or his jet or his stupid diamonds. Enzo exhaled heavily.
The two of you, you are both very stupid.
More insults. Of course, this family really knew how to treat people. Well, thanks for that. And now that your errand is done, you can go back to wherever it is you came from. He cocked his head.
You are not scared of me.
Is there a reason I should be?
Most people are.
I'm not most people, and I'd really love it if you finished whatever it is you need to say, then get off my property. He tapped his fingers on the wooden table. I noticed one finger was missing the tip, like it had been chopped off at the first knuckle. Yikes. Still, I didn't cower.
I didn't come here to fight with you,
he finally said.
For what it's worth, I think you would be good for my brother. Still, I encouraged him to return the winery to you. He was keeping it for the wrong reasons.
As a business investment, or to make my life miserable?
Because he's in love with you. He was keeping the winery in the hopes that someday you would forgive him and give him another chance.
My jaw unhinged, my mouth falling open. That's ridiculous.
Not to Vito. He thinks far off into the future, and he honestly believed you would come around. Capisce?
No, I didn't understand. At all. He doesn't feel anything for me. I was convenient for him. This got another laugh out of him.
My brothers and I, we know convenient. We can have convenient whenever we like.
He grew serious, leaning back in his chair.
But a man does not uproot his life for convenient. He does not spend millions on convenient. He does not smoke and drink and work himself into the ground when he loses convenient. Do you see the difference? You are not convenient to him.
Enzo didn't know the whole story. You're wrong. He wanted to keep me in his penthouse, then allow me to fly here every now and again. That's not the kind of offer you make to a woman you love.
That is exactly the kind of offer you make to a woman you love and are terrified of losing.
I could hear my heart beating inside my ears as I considered this. He never said he loved me, and he wants to keep his life separate from mine. How can that possibly work?
Did you make a counteroffer?
Oh, so this is all my fault? He tilted his head and regarded me.
Have you heard of the famous designer Gianna Mancini?
I'd discovered this when I looked Enzo up online. Your wife? Yes, I have. She's awesome. Enzo's eyes shone with genuine affection.
Yes, she is very awesome. I bring this up not to impress you, but rather to prove to you that compromises can be made. Do you think I like the idea of having a wife who is in the spotlight, who travels around the world?
I'm guessing by your scowl the answer is no.
Correct. It gives me pain here.
He put a hand on his stomach.
And causes nightmares for my security team. Because they know what will happen to them if something should happen to her.
Yet you do it anyway.
Yes, because this is the only way she will be happy. And I want to keep her happy.
Okay, I said slowly. I don't see how this is relevant, though.
Don't you?
I pressed my lips together, thinking. I asked Vito to compromise. He wouldn't consider it. He wouldn't listen when I told him what I wanted.
And what is it that you want?
A partner. Someone who doesn't lie and evade and keep me in the dark all the time. He nodded, like he understood.
My brother has made a plan for how a future might look between you. Unfortunately, he often can't see outside his plans. If you want a life with him, you must demand the life you want. Make him readjust his plans. Or
what?
Or let him go. If you love him, then fight for him. If you don't, then disappear from his life and never come back.
I didn't know what to say. My chest burned as I stared through the glass at the acres of dirt that used to be my vineyard. I still ached for the loss of it, but the last few days had given me time to think. Everything lost in the fire could be replaced, replanted, but people were irreplaceable. What if Vito had died in that fire? I could admit that I missed him. I missed his cappuccinos and the dirty words whispered in my ear. I missed his glasses and quiet strength. I missed sitting in the hot tub with him. I missed the way he kissed me, like I was his heir. Losing both my parents tragically had taught me that life was short. Disaster could strike at any moment, so you had to live without fear, without shame. And if there was a chance to have the life I wanted and have Vito...
We're not finished. I'm trying to tell you that I want a future with you.
Maybe Enzo was right. Maybe Vito did love me.
If you don't want him,
Enzo said,
then you are out of his life permanently. Forever. You don't deserve him.
I never said I didn't want him, I snapped. I'm thinking, Jesus. His mouth twitched. Had I amused him? Enzo stood and looked down at me.
Just don't think too long. My brother and I will return here in 3 days for business. If you want him, tell him then.
Vito was returning to Paisano? It couldn't be related to the winery because Vito had relinquished his rights. Then I knew. It was the motorcycle gang. Vengeance for the fire. Straightening, I blinked up at Enzo. I don't want him to get hurt. Enzo let out a derisive sound that was almost a snort.
A few Stronzi and fake leather are no match for us.
He turned and started walking toward the kitchen.
Now I must go and see my other brother. I hope you make the right decision, Signorina.
Vito. Mafia funerals were a pain in the ass. I stood outside the Mancini mausoleum, shaking hands, the cold stinging my skin. Limousines and dark SUVs lined the curves in the cemetery. The Mancini sisters, who'd wept openly during the interment, were now departing with their husbands. I wished to leave as well, but there were more bosses and underbosses to greet. "Don D'Agostino," an older man said as we shook hands. "I'm Don Regilio. I knew your father. He was a great man." I nodded, though we definitely disagreed on this description. "He was so proud when you boys were born," Don Regilio continued. "We had a lot of fun together in the old days." Then he launched into a story about how he and my father stole women from the Russians and sold them for profit. Thank fuck Paloma wasn't standing next to me at the moment. She would very likely snap this misogynistic dinosaur in half. "Thank you for coming, Don Regilio." I looked up to find his guard, and my eyes caught on Maggie Fiorentino standing on the path, Paloma at her side. I stopped breathing, unable to look away. Maggie. She was here, at the cemetery. Fuck, I'd missed her. The sight of her gorgeous face, now pink with cold, only reminded me of what I'd lost, and my chest pulled tight. Don Regilio droned on, even though I was no longer paying attention. Instead, I was focused entirely on Maggie. She nodded at something Paloma said, then started toward me. I had to get to her. I had to find out why she was here. Had she come alone? What was Paloma thinking, allowing Maggie here? Nearly all the men in the vicinity were murderers and criminals. I went into motion, hurrying down the line of men still waiting to greet me, shaking hands in a flash. When I reached the end, several of the men tried to corner me, but I ignored them. I headed directly to Maggie. Stopping when we were barely an arm's length apart, I paused. I needed to get her someplace safe to protect her from curious stares, but I was lost in the brownish-green depths of her eyes. There was no way to escape their pull. Not when I'd been so desperate for her these past few days. I soaked in every bit of her face, the slope of her nose, the lashes framing her eyes, her soft lips that I loved to kiss, the hint of freckles on her cheeks from working outside. "Hi," she said softly, squinting against the overcast sky. I cleared my throat, twice. "What are you doing here?" "I was hoping we could talk, and Paloma said this was the best time. I'm sorry if I interrupted." "It's fine. I have a bit of time before the reception at the compound. Then it hit me why she was here. This had to be about the winery. I dragged a deep, freezing cold dose of reality into my lungs. I don't want it back, and if you're here to ask for more money—
Vito,
She held up one gloved hand.
for the last time, I'm not interested in your money, and this isn't about the winery.
What is it about?
Can we talk?
Other than the mausoleum, there wasn't anywhere private at the moment. Would you like to sit in my car?
Sure.
Without touching her, I guided her to the SUV idling on the path directly behind the mausoleum. When Tommaso saw us coming, he climbed out from the driver's seat and opened the back door. "I'll stay close," he said as Maggie climbed in. I shut her in and went around to the other side. Warmth greeted me as I settled into the leather and unbuttoned my coat. I angled toward her and waited. The silence was deafening. She bit her lip, her gaze doing a sweep over my features.
Why did you do it?
Do what?
Give us the winery back.
I lifted one eyebrow. I thought you said this wasn't about the winery.
Answer the question, please.
Annoyed, I stripped off my gloves and tossed them on the seat beside me. Why wouldn't I? If I wanted a vineyard, I'll buy one in my home country.
What happened to this being a business investment?
I wasn't sure what she wanted me to say. The past few days had been torture, an exhausting existence of work and little else, and I couldn't second-guess my decisions because nothing had changed between us. But she wasn't the only one with questions. I saw what you wrote on the mirror at the penthouse. Why didn't you tell me? She grimaced but didn't look away.
It's sometimes hard for me to express my feelings. I thought it would be easier to write it than to say it.
She shook her head.
Which is stupid, I know.
Not stupid at all. The words caught me entirely by surprise. That was when I knew I had to return the winery to you.
I don't understand. If you knew how I felt about you, then why let it all go?
My fingers itched for a cigarette, but I resisted the urge. This life, I said, gesturing to the cemetery where men were still gathered, talking and swapping stories of violence and greed, is my life. It will never change. There is no escape. You find this repulsive, so I wanted to make a clean break, give you a chance to rebuild your life free from this one. Her forehead wrinkled, like she was confused.
I said I find living in your penthouse like a mistress repulsive. Did you think I meant you?
Now she was splitting hairs. It is the only way to make this work.
I know you don't believe that.
She took off her knit cap and rumpled her hair.
Your brother Enzo came to see me.
What? When?
You didn't know?
When I said nothing, she continued.
He and Paloma came to the winery yesterday morning.
During the funeral home calling hours. Damn it. No wonder they'd both disappeared. I wasn't aware.
Paloma was there to drop off the paperwork, but your brother pulled me aside for a chat.
I was almost afraid to ask. To say
that he and Gianna Mancini somehow make their relationship work even though she's out doing her thing?
Ah, now I could see where this was headed. First, he does not share the details of his business with her. Second, I am not my brother. He lives in chaos, thrives on it actually, as does Gianna. They take risks every day that I could never chance with. I clamped my lips shut.
Never chance with what?
The truth tumbled out. With someone I love. You are too important to me. I should have known the Red Raiders would be stupid enough to retaliate. Yet I did nothing because I was distracted. I didn't plan for the inevitable, and I would rather lose you than see you hurt by my negligence.
Do you mean it?
I never say anything I don't mean.
Do you still love me then?
When I didn't answer right away, she bit her lip again.
Because I love you. I don't know how it happened in such a short amount of time, but God, Vito.
She put a hand square on her chest.
I haven't been able to breathe since you left. And I wish I'd told you how I felt sooner."
Something thudded in my chest, low and warming, like a cold engine coughing to life. She deserved honesty from me in exchange. "What I feel for you," I said quietly, "is frightening. A terrible storm in my very ordered life. I hate it. I'm not sure I can control it. And if I could scoop it all out of my chest, I would." Slowly, Maggie reached over and placed her hand atop mine. It was warm and soft, but strong.
"I don't want you to get rid of it. I want us to suffer together. Maybe by giving in, we can turn this awful misery into something beautiful."
My mouth dried out and I stared down at our hands. "I don't want to bring pain and suffering to your world. Seeing you hurt, the devastation after the fire, it still haunts me, Bella."
"Oh, Vito."
Her fingers squeezed.
"Some things are worth the risk. You are worth the risk to me."
"You don't mean that. The vineyards
are just plants."
She gave a dry laugh.
"I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's true. Yes, they are living organisms, but they aren't you. Plants can be replaced. You can't."
I peered at her, trying to weigh everything she was saying against the worst-case scenario. "What if you are the one they hurt? You can't be replaced, Angelo mio. Not to me."
"You said you can protect me," she said with a small smile. "And you never say anything you don't mean."
Diavoletta mia, throwing my words back in my face. My chest swelled, an unfamiliar emotion filling me. "You have to be sure, Bella. Because once you say yes, you belong to me again." She edged slightly closer, her mouth crooking with mischief.
"And what would that look like? Belonging to you?"
"It might look something like me taking you into that mausoleum and fucking you hard and fast." Her chest rose and fell a little faster as her breathing picked up.
"I didn't mean sex. I meant our lives. What would being with you look like?"
"Are you willing to move to Toronto?"
"No. Are you willing to move to Paisano?"
My upper lip curled. "Fuck no."
"I didn't think so."
She stroked my hand with hers, almost like she was petting me.
"But it's only a 45-minute flight."
"So we go back and forth."
"Would that be so terrible?"
No, it wouldn't. It was similar to what Enzo and Gia did in the beginning of their marriage. This could be done, even if I didn't like it. And it didn't need to be forever. But it didn't address the communication issue. And you will be okay with not knowing some of the more unsavory aspects of my life.
"Yes, if you promise to tell me if one of those unsavory aspects affects our lives."
This was fair. "Yes, I promise."
"He's willing to compromise,"
she said, her voice growing thicker as we drew closer to one another.
"I like this. Anything else?"
"I insist on building us a proper home on the winery grounds. Something safe."
"Of course, amore."
Madre di Dio, that word on her lips. It was like a starting pistol firing in my brain. I lunged across the seat and grabbed her face in my hands, diving in to kiss her. I caught her mouth with mine and thrust my tongue past her lips, needing to taste her. I wanted to inhale her, to drink her in like a man dying of thirst. She kissed me back just as eagerly, her fingers pulling on my coat to bring me closer. Then I had her in my lap, arms holding her close as she shoved her hands in my hair. I closed my eyes and let myself drown in her. I focused on her breath on my skin, the swirl of her tongue against mine, our noses brushing, the warmth of her body atop mine. It was both a reminder and a promise, and I knew I was the luckiest man alive, because I had a lifetime of this ahead of me. She eased her mouth along my jaw, hovering near my ear.
"I have to ask, were you serious about the mausoleum?"
A dark satisfaction rolled through me, and I reached for the door handle. Chapter 26. Vito. Maggie flew back to Paisano yesterday. I already missed her. Before she left, she came to the compound and met my family, some of them for the first time. As anyone might have predicted, she and Gianna took an instant liking to one another, whispering in a corner for almost an hour. I suspected Enzo and I were the topic of conversation. I knew I would be too distracted if she was close, so I sent her home, with the promise of seeing her tonight. After we dealt with the Red Raiders, I planned to stay in Paisano for a week before returning to Toronto. So much needed to be done, and I had a lot of time to make up for with Maggie. Whatever it took to make this relationship work, I would do it. Despite my many protests, Enzo and Giacomo Busquetta insisted on returning to New York with me to deal with the bikers. On the flight, Giacomo seemed quiet and intense. My older brother, on the other hand, nearly vibrated with anticipation, his leg bouncing ever since we departed Toronto with a small army of my men. He was itching to bloody his hands. Enzo's hackers learned everything we needed to know about the Red Raiders before we even left the airport. The pezzi de merda responsible for the fire fled to a town called Utica, Enzo told us. They've been laying low at a bar there called the Regency Lounge. Their leader is named Pete Mercer, who is called Baron, for some dumb fucking reason, and he's there with 4 others. I spoke to Mercer once, I said. He obviously didn't get the message. Giacomo remained silent, relaxed in his seat with his eyes closed, but a smile curled the corners of his mouth. The opposite of my brother, who sneered. I can't fucking wait. We didn't waste any time after landing in Syracuse. We loaded into our rental cars and drove to pick up our weapons. Busquetta used a local connection to get us HK-45s and shotguns, plus the 3 cans of gasoline that I requested. Once armed, we set off for Utica. 5 or 6 motorcycles were parked near the front entrance of the lounge, a neat row of chrome and leather, flying Raiders colors. The energy in the car crackled as we pulled up to the curb a short distance from the bar and got out. Cesare, wait by the side door, I said. Tommaso, there must be a kitchen or back door. Find it. We'll go in 2 minutes from now. Look for bikers, weapons, and anyone that doesn't have to be there. I want to flay these fuckers alive, and I want no surprises. The rest of you, stay out front. If anyone needs telling, the Regency Lounge is closed for the night. Tommaso and Cesare left to cover the secondary exits. Enzo, Giacomo, and I approached the door, while the rest of my men surrounded the front of the building. The 3 of us walked calmly into the bar. The place was dimly lit, which was no surprise. Neon beer signs and the lamp over the pool table provided most of the light, with 2 televisions above the bar adding a bit more. A jukebox droned from the back of the bar next to what looked like an ancient cigarette machine. Quickly I assessed the occupants. A bartender, a drunk nursing a beer at the end of the bar, and 3 bikers playing pool. Perfecto. One of the bikers put down his cue and came toward us. You 3 are clearly in the wrong place, came a gravelly rasp I recognized instantly as Baron's. Why don't you all get lost before something bad happens? We're in exactly the right place, I said, facing him. Baron. Cesare entered and blocked the side door, which caught the attention of everyone in the room. One of the bikers started slowly edging toward the kitchen door when Tommaso stepped into view, halting the biker's progress. Glancing at Tommaso, I asked, What did you find? No kitchen stuff. 3 pistols that I dropped in the deep fryer. Suddenly, the bathroom door banged and a 4th biker entered the room, fumbling with his zipper. Giacomo shot him in the chest twice with his pistol, spattering the wall behind him and dropping the biker to the floor. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the bartender standing from a crouched position. I shot him in the head, shattering the mirror behind the bar just as his sawed-off shotgun blew a huge hole in the ceiling. That left the drunk and 3 bikers remaining. None of the bikers moved, our guns aimed squarely at their chests. The smell of propellant hung in the air like burned hair and pennies, and a haze of gun smoke floated toward the ceiling. As the ringing in my ears gave way to near silence, I glanced at the drunk, who was trembling on his stool. His loose pants were soaked between the crotch. "Get out," I ordered, then watched as he stumbled away from the bar and disappeared through the front door. Finally, Baron spoke. "I guess you think you're a big man while your crew has the upper hand." "Like how you and your men felt," I asked, "when you crept onto the winery property after dark and torched my cottage when no one was there to fight back." Baron said nothing, just stared hatefully at me. But I wasn't done. "Or like when you poured gasoline over the grapes, dropped a match, and scurried away in the night like vermin. Is that what a big man does, Baron?" "So you're here to kill us?" Baron gestured to his men. "We're unarmed, that's hardly fair." "I don't give a fuck about fair, you worthless piece of shit. You think because you wear fake leather that this is some bullshit American Western like Shane. You think we should put down our arms and fight you hand to hand?" "We're defenseless and you're a coward," said Baron. "You're pathetic. Italians do it better. Or haven't you seen a Corbucci movie? None of you will make it out of here alive." "Too much talking," Enzo said under his breath just before raising his arm. With 3 rapid shots, he popped each of the 3 standing bikers in a knee, dropping them like sacks of flour. Tommaso rushed over to aim the oversized barrel of his shotgun at Baron's balls, while Cesare frisked each biker as they writhed in pain, pulling 2 small pistols from ankle holsters. The screams of agony gave me no satisfaction. I wanted more pain and suffering from these 3. I could taste the powder in the air as I advanced on Baron, while Giacomo descended on the nameless biker on the left. Enzo pulled a giant blade from his belt, smiling gleefully at the biker on the right. "This is going to be fun," my brother murmured. I kicked Baron's shattered knee as hard as I could, relishing the resulting howl that fell from the man's lips. Then I picked up a pool cue and broke it in half on the edge of the pool table with a snap, the narrow end clattering across the room. Then I used the makeshift weapon on Baron. Again and again, I hit him, careful not to kill him. Each time he started to slip into unconsciousness, I pushed the jagged edge of the cue into his knee to bring him screaming back to life. He begged and pleaded, spit running down the sides of his mouth and onto the floor. But I wasn't listening. He thought he could light a match and walk away like the flames wouldn't follow him. I wanted him to experience a living hell before being greeted by the devil himself. "Mangi merda e muori," I shouted down at him. "Eat shit and die." I hit him so many times the rest of the room became a blur. My arm ached from the blows, muscles straining as I kept raining blows on Baron's head. I thought I heard voices, but I didn't stop. Suddenly Giacomo pulled me off of Baron, and then Enzo was in my face. "Didn't you hear me calling your name?" When I shook my head, he took the broken pool stick out of my hand. "Finish this, fratello. The other 2 are already dead. Let's go home." I glanced down at Baron. Air bubbles formed and popped at his nose with each breath, and the one eye that wasn't swollen shut stared at me in a mixture of fear and resignation. "I'm not done yet," I said, and pulled out my switchblade, grabbed Baron by his ear, and sliced it off. "Si, testa di cazzo. This wasn't Shane. It's Django." I crammed the mutilated ear into his mouth, and before he could try to spit it out, I shot him in the head. "You watched too many movies on the yacht," my brother remarked casually as he tucked the pistol into his waistband. What else were we supposed to do? I grumbled as we walked to the door. Those movies kept Maz and I sane. I like spaghetti westerns, Giacomo said. A Fistful of Dollars is my favorite. A great movie. Leone was a genius. We went outside, and Tommaso was standing on the sidewalk, staring at the motorcycles. Wait, he said. There are 5 bikes here, and we killed 4. There was no one in the kitchen. You think the bartender was a raider? I jerked my thumb toward the entrance. You and Cesare go back in and check behind the bar. Check the bathroom. Make sure no one is hiding. While we waited, I lit a cigarette. The last I'd ever smoke. I promised Maggie that I'd give them up, and I meant to keep my word. Seconds later, Tommaso returned with a 5th biker who looked as terrified as anyone I'd ever seen, and in my line of work that was saying something. Found him hiding in a booth, Don D'Agostino, Tommaso said. What is your name? I asked the young man. He couldn't have been more than 17. Wade, the biker could barely squeak out. What did you see in there, Wade? Nothing, I swear, the biker croaked. That's too bad. Cesare, take him back inside and show him what happened. Everything, I saw everything. Wade put up his palms. Please don't kill me. Cristo santo, Enzo muttered in disgust. I'm not going to kill you. I took another drag from my cigarette. I want you to go back to the rest of your brothers and tell them what happened here. Make sure they know this is over. If they come back at us again, if they set foot anywhere near Paesano, retribution will be swift and severe. There will be no one left to send a message home next time. I swear I'll tell them. Thank you, he said, wiping the snot running out of his nose. Now fuck off, Enzo snapped, before we reconsider. And you go on foot, Giacomo added. Not on your bike. Wade didn't argue. He sprinted down the dark street as fast as he could go, disappearing. Cesare, I said, grab the gas cans. You and Tommaso douse the bikes and the bar. I want nothing left. As Cesare and Tommaso set to work with the gasoline, I turned to Enzo and Giacomo. We can get the fuck out of here after we change clothes. The 3 of us stripped to our briefs, and one of my men took our stained clothing over to the impending bonfire. When we were redressed, I slapped both Enzo and Giacomo on the back. Grazie mille. Prego, fratello, Enzo said with an evil grin I knew well. This was fun, Giacomo said, buckling his belt. And if you learn we've underestimated the stupidity of these bikers, ring me. I'll happily hop on a plane to New York and help you finish it. I will. Don't worry. After we got back into the SUVs, we watched as Tommaso tossed a flaming lighter into a pool of the gasoline, which immediately enveloped the motorcycles in flames. Then the fire spread to the bar. Soon the entire scene would be a pile of ash, exactly as I'd planned. Exhausted but wired, I climbed the stairs up into my jet. My body always reacted this way after violence, with a rush of adrenaline, and it usually took hours to calm down. I couldn't wait to work out all this energy by fucking my woman senseless tonight. Enzo and Giacomo trailed me up the metal steps. They would take the jet back to Toronto after dropping me and my men in Paesano. Slow down, fratello, Enzo called. You'll see her soon enough. Hurry up, old man, I said over my shoulder, or I will leave without you. I went into the cabin ready to start barking orders for our departure and promptly froze. Maggie was sitting in one of the leather seats, legs crossed, champagne glass in her hand. Her mouth curled as she took in my shocked face. Surprise, she said, raising her flute in a toast. My mind couldn't take it in. Was she really here? Then my sister filled my line of sight as she walked down the aisle. I see everyone made it back in one piece. Paloma kissed my cheeks, then eased past me to greet Giacomo and Enzo. I take it your errand went smoothly? What? I shook my head as I strode toward Maggie. In 3 steps, I had my arms around her, hugging her into my chest. My muscles relaxed, the noise inside my brain quieting as I breathed her in. God, so I needed this. How did you manage it? Paloma, she said, tipping her chin to stare up at me. It was her idea. Turning, I searched for my sister and found her standing next to Enzo. Both of my siblings looked all too pleased with themselves. You're welcome, Paloma said with a lift of a single eyebrow. I squeezed Maggie's waist, so grateful that she was here. Grazie, I told my sister. Ti voglio bene. Ti voglio bene, fratellone. Paloma grabbed Enzo's arm. Now, we'll leave you two to it. Wait, where are you going? Aren't you flying back? Enzo shook his head. I hired another private plane to take your men and Paloma to Paisano. Then Busqueta and I will use it to return to Toronto. This one is all yours. The 3 of them disappeared through the exit, leaving me with just Maggie and the crew. I can't believe this, I murmured as I pressed a kiss to her forehead. She was soft and sweet against me, exactly what I needed. I'm very fucking glad to see you. Paloma thought you might be. Something about violence making men horny? That's not why I'm glad to see you. Maggie nipped my jaw with her teeth. Did you miss me today? Of course. I couldn't wait to get to Paisano to see you. Signore D'Agostino, the flight attendant interrupted. Signorina Fiorentino, if you could both take your seats, we'll be in the air shortly. I settled Maggie in a seat, then dropped down next to her. We buckled, then she reached over to clasp my hand tightly. Her thumb drew circles on my skin, her knees angled toward mine. You're okay? Everything went, to plan? Not a scratch on any of us. We're fine. Thank God, I was so worried. This is my first time with you going off to do your dirty work. I'm a dirty work virgin, I guess. Die, this woman's brain. Where did she think of these things? Lifting her hand to my mouth, I kissed the soft skin above her wrist. You were a dirty work virgin. Not any longer. True. I have to admit, it was good to have Paloma with me. She was calm and collected, looking flawless the whole time, so I figured everything was okay. She apologized to me, too. Good. She's my family and my consigliere. And you're the most important person in my life, so you two need to get along. I'll try. She's very protective of you, which I can understand. We actually have a lot in common, believe it or not. But seriously, give me the tea on her. Does she ever look rumpled or greasy? Because I'm having a hard time. Leaning over, I caught her runaway mouth with mine. I didn't want to talk about my sister or the bikers or anything else. I needed to feel this woman's skin on me, the soft pull of her lips. The plane began to move, wheels turning as we headed toward the runway. But I kept kissing her, my lips sliding over hers again and again. I lost track of time. As our tongues dueled, my body hummed with anticipation, hunger clawing inside my veins, an addict craving another hit. I felt reckless, feverish, and unfettered. Mine. I was never letting this woman go. We would fight and fuck and laugh together until I took my last breath, and I would lay the world at her feet. I would walk through the deepest pits of hell just to make her smile. When we came up for air, Maggie was halfway to sitting in my lap, our legs tangled up. Panting, she reached down to stroke my cock through the fabric of my trousers. My eyes felt closed as lust raced through me. Fuck, I want you so badly. I think it's time to revisit the idea of the Mile High Club, don't you? There's no bedroom on this plane, but there's a lavatory. I was contemplating the logistics of these when Maggie unbuckled my seatbelt. Come on, she said. Hurry. You don't mind? She stood and tugged on my hand. Vito, we had sex in a mausoleum yesterday. A private bathroom on a private jet is a step up from that, believe me. As I rose, the flight attendant appeared in the aisle. I made sure to block my erection from her by standing behind Maggie. The attendant was pure professionalism as she asked,
Signore, signorina, would you care for a drink or a light snack?
Before I could answer, Maggie started dragging me toward the rear of the plane.
Nope, we're going to the laboratory to have sex, so if you have earbuds, now would be a great time to put them in.
The attendant appeared startled for a brief second, but then nodded.
I will. Thanks for the warning.
Maggie pushed open the door, and then we were both inside the lavatory. As I locked us in, she looked around at the high-end fixtures and the windows.
Holy shit, this is nicer than my bathroom at home. A shower? Jesus, Vito?
I didn't want to talk about the jet or the amenities. I lunged for her, crowding her against the sink as I held her hands above her head. I ground my hips into hers. You ready to get fucked in here?
God, yes.
I nuzzled her throat. You know what I want. Beg me, Angelo. Give me all the sweet words.
Please, Vito,
she whispered, writhing against me.
Please, I'm dying for you. My pussy is so wet, so empty. I need you, baby.
I nearly trembled. The rush was so heady. I released her hands and stepped back. Get my cock out. Get me nice and hard. I expected her to quickly unbuckle me and grip my dick. What I didn't expect was for her to drop to her knees and nuzzle my shaft through my trousers. I grabbed the towel bar to steady myself as I stared down at her. That's it. Show me how much you want it. She whimpered and continued to rub her nose and mouth on me. Then she looked up at me, her eyes pleading.
Please let me suck on you first.
My hands flew to my belt, and then I worked open the fastenings of my trousers. Shoving my pants and briefs down, I gripped the base of my cock and aimed toward her mouth. Take me deep, Angelo mio. She eased forward slightly, and her tongue came out to flick my tip playfully, licking me. I was momentarily distracted by the sight of my girl on her knees, swiping my cock with her tongue like it was a delicious treat. I thought I needed in her throat to dominate her, but this was much better. I moved my dick out of her reach and she pouted.
Vito, no!
You want to keep tasting me, baby?
Yes, please.
I gave her my dick again, and was rewarded with more licks and nibbles along my shaft. She worshipped me with her mouth, my little devil, showing me how good she could be, how needy, how loving. My pulse throbbed in my groin as it went on and on, my balls growing heavier. Then I couldn't take it anymore. Reaching down, I pulled her to her feet. If you keep that up, I'm going to come.
Really?
She seemed surprised.
Just from that?
I didn't have time to explain why I found everything about her so hot. If I didn't get inside her soon, I would lose my fucking mind. I spun her to face the sink and jerked on her leggings to bare her ass. Bend over. She lowered onto her elbows and shimmied her leggings down to her ankles. I swiped a finger through her slit and found her soaking. Cazzo, that sight. I need to get inside you.
Hurry, amore.
That word. Would I ever tire of hearing it from her lips? I lined up and rocked my hips, scalding heat engulfing my cock as I entered her pussy. My knees went weak from the streaks of pleasure coursing through me, so I held onto her hips and paused, trying to hold back my orgasm. Madre di Dio. It would be embarrassing to come this quickly. She reached back and grabbed my arm.
God, Vito, your dick is making me see stars. Start moving.
I clenched my teeth and thrust all the way inside. So tight. Fuck. My body took over then, my hips slamming into her ass again and again, my cock sawing in and out, the slick sounds of her pussy filling the tiny space. I couldn't see her face in the mirror, but she was making sexy noises in her throat every time I bottomed out. Pulling out, I shoved my thumb inside her pussy to coat it in her juices. As I began fucking her again, I spread the slickness around the pucker of her asshole. I went around and around, then pressed the tip inside, stretching her. I kept at it until my thumb was buried in her ass, my cock deep in her pussy. Maggie threw her head back, gasping.
Oh, shit, Vito. I'm so full.
Rub your clit. Make yourself come, amore. She didn't waste time. Her fingers circled her clit fast, with tight little movements, and I kept my thumb in her ass. She rocked her hips, encouraging me to move faster, but I kept a steady pace. Her body bucked a few times, and I knew she was close.
Yes,
she moaned.
Oh, God, yes.
Her muscles clamped down on me, strangling my cock, and I grunted. It was too much. I couldn't hold back any longer as heat shot through my groin, my balls, and out my dick. Jets of cum erupted, pulses so strong they stole my breath. When I finally stopped, I sagged onto her back, panting. Fuck.
Exactly how I feel. Wow.
I pulled out and spun her around to face me. I needed to see her when I told her. Holding onto her hips like an anchor, I stared into her eyes and whispered, I've never said the words to another woman, and I never will. Only you are the other half of my rotted soul. Ti amo, angelo mio. Her expression softened, eyes welling up.
Stop making me cry. I love you, Vito. Ti amo, baby.
She pressed up on her toes to kiss me, and I took advantage, showing her with my mouth and hands how much I adored her, how much I needed her. This wasn't passionate. This was a promise. Our futures were every bit as entwined as the vines she tended, every bit as strong as the roots underground. We would build a life together, and I was never letting her go. I'm never letting you go, I repeated, this time out loud. Biting her lip, she gave me another emotional, teary look.
I'm afraid you'll have to, because your cum is running down my legs and I'd like to shower.
Monella, I said, slapping one of her ass cheeks before I turned around to start the shower.
What does that mean?
Brat.
Guilty.
She whipped off her t-shirt and stood before me completely bare. Her nipples were hard and waiting for me, so I leaned down to suck on one, rubbing my tongue over the velvety skin. Moaning, she shoved her fingers into my hair.
I think you should shower with me.
I released her and straightened. The shower isn't big enough for both of us. In one graceful move, Maggie climbed up my body and wrapped her legs around my waist, forcing me to catch her. I held her tight, my arms full of gorgeous, naked woman.
There,
she said.
Now we'll fit.
Are you trying to get fucked in the shower? Her fingers played with the ends of my hair.
Maybe.
Dio mio, I loved this woman. Then we need to hurry. We'll be landing soon.
Epilogue. Maggie. 1 year later. How does it look? I glanced at my brother for his opinion. What do you think? Be honest. Mikey surveyed the transformed D'Agostino speakeasy. I'd named this place, and our line of spirits, after Vito's family, which my man had appreciated. Like, really appreciated. The night I told him would go down as one of our top 5 hottest encounters, no question. Tonight, however, instead of our usual setup for a group, there was one lone table, 2 chairs, and string lights overhead, shining softly on the brick. Soft jazz played in the background. Mikey nodded.
It looks nice. Romantic. Really, I don't think you need to worry.
But I was worried. This was a big deal. I want everything to be perfect.
I'm aware. You won't stop talking about how much you miss him.
Vito had been in Italy for 3 weeks, and this was his first night back. I can't help it.
Yeah, well.
Mikey went over and dimmed the lights a little.
I'll be very glad when our vines mature and you have more to do.
Unfortunately, that was at least 3 years away. In the meantime, I kept busy. There was our vodka and gin production, as well as the speakeasy and dining room. We still had fermenting wine to bottle and sell, so Bruce and I tasted and tinkered with our barrels as they aged. I attended a wine conference 3 months ago and met other vignerons, and I was taking classes at Cornell in their viticulture program. So, yeah, other than not seeing Vito enough, things were going great. I went over to the mirror on the wall to check my hair. Glancing in the reflection, I tugged on the neckline of my dress. It hadn't looked this low-cut in the store, but now my boobs, such as they were, practically popped out of this dress.
"You look nice. Stop fidgeting,"
Mikey said. Thanks. I smoothed my freshly waxed eyebrows. Other places were freshly waxed, too. How's Massimo doing?
"Not sure our new chef is thrilled about having Mas in there, taking over for a night, but Mas is overseeing the meal, just as you requested."
Mikey leaned against the bar.
"Though I'm not sure why you had to fly Vito's brother in from Rome to cook one meal."
I couldn't tell Mikey why. I thought it might make a nice surprise for Vito.
"Whatever."
My brother checked his phone.
"You have about 30 minutes before he's due to arrive. Want to come back upstairs?"
No, that's okay. I'll hang out down here and have a drink. Just send him down when he gets here.
"When do you want sparkling wine? After dessert, right?"
Yep. Thanks for all your help." Mikey disappeared into the corridor and left the cellar. I went behind the bar and made myself a greyhound, for old time's sake. Then I sat at the bar and read on my phone, sipping my drink and waiting calmly for the love of my life to arrive. 22 minutes later, the metal door at the top of the stairs slammed shut. Not long after, leather shoes slapped against the old stone, louder as he approached. I didn't turn around, even when it was clear he'd entered the room. My skin tingled with anticipation, every nerve attuned to this man. It was like our souls were intertwined. His breath warmed my neck a fraction of a second before I felt his lips there.
"Amore, mi sei mancata tantissimo."
He said these words so often to me that I knew them by heart. Baby, I've missed you so much. I shivered as he kissed the sensitive skin. Hey, baby, how was your flight?
Long.
Strong fingers wrapped around my neck and angled my face toward his, where he caught my mouth in a brutal kiss.
Fuck, I needed that,
he whispered when we parted. So did I. Grabbing his hand, I pulled him closer to the stool next to me on the bar. Sit down and have a drink with me. He didn't argue. Shrugging out of his overcoat, he lowered himself onto the stool. I immediately stood up and started for the other side of the bar.
What are we drinking?
He asked. I hid the label from him as I poured his drink. Here. I slid the amber liquid across to him. Let me buy you a drink. The edge of his mouth curled.
That sounds familiar.
He lifted his glass and waited until I'd done the same. Then he touched them together.
Chin chin.
Chin chin, I repeated. Then we both sipped. His eyes widened.
Is this the same one? The drink from the night we met?
It is indeed. He lifted his chin in the direction of my glass.
You are drinking a Greyhound, no?
I suppose I am. I could barely contain my smirk.
Are you hoping to get fucked against a glass window tonight, Angioletto mio? Is that it?
A bolt of heat flashed through me and settled between my legs. Maybe.
Come, sit next to me and flirt. I will consider it.
I edged around the bar and perched onto the stool next to his. Hi, stranger.
Ciao, Bella.
He smoothed his palm over my thigh, though his eyes were locked on my nipples.
This dress is new. I like it. You look very sexy in it.
Grazie, baby. I smoothed his perfect tie. Watching Vito put on a tie was a not-to-be-missed experience in the mornings. I like this suit. After he sipped his drink, he propped an arm on the bar.
Gianna's design. I was overdue to order some new ones.
The door slammed, and Vito raised a questioning eyebrow at me. Dinner, I told him. Let's sit down. He helped me out of my chair, then led me to the table.
This is romantic,
he said, holding my seat out.
I should leave for Italia more often if this is my homecoming.
Don't you dare. I was dead serious. I hate when you're gone this long. As he sat, he picked up my hand off the table and kissed it.
I don't like it either, amore mio.
The server brought our first course. As we ate, Vito caught me up on his trip, and I told him about the winery and my classes. When the meat course arrived, Vito's eyes went wide.
This is one of my favorites,
he said.
I haven't had it in ages. My brother used to make it on the yacht.
As if I didn't know. Well, we'll have to see if this chicken piccata is as good as your brother's. To the server, I winked. Then she smiled and left. Vito groaned as he chewed.
Fuck me, these taste just like Massimo's.
Oh, good. I'll be sure to tell the chef that you approve.
Approve? You should double their salary to ensure they never leave.
I could never afford Massimo, not since he'd opened his own place in Rome. They were well on their way to getting a Michelin star, from what Vito said. Our plates were cleared, and dessert soon followed. My palms were sweating as Vito pushed his tiramisu toward me.
You have it, amore. I'm full, and I know how you love it.
I wiped my damp hands on my napkin. You should eat it, I urged. I'm going to give you a serious workout later. His expression turned wolfish as he leered at me.
And I will have plenty to eat then.
My pussy clenched, eagerly anticipating the instant it could get reacquainted with his tongue. I tried to sound nonchalant. Seriously, baby, eat.
Will this make you happy?
This was something he asked often, like he was gauging the risk-reward probability. Very. He picked up his fork and cut a large bite. Then he slipped the dessert into his mouth. Because I had zero chill, I couldn't help but watch. His teeth clanked on metal, and he froze. Then his eyes narrowed in confusion. I held my breath as he reached and spit the metal into his napkin.
Que cazzo,
he said, and put the napkin on the table.
Is your chef trying to kill one of us?
What was that? I gestured to the napkin.
I don't know.
He snarled and touched his tongue to one of his back molars.
Fuck. I hope I didn't crack a tooth.
But aren't you curious? Maybe you should look. So that I couldn't see it, he unfolded the napkin below the table. Total class move. My man might be a murderer, but he had table manners. I saw the instant he realized. He jolted in his chair, his stare locked on what was in his hand. Was he even breathing? The sweat under my armpits compounded, and I nibbled on my thumbnail as I awaited a reaction. Would he hate it? Slowly, he lifted the round gold circle up to his face.
Is this...
Reaching out, I plucked the wedding band from his fingers. Legs shaking, I got down on one knee. The floor was stone, so I did my best. God, this was awkward. How did men do this all the time? Vito D'Agostino, it's time I made an honest man out of you. Ish. I laughed nervously at my dumb joke. When he didn't crack a smile, I sobered. I don't want to spend so much time apart. I'm ready to build a life with you, whatever that looks like. I love you and I want to marry you. And I'm hoping you want to marry me, too. He blinked twice.
You know I do. I've raised the subject no fewer than a dozen times.
I know, but I thought I would officially ask. In one quick motion, he pushed his chair back, stood, and pulled me to my feet. Then he was kissing me again, but these were gentle kisses, the kind that replaced words when you couldn't think of what to say and you could only feel. Finally, he rested his forehead against mine.
Si, amore. I want to marry you.
Thank God. I panted and held up the ring. Here, read the inscription. He took the band from my fingers and put it near the light, turning it as he read.
This is the real one.
Then he threw back his head and laughed.
Tu sei perfetta, mia diavoletta.
I know. You're very lucky to have me.
Yes, I am.
Just as his mouth lowered to mine, the upstairs door clanged shut. Vito paused, just millimeters from my face.
Shouldn't they leave us alone to celebrate?
Wait, I said, resting my palm on his chest. One last surprise. Massimo came around the corner, a bottle of sparkling wine in one hand and 3 glasses in the other.
Congratulazioni,
he said loudly. Vito eased back, but wrapped one arm around my waist. The 2 brothers kissed cheeks.
I should have known,
my man said.
No one makes chicken piccata like you.
Massimo slapped Vito on the back, and I caught Mikey, Bruce, and Celeste coming around the corner. Then Val and Sam emerged. Now it was my turn to be surprised. Oh my God, what are you all doing here?
We couldn't let this go by without celebrating,
my brother said. But what if he'd said no? I kissed Val's cheek, then Sam's. When I finished, my brother hugged me.
There was no chance of that.
Yeah, Val added. He's literally been asking you for months. He's been hinting for months, I said. There was no official ask, FYI. Vito squinted at me. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a white box. A ring box. I covered my mouth and gawked at him. Is that... Have you been carrying that around? Or did you know? Carefully, he lowered to one knee.
Maybe I planned to propose tonight.
I cast a quick glance at Mikey and Massimo. Did you tell him?
No,
my brother said, while Maz shook his head. Clasping my hands under my chin, I watched as Vito peeled open the ring box. A flash of brilliant fire caught my eye before I returned to his serious gaze.
Margaret Ann Fiorentino, I love you more than my own life. Will you do me the great honor of becoming my wife?
Yes, Vittore D'Agostino, I will marry you. Everyone cheered, and then I was in Vito's arms, kissing him through my smile. Mikey went behind the bar to get more glasses, and soon we were all toasting. Vito and I put our rings on and then held them up to admire them. I kissed his cheek, my body nestled firmly into his side. You're never allowed to take that one off, I whispered. I want every woman who sees you to know you're taken.
The same goes for yours,
he murmured.
No more picking up strange men in casino bars.
The only man I have any interest in picking up is you, amore. Vito handed Massimo his flute, then bent down and quickly hefted me over his shoulder.
Ciao, amici,
he told the room.
We have a date with a glass window.
Want more Mafia romance from Mila Finelli?